Welcome to the Nomad Network, your first stop for complete and comprehensive Chicago Bears football coverage. Dive deep into analyses, updates, and all things Bears. Subscribe to our YouTube channel today and never miss a beat. Thank you in advance for your support. We promise to bring you the best because together we're unstoppable. Go Bears.
Yo, no maniacs. What's good with y'all? Welcome to the show, man. This is some extra sauce here for this fine Wednesday hump day for y'all. Triple R is loading the pizza in the oven, getting it ready. And man, guess what, man? It's a nice the weather is really, really nice where I am, but it's a little bit more, the weather is a little more intense up north where Triple R is at. So hopefully, man, by the good graces, we'll be able to keep him for the show and have a regular show like we normally do. But the Canuck is back from his trips abroad or wherever he went, man. But hey, man, look, hell of a week, man. Sonically for me, I would just say that, and that's just what's in my head right now. Plus, the Bears are getting real close to draft time, and they putting the final touches on their draft board. I'm sure it's gonna probably fluctuate. And probably all the way up until draft day, all information gathering processes are happening. I think that's probably where they got to be at right now. Got to be at the final information gathering stages of what their board looks like in all positions, making sure that, hey, when it's time to check this box, we can check this box and we ain't got to think about it. And so I think that's where we are, about a week out, right?
About a week out. Welcome in. It's Wednesday night. Time for some extra sauce. Kedza Canuck back with you again after traveling, after world travels, back settled nicely at home. And yeah, we're real close, 9 days away, I believe, before that good old draft. And I'm excited. I've basically been able to have my last little 2 cents on what my feelings and thoughts are, but I've been able to reel myself in and recognize that fact of the matter is things. The draft is a dynamic process. Is a good way to put it. Anything can happen, and as long as they have their board set up, they're going to make the selections that work best for them. Right? Who knows how this thing is actually going to fall? Who knows? So here's to the Chicago Bears and whatever they're able to pull off in a week's time.
Hey, by the way, man, kids, I don't know if you was able to see it, but ESPN put a great little, I guess it was a one-on-one with Akeem Mesidor and his story on their site, man. I just read it probably 15 minutes before the show. It's a really good story, little insight, and I started to remember some of the stuff that you were telling me about him and his life. You didn't tell me all the details, but
I don't know everything about his life. Like I just know the kid. Like I know I know the team he played for. I know what his man. That team versus my son's team. My son's team was pretty good at the time. They were a dangerous team, and they were also a team that was made up of just some of the poorest kids in this particular part of the country. There's 2 teams that just had just ghetto kids, man. And the first one was the one my son played for originally, that had Jesse Luteka and Neville Gallimore played for that team as well, and that's the Canterbury Mustangs. Eventually, that team went defunct, and all the kids from Canterbury wound up going to the North Gloucester Giants, and that's Akeem's team. Akeem is from North Gloucester, and his team was remember I was showing you some huddle tape on my boy and his boy, and it was like a white boy.
Yep.
So that's the white boy used to play with my son when they were on Canterbury from 7 and 8 years old. So they've been playing together for a very long time. He then went over to North Gloucester and played with Akeem. Real talk. There's a kid sitting here in town that should be in the NFL. I'm just gonna say that out loud. He should be in the NFL. This kid is super good, and he just decided he's got family issues because again he's from a very poor white kid.
Same kid you were telling me about.
Yeah, man, very poor family. Like super poor family situation. Like two of his brothers wound up committing suicide over different things, and just
Unalive themselves.
you know what I mean? Just a bad situation for him, and he sort of decided just to take care of fam instead. So that's sort of where his what happened to him. But Akeem again was able to say what?
Some sad tales from Canterbury,
bro. It's crazy, man. But Akeem kind of wound up able to make it out. He made it out to the U.S. The white kid I was telling you about, he made it to the U.S. for a little bit, but even then, like, then the second brother unalived himself, and he was like, "Yo, I can't. Now he's got a kid that somebody's got to take care of. He's got other things going on." So he was actually drafted into the CFL and decided not to even go. Opened up his own business and decided just to retire, more or less. But that kid's super good. So's Akeem. My kid's pretty not good too, and we'll see how he makes it out of Calgary. But I'm gonna have to go. Oh, look, Missy's home. I'm gonna have to go and check out what's going on. Soundwave Nick.
Hey, Missy.
Duval.
No, you got to get more of a creepy Duval.
Talking about a disconnected mother or something.
Hey man, diss it all you want though. Homeboy got to the playoffs and they never I don't know how that went down. I don't know how that
You gotta have that Dexter that serial unaliver kind of vibe to it.
I think that's what he probably scared the living daylights out of the long-haired young man there, the quarterback.
He scared me, I tell you that. Terrified me.
So what is Miss Nova wear on a day at work when she gets home?
Oh Lord.
She wears shoes, man.
Like tennis shoes, athletic shoes, high heels, pumps, stockings, sweat socks, athletic stocks. Is she barefooted? What's going on over there?
She wears shoes.
Not even 8 minutes in. Not even 8 minutes in.
Run, baby.
Inquiry minds just wonder.
Run.
Mm-hmm.
Crocs.
That's Crocs.
The Crocs. So she's got that all natural, don't like shoes kind of thing on. So those yummies always be out and available.
Lord, man.
She probably got those rough hills. Rough hills. You gotta get the Emery board to them hills, though.
We wind up in Illinois. We have to completely avoid Triple R. Because
I'm gonna be looking at feet and getting Zerberts. It's a part.
Wear some boots or something. Shit.
Some hip waders.
Out of hell. Wear some boots.
There we go. What did I come into? Yeah, no kidding. Yeah, I'm sorry, man.
Careful the Crocs. You step in, your feet get all wet and gooey.
Hey, Miss Nova, this is that show. This is that show where you might want
Wednesday night, man. Be careful.
Extra sauce, baby. It's some extra sauce. That's what you stepped into.
All right, man. How about this, man? Let's talk about what's been going on this week, kids. How's life? How's Miss Nova? How's everybody?
She's all right. She's doing her own thing. She's doing some cool stuff, but that's her. Work's been interesting. I have this. So they hired these two young bucks. Like I said, I was out with one of them the week before. The other one on Monday, I'm in the middle of a meeting and he hollers at me on Microsoft Teams, if y'all know what's up. So he hollers at me, but I'm in the middle of a meeting, so I got to ignore this call. Then he hollers again. I got to ignore the call. Hollers again. I'm like, what's up with this dude, man? You can see that I'm busy in a meeting. I message him and I say, hey, man, you know what? I'll holler at you as soon as I'm done. And long story short, I forget to holler at this dude because I got other stuff going on. The following day, we're in a bigger meeting and he doesn't show up. So we're like, where's this cat, man? He's young, he's new, he needs to know what's going on. He needs to be a part of these meetings. So one of my counterparts turns around and he's like, hey, have you heard from this dude? And we'll just call him Jose. Have you heard from Jose? And I'm like, no, but he did call me. He's like, hey,
racist kids.
What's that? Racist?
Why you gotta be Jose?
Well, I just pulled a name out of the sky because like no way Jose.
Go ahead.
Because his name's really not Jose.
We see how you living. Go ahead.
Anyway, so Jose has been calling him too. I was like, well, I got a bunch of calls from Jose, and yeah, I didn't answer them. I couldn't. I was on a call, but I should have. I meant to call him back. He's like, I got a bunch of calls too. I was also in a call. It was a little bit weird. And the third homie was like, well, I got the call. He had a problem, and I helped him out, so everything was cool. I was like, okay, we'll leave it alone. It was just a little odd that you brought up these calls. I got these calls too. Just a little odd. The following day, Jose does the same thing. He hollers at me, hangs up, hollers again, hangs up. I call him back this time, and I'm like, hey, man, is everything okay? He answers, but he answers like this, hey, man, what's going on? I'm like, whoa. Wow. Hangs up again. I'm like, all right. He then calls me back. He's like, hey, is everything all right? I'm like, yeah, I'm good, bro. Everything's cool. You okay? You cool? Yeah, bro. But I only got like 1% on my phone. And I'm like, you got 1% on your phone and you're hollering at me left, right, and center. Why not use your computer? I'm like, you know what I mean? We're on Microsoft Teams. He's like, oh, yeah, my computer. I'll go fire it up. So he goes and he fires up his computer, calls me back, which is just weird. When he finally gets on, my boy looked like I don't even know how to explain this, but like he looked like
on a stick.
Yeah, okay. You know what I mean? He did not look good. He's slurring.
Man, I could hear that.
He could barely make sense of the words and the sentences he's trying to put together. Like he's got to rack his brain for like simple things. And it took me a couple minutes. I'm like, bro, are you wasted, bro? Are you drunk? He's like, no, I'm not drunk. I'm not drunk.
Wait a minute, time out, Des. What time of day was this?
Brother, this is 10:30 in the morning.
Ooh, Too many cervezas, ese.
I got a story to tell. Well, go ahead.
10:30 in the morning. That's why I'm like, what's popping with this dude? You know what I'm saying?
Tequila way.
I'm like, man, are you drinking? And he's like, no, I'm exhausted. I'm like, you're exhausted. You ain't sleeping. He's like, no, I ain't sleeping. I'm taking sleeping pills. They ain't working. I don't know, man. And he would just like his eyes are rolling back in his head. Homeboy looked like absolute.
Oh, 911.
Well, like I'm thinking about it. I just didn't do it. Anyways, we talked for a minute, and then he he kind of hangs up. But before he hangs up, he tells me he's in a bad way. He's like, you can probably see it on me. I'm like, bro, you look like shit, bro. You do not look good. And he's like, man, I got into it with the wife a couple of months back, and I grabbed her phone out of her hand. She called the police on me. Now I got a domestic. I got charges. I got court dates. I got to pay a lawyer. And I just had a baby a month and a half ago. I'm like, so you're going through all this domestic stuff, and the baby was born a month ago? He's like, man, I'm by myself.
Does the baby look like you?
Well, I hope so. I don't know. The baby,
I know that's where your mind went.
Baby's gone. The wife is gone. I don't know. He's like, I don't know what to do with myself. I don't know what's going on anymore. What? And I'm like, bro, you need to talk to the boss, because you can't be working like this. But let me tell you right now, whatever you do, don't go talk to the boss, because like you look like garbage, and she's probably gonna fire you. So you just be cool. Take the day to yourself. Don't holler at nobody. Just take the day, clean yourself up, and holler at the boss tomorrow. So
good luck with that.
my boss, what I don't know is my boss is monitoring just my traffic on Teams, so she can see that I'm in a meeting right now. She can see that he's in a meeting right now. She wanted to holler at him, so she sees that both of us all of a sudden went off. So she's like, something's popping. I need to call me, kids. So she calls me. And she's like, all right, listen. I want you to rat on anybody, but I'm going to tell you some things that I know. I'm like, all right, what are you talking about? She goes, I spoke with Jose yesterday.
Oh.
Were you speaking with Jose just now? And I'm like, yeah, I was speaking to Jose. She goes, okay. I spoke with Jose yesterday, and I swear to God, he was wasted. And I'm like, yesterday? On Monday? Because he's wasted right now. So now I'm like, so Jose been on like a 48-hour bender.
Wait, are you thinking this or are you saying this?
Well, I didn't say this to the boss just yet, but like this is where my mind is, right? I'm like, oh man,
you're on a dry snitching, goddamn.
Right? You know what I'm saying? He's on a 48 hours, so I'm like, look, I don't know what's going on. He told me some stuff. I don't know what's going on, but do me a favor. If you're worried about him, give him 24 hours. He told me some things that I can't tell you, and I need you to give him 48 hours. To give him some time. He said he's gonna holler at you and talk to you. I expect him to do that, man. What up, Paul? So
what up, Paul?
I kind of save his bacon for the day. 24 hours goes. He decides to go ahead and call her the following day, which is today, Wednesday.
Man up.
So he mans up, calls the boss, tells the boss what's cracking, what's going on in his life and whatever, and what like they're gonna have to come to some sort of decision with respect to what he's doing and whatever. He's still wasted, y'all.
I don't mean to laugh at Jose's troubles, but damn.
He's still wasted. So she calls me back after and she's like, dude, yeah, he talked to me today. He was smashed. I don't know what to do.
4 days later.
You know what I'm saying? So like later in the day, I'm like, I don't really have any advice for you. I don't know what to tell you.
Well, I should put out another help wanted ad, baby.
Well, it's getting close. So later in the day, Jose puts the whole team on blast, calls all of us accidentally. And when I say accidentally, he calls the whole team. We all jump on this call because we all know Jose's crashing and burning right now. So we're like, if he needs some help, you know what I mean? If he needs some help, he's reaching out to all of us. Let's help the young man. You know what I mean? So
Canadians reaching out to help. Americans are calling security. All right, man.
Yo, so I'm like, all right. So we all jump on this call, and the first thing he says to us all was like, "Who started this call?"
Oh,
and we're all like, "What?" He's like, "Yeah." He's like, "Yeah. Who placed this call?" And we're all like, "You did, bro. It was you. Like I can see here in the call log that it was you, bro. You placed this call." It's like, no, it wasn't me. I didn't call you guys. And we're all like, but yeah, you did. We can like, if you just look at the call log, you can see who placed the call. It was you.
And as these are video calls,
these are video calls. We can see his face, and his hair is crazy. He looks like trash. And I'm like, wow, you didn't even realize you made the call. So we wish him well. We're like, dude, clean up. Take care of yourself, get some help if you need some help. He might be, bro. I don't know what he's doing.
Red Bear, that
a
hell of a drug.
I got a little insight for you, kid. One of the things I do, like whenever I'm done with one of these, especially one of these shows that takes so long to put it all together. Once we do the show, once I'm done doing the work, we do the show, and the show is over. That next day, this is how I function. You know what I mean? I take some time to decompress. You know what I mean? I just decompress. To me, that's good for your mental health. Decompression, whatever you need to do to get yourself regulated. So one of the things I do besides music is I look at a lot of shorts, reels, and different things like that just see, it helps me see what's going on outside of my four walls. You know what I mean? It just really helps me in that way. And you can get those shorts dated, so you don't have to look at shit that happened 8, 10, 12 years ago. You can look at updated shit that happened this week. And one of the things I noticed, remember how we always talking about, and I don't know if everybody relates to me talking about how the frequency has changed, that everything is changing, and some people can feel it and some people can't. Some people can handle the change, some people can't. And it's like with so much going on in the world, I think people are feeling that shit in a real way. So I'm getting to this point. The more and more reels I'm looking at and shorts I'm looking at, I'm seeing more and more people. Day drinking has always been a thing. People have been doing that forever. That's nothing new. But the amount of it and the people that are doing it, it's like it's a lot of people out here that really can't function without that, that bud nipper, something to nip the bud a little bit early on. They need something. And it's obvious to me that, those people are going to run into a whole lot of trouble moving forward because they can't function, man. Like, I totally think some people aren't meant to have children. And I ain't talking about people in poverty, people who have this or that going on, but some people ain't strong enough to deal with the rigors of being a parent and the responsibility every day. Why the fuck would you get up at 9, 7, 8 in the morning and get totally sloshed, put your fucking kids in the car and take off and go somewhere with them?
You know what, man? That's where I'm going with this. And this was, shout out to Miss Nova's out there. I don't know if she's still listening or if Triple R scared her the fuck off. But look, I told her about this little situation, and she was like, you know what? She's like, I've been she's like, I've been researching and stuff, and it turns out that when men tend to have children at a late age, this guy's about 40 years old. He's having his first kid, a month ago.
Oh, when you said you hired a young kid, I'm thinking like 20-something year old. This is a grown ass man.
He's a grown man. Like to be frank with you, I thought he was much younger than he was until he told me this yesterday. Right. So
that's a whole different story.
I said, "How old are you?" 23. He said, "Bruh, I'm 39." I was like,
"Oh, that's a whole different fucking story, bro."
Shame on you, man.
Hey, man, I'm just guessing. Black don't crack and stuff. So you know what I mean? I have no clue how old he is, but he finally tells me. And when he told me, I was like, oh, you know what? Like, this rings true, because the wife had said something to me the night before. So I had to ask him how old he was. And what she had said, I hope this ain't you, bro. Damn, see?
This ain't related to you at all.
I hope I sound like you.
Just say no.
But go ahead, finish your story. Yo, long ass story.
So the wife, I know, I'm sorry. But it's a real, you asked me what's real. I'm just telling you how things been going. And
I can hear you. I'm getting my pizza.
Basically what she said was, again, when you're older and you have kids and you've sort of been living a lifestyle where you don't have to really be responsible for other people, it's much harder to then acclimate to just now being a responsible adult. If you've been a functioning alcoholic for 20 years or a functioning tutor,
Wait. There's time out now. Okay, he's having his first baby at what age again?
39.
This is his first child.
Yeah.
There's a dual psychology to that. You know that, right?
And
I understand in a deep way your immediate psychology you put to that. I understand that, because me being somebody that ripped and ran and running footloose and fancy free, if I'd have had a kid after that stage in my life doing all that, I feel like I'm more wired to be settled down and do things. But I can also see a world where, because you did all of that and that's the way you've been living your life for a long time. You see what I mean by dual psychology?
Yeah, but you're a different, like you're putting yourself in these shoes, and that's the problem. Like, if you're,
I'm not really. I'm just talking about it's two ways.
If you're an alcoholic, though, nomad, you know what I mean. If you have a substance abuse problem, and you're at 39, and now you got to deal with responsibility now. Oh shit. You know what I mean? Like you don't have that kind of a dilemma. So stepping away from being the person that you are into that responsibility might be an easier transition for you, but not for a guy who might have you know what I'm saying?
Because isn't that the what do you call that? Not nervous breakdown age, but change of life, or when you have to realize that you ain't no youngin' no more.
Midlife crisis.
There you go. Thank you. He's supposed to be out buying a Corvette or some shit now. Looking for chicks with fake boobies.
And
Hey,
now he's in it.
You remember that story I told y'all about these two twins I was doing producing music for in Atlanta, but they got hooked on the lean and the pills, and they couldn't function. I know kids can remember that story. I had a studio there. They started getting doped out. I couldn't even do recording sessions with them. But I also used to write some lyrics for them. They liked my lyrics. I was like, well, fuck it, use it. And one of the lyrics I wrote for one of them is referring to what Kaz's story is all about. And I wrote one of the bars, and it said, I'm gonna just use the words I said. I said, put some fertilizer in your ass, nigga, grow up. That was one of the lines, and they loved it. That's what it is. It's about when you choose, and it is totally a choice to grow the F up and start doing things that when you realize that you're not the only person that needs to be cared for here in the situation. Matter of fact, priority is not you first. You're probably last on the list of priorities. That's called growing up. Recognizing that and doing things accordingly.
Not everyone does that.
Man. I'm and shout out to my boss. I have to give her some props, because like when she called me at the end of the day to see what was going on, I was like, look, I think you need to put your foot down and send him to go get a doctor's note. He needs to go see a doctor and explain what the hell's going on, because I don't know if this is sleep deprivation. I don't know if it's the snowman's coming to see him on a regular basis. I don't know if he's just sauced, but something's going on, and he needs some help, man.
Hey, yo, boss. I mean, this was Monday, and you talking about Wednesday, Thursday, still dealing with this? Come on, son. It's like Monday afternoon. It would have been like, who?
You know what
that dude that used to be here?
Trip, you know what it is? It's his inability to face reality.
Well, he could have chemical imbalances. He could have mental issues. He could have late onset shit. Who the hell knows? But yeah, he ain't welcome at the company picnic. I tell you that much.
Look at Crimson. He said, "I have not procreated. You're welcome."
Damn.
I said, "Thank you."
Look like the wind just picked up.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. Anyways, just wild shit.
I don't think we in Kansas no more. God damn.
Wild shit,
it's like
man.
that down here too, Trip. Getting a nice little gust. It's gonna go away, Trip.
Scrolls, I'm the same thing, and this is sort of what I was saying. Like, this is what my wife was saying. At 20 odd years old, you're coming right out of teenage life, and you got to figure out how to, put a roof over your head, maintain that, pay your bills, and figure out the
adult.
You are adulting now, so like you have the kid at the same time, and it's just part of that process. At 40, it's a different deal. You've been struggling by. You've probably had a bunch of cash to spend on stuff. That stuff you threw in the chat there, and now there you are. You have a kid now, and you got to deal with that. It's a different world, man.
Scroll says, "What up with you cats that don't have without kids?" Let me tell you something, man. The lifestyle I lived, and sometimes let me just shut up from there. The lifestyle that I lived, past tense. Let's just say, it's about a 50-50 ratio. You might meet some really, really good ones. And them other ones you just out there partying with. Choices of people that you have a child with, it's almost paramount to any other decision you're gonna make in your life.
Yeah, it's a partnership, baby.
Yeah, man, dude, you mess around and have a baby with the wrong people just because I want to check a box on my set of milestones. F around and find out.
Because I know way too many dudes who think that it's manly to have a lot of children, but they ain't being a father to nan one of them.
Oh, you ain't met the rosters yet, bro. You know what I mean? I got so my boy my boy's dad have I don't know. He got to have 50 kids, and I'm exaggerating, but I'm not really exaggerating to the level that I go to Toronto and bump into like 6 of his children at different locations in different situations. My friends are in jail, and like, oh yeah, there's like 3 of them in on the range. You know what I mean? it's kind of wild.
Rasta boys.
It's wild, but then his kids are just as bad. You know what I mean? So his kids these kids are my boys, man. These 2 kids got, I'm gonna say, I think they each got between 8 and 10 kids, man. And like the funniest thing is my boy has a baby mom. Like he left town for a couple years, had a couple kids out of town, a couple kids here, and it's just multiplied to the level that I get a knock on my door, and I open my door and it's my homeboy. I'm like, hey man, what's up? It's like, yo, man, can I stay by your place tonight? I'm like, yeah, no problem, man. What's the deal? He goes, well, my baby mom's just kicked me out. I was like, your baby mom's? She's like, yeah, I got a baby mom's like a block and a half away from you. I've been living over there for the last year. I'm like, my brother, you didn't even come by and say what's up. You know what I'm saying? Like you have that. He's like, dude, I gotta keep it moving because I got baby moms all over the place. So like, I was staying there, but you know how it is. I wasn't like, Papa was a road.
You know what I'm saying? I wasn't getting no mail there.
You know what I'm saying? So it was too fun. How you got a baby mom's a block away and you didn't even come by and say what's up, man? You lucky I'm home.
When I come through, your lights be off, and when I leave, they lights be off. So you know what I mean. I just keep it moving. I gotta make moves.
Oh, too funny, man. But I don't know. They get away with it, man. I don't know. Somehow they get away with it.
Yeah. But I mean, it's not just dudes. It's females too. They'll just be baby little factories because they're looking for love or, just looking for whatever that they never seem to find, trying to fill that hole.
Yeah, better part of that Proctor Giants team was fielded by a single mom. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'll just put that out there too.
Right. You know what I mean? Wow. So I mean, it's the shortcomings of us as individual human beings. And we all share so many characteristics that, here on Some Extra Sauce, we don't, talk about them and laugh about them as we talk about them and laugh about them. But we try to, identify that, talk about it in real life situations, coworkers, classmates, mentorees, or whoever the fuck. And we break it down, and I appreciate the conversation because it's nice to have these conversations about real shit. And it's like, wow, this could be this, it could be that, it could be Nomad's thing, just straighten up, fly right, mind over matter, or it's a whole lot of things, chemical substances that we all have to deal with as adults or as human beings. And it's like trying to navigate all that shit and still, be cool. You know what I mean? It's rough out. It's rough out.
It's a real world out there, man.
I gotta tell y'all, man. And I love using. I have lived a hell of a life, man. I've had situations, man. Things have. I mean, everything makes me grow. I was just telling kids this the other night. It's true, man. When I learn, when people tell me things and I encounter information, I grow. And from that growth, I'm able to bring a wealth to certain situations based on the stuff I've experienced in my life. And one of my white friends, and it didn't have nothing to do with him being white, but he was married and married for 3 years and they decided probably around 2.5 in their marriage that they were going to have a kid, and they ended up with 2. I think that there was twins. Twins here. It's been a while since this situation happened, but yeah, there's twins there, and they split up, right? And the woman ended up being a train wreck, bro. Straight up train wreck. And I'm not making no excuses for him. He's responsible, but I'm not saying he's perfect. Now he's doing everything he can under the situation. So she knows that she has some issues going on. She had postpartum depression, right? And so she got on medication after her first pregnancy, right? And she kind of He said she's been different ever since. This is him explaining it to me. And I'm just like, okay, so what's really going on, man? What's going on? He said, man, she gave me keys to the house. And I'm like, hold on, man, you got a whole ass woman now? He's like, man, I just need to check on the kids. And she knows that. I explained that to her. I told her I would always call her or text her ahead of time unless she just was non-responsive for a certain amount of time, then I had to use the key, right? And so he used the key one day because she's not responsive. And the kids ain't at school and da. And he goes over there and she's laid down and he finds a needle by the bed. And of course, what's in the needle, man? We know what's in the needle. And he couldn't figure out what to do. Just so happened, I was here for the holidays. Just so happened. And I had just seen him probably 24 to 48 hours before we was all out kicking it. And he was just like, man, I don't know what to do. I can't talk to her. I can't get. Anyway, he asked me, and I'm just like, dude, what kind of situation you putting me in? You know what I mean? So now I got to go over there. Now I got to talk to her. And I'm dealing with this shit because he's not able to. And he asked me because he knows I have a skill set with people. And I go over there, I answer the call, and I talk to her. And she just like, she's telling me all the stuff that I just got through saying beforehand. It's about when you have a child and you're not necessarily mentally, spiritually prepared for that. And you see a child, you see the situation with two people and you being relieved of those duties at time because you have your mate with you to take care of some of the responsibilities. So it's not all on your shoulders. This is the information I'm gathering from her once she's able to speak to me in the right way. And I understood. And she was just like, this is the best I can do to function with the kids. She was just like, if I was a guy, I'd be happy. I'd be happy just to be able to pay child support and never have to really think about it no more. I can go live my life and I don't have to think about this stuff. It was painful to listen to a mother say that. But it's normal as shit for a mother to have those thoughts. Because she's just as human as anybody else. It's unfortunate that the mother, in most cases, have to be kind of the responsibility bearer if the relationship doesn't work out. More times than not, the mother ends up with those children. And so, later on, we ended up talking about, okay, so what do you think? I think you're at a point where you need to let him
take the kids.
Yeah, but I couldn't put it to her in a way where it's going to drive her further down the rabbit hole in the depression, where it's going to sound like, oh, he's taking the kids and I'm not going to see the kids no more. Because that's what it would have sounded like if I said that. And so you pick your words wisely. And I just said, for a time being, without even going to the courts, just let him take the kids and let you get it together. No, he's never going to give them. No. Ain't nothing on paper. On paper, you have custody. So you're just allowing him to keep the kids until you get it together, until you got time. And he said he's willing to keep the kids as long as it needs to be for you to get back where you need to be. And it took quite some time. And so I say all that to say there's too many situations where it's not enough co-parenting going on.
Man, I
hate relationships don't work out, man. It's not enough going on.
I hate that story, man.
It's true, though.
No, it's I believe you. You know what I mean? It sounds legit. The only reason I say I hate it is because, like, when the father is not, a regular part of the kids' lives, and that's what the mother's getting up to, man. The effect that the mother's behavior has on the kids, it's like 10, 1,000-fold. It's so much more powerful, that effect. And like, I have a very similar story about my friend and his situation, and I'll keep this one super short. My boy calls me up. He's like, "Keds, I'm in my car right now. Kids packed up, all the gears in here. I'm leaving this bitch. I'm out." I was like, "What?" Like, I thought y'all were cool. I thought everything was great. He goes, nope, I'm out of here. I just want to call you, let you know. I was like, okay, bro. When you touch down, wherever you touch down, let me know, and I'll come check you out. End of the day, he tells me a story about how he was coming home and just finding her passed out with a bottle of pills next to her, passed out with a case of beer next to her, beer and pills, and the baby's just running around the house. And he's like, I saw this 3 times, and then he told me that she broke his nose. And I was like, man, I caught the black eye. Like, I went to see him for his birthday, and I caught the black eyes. I was like, what happened to you? And my boy's he's famous for like getting in fights at work. You know what I mean? He's in construction and stuff. And like, if somebody kind of, talks to him sideways, he will light him up. You know what I mean? It's just what'll happen at the construction site. But this time his wife kind of stepped in and she was like, oh no, he didn't tell you. Oh, he pissed me off. I punched him in the nose and he got a black eye. Ha, ha, ha. And the look he gave me in this instance was like, she's lucky to be alive right now. just to look in his eyes was like,
Lord, I don't want to catch no case.
I'm trying not to go to jail, bro. You know what I mean? Like, just the look on his face, I was like, okay, and I left it alone. But here he is calling me, man. I'm out, and told me about this situation. Couple decades later, his son is bouncing off the walls. Just an absolute knucklehead doing all kinds of foolishness. And no, not to any lack of parenting from the father. Fast forward a little bit further, the ex-wife passes away, ODs. Just wild shit out there, man. And that's the type of stuff that this young man has to deal with. And it just doesn't look good on him or his life situation, man. But man, that's not to say that the dads are absolved from any of this. Y'all should be involved, man. Like, you need to be involved. But man, when the young woman, when that mother kind of loses her loses her way, it really affects them kids.
I mean, you got to understand. You got to look at it from a perspective that's not necessarily yours as a male. There's no way out for mom. Mom is there, stuck in it.
Well, put it from this perspective. Here's something that we can all relate to as a parent. You, mom or dad, are with that child, and that child is just doing children, things, but life has got you feeling a certain way, and that child is doing child things, and you don't feel those child things right then. You want to shake that child, but you don't, as a good parent. But in a relationship or in a 2-parent household, you'd be like, go to your mama or go to your daddy, and then mom or whoever you're sending them to don't have that frustration at the moment. And so it gives the frustrated one a chance to unwind or, pop some gummies or have a drink or do whatever they need to do. And the other one is dealing with the kid, like no friction, no beef, now it's like, oh, pissed off your mom or your dad. Yeah, I'm doing this, and now you just keep it moving. But when there's just that one parent, it's more difficult. And it's even more difficult when there's more than, one child and that one parent.
Twins? Wow.
Bro, yeah. I cannot tell you how many times I had to walk into a home, with case managers and shit like that. Sometimes even with police, people, executive administrators to address a situation in somebody's home with children. I can't tell you how many times, and it's just I don't know. I guess I've seen enough kids in the system to know that, man, we need to help this person instead of going right to the books here. You know what I mean? We know some shit then it's not right. But you can't, if you go to the books too fast. What I'm trying to say is, once a kid is in the system, I know here, at least in the state of Illinois, the state of Ohio, and the state of Georgia, once they are in the system, it's holy hell in a handbasket, bro, to get out of that. And to put somebody through, they're already stressed out to begin with. That's the reason why you're there. They're stressed out. The parent is stressed out, or the parents are stressed out. More times than not, it's the parent, singular. And you can go in there and make an impression upon the people that are gonna actually go put pen to paper and make a decision. You can do that in a certain way that can be very helpful or very harmful, man. And I'm sensitive to it because of the jobs that I had to do. And I was one of those people who really didn't have, on the totem pole, a whole lot to really do with the decision making, but I had a strong enough presence to force some decisions to go the other way and give some people a chance to not have to go through that. You know what I mean? Because sometimes some of those kids get into the system and they lost for their entire lives. And that's not cool, man.
No, it's not cool, man. And that's the worst. I've seen a lot of kids in the system. It's shout out to my boy's mom, Martella, man, because she's a social worker, and she saw that early in her career, and did everything she could to make it so that us young men weren't going to wind up in the system in one way, shape, or form. And what she wound up doing was putting together. She fought for some government grants and got some money, and basically turned an old unused library into a recording studio for us, that we could go in there and make music and do something positive, as opposed to being on the streets causing havoc. And not to say that we weren't still on the streets causing havoc, let's be real, but shout out Martella.
Not as much.
You know what I'm saying? There's a basketball court behind there. We'd be back there playing ball. We go in the studio, we bang out some tunes, and at the very least, we're in an area where we can do no wrong, no real harm. I have to give her big props for doing what she did for us kids growing up, man. That was important, because again, for me, I was a straight up knucklehead causing a lot of havoc, and I kind of needed to have a bit of a reprieve, a safe house where I could go to and not wreak that same havoc that I was wreaking.
Man,
well, that's the same as kids just getting out of the house when they're frustrated with both of their parents.
Yep.
They want to, just ride the bike or go run for a minute or release that frustration. And, that's just humans being human.
I was just telling my girlfriend, last thing before we get into some food and drink here. I was just telling my girlfriend, the last job I had mentoring a few years ago, I got the best compliment ever. You know what I mean? And it's from a 20-something-year-old vet. This man has been doing it for a long time. And when he realized that I put in my resignation, I'm probably about 3 days away from leaving. And he's a midnight staff, but worked sometimes during the second shift, sometimes. And he just he's primarily midnights, but he worked multiple shifts, and I crossed paths with him a lot. And we was really cool, man. I just didn't, we had a really good relationship. It was really cool. I knew he respected me at the very least, and I respected him. And before I left, man, and I'm on a second shift, so I'm leaving at about 11:30 or something like that. And he comes to work around 11:15. However, I can't remember what time I got off, but when the shifts change over, right? And I'm there, and I'm out in my truck talking on the phone, and he's pulling up. He's on the phone, so he's usually there for a good 5 minutes or so before he goes in and clocks in and all that. And so we just so happen to, I get out of the vehicle before he does, and I'm heading to the building, going back in, and he catches me before I go in, and he pulled me to the side, and he flat out told me, he's just like, and he was like getting ready to tear up. He's just like, man, I hate seeing you leave here, man, you so fucking good for these young boys, man. He said, why you, and I had to explain to him why I had to leave. He was like, man, you the best staff I ever. And his track record has been some of everywhere. And I know he's running into some great staff members along the way. He said, man, you the best staff. I ain't never, ever seen somebody connect so strongly with kids as fast as you did. And then be a difference. He telling me this. And I was just telling my girlfriend this like 3 nights ago. Because he said something to me. Somebody started a post on social media and talking about the best staff you ever worked with, that kind of thing. And it just turned into something. And I saw it, or she saw, I can't remember. And she was just like, what's up with that? And I told her that story. But it's like, it's a thankless job at times. So thankless when you're dealing with, like I'm talking about, you go into situations where the situation is kind of crazy and chaotic, and somebody has to go in there and make decisions about whether that child or those children should be in that home because of the behavior of the adults. And I'm saying be careful with that, because you know what? Those kids are going to end up somewhere where I have to raise them, and it's not all the time that somebody that cares as much as me is in places like that. It's some people in those places don't give no F's.
Man, look, there's people in those places that don't give no F's, that are just there for the benefits if they got them. Others are there, just because it's a job. They are interested in the kids, but it's a job, And then there's others that are there because the kids are there, and you got to watch out for them. Your fellow staff. Sometimes you know what I mean. So it's why you want to work around kids if you don't care. You know what I mean? And I'll leave it at that. But the system is the system, and it's cold. Sometimes it's colder than the world. So, if you can be an influence on some kid in a positive way, try to be. But there's just a lot of discombobulation going on out here now in the world, in families, personally, just in general. So, yeah, try to, do like Nomad is always going on about with the frequency, being on the higher end of the dial. I don't know if that's the 97s and the 80s up there, or the 107.3s. I don't know, but be on the right frequency and be a positive contributor to the universe.
I love it. I love it, Trips, man. Hey, I didn't. When you do things like that for a living, it should be something that you choose and you enjoy doing, and you must be driven. You must be a self motivator, a self starter, and it's a thankless job, and it doesn't pay a whole hell of a lot, bro.
Man.
You know what I mean? And it's you have to be committed to that. What I just got through speaking to, and that is somebody that had problems in the home ended up in a situation like this, where who knows who is going to be caring for them, and they're fortunate enough to meet you. I'm saying for the people who might find themselves in a job like that, be the difference. Be the difference, because guess what? They effing need it.
And just remember, for those that have maybe been in the system, if you're dealing with experienced who've been through the quarterly reviews and case plans, and met with their doctors and or social workers and or therapists and or whoever, the case manager, they've been through this process. They've seen case managers come and go, because, as Nomad referred to, the pay sucks, and as soon as you can get something that's better, people leave. So it's usually a lot of first time in the job market, fresh out of college with a degree, all bright-eyed and bushy-tailed and wide-eyed, ready to hit the world. And then it's like, hey, I want to help these kids, and they really do. But then the adulting and the system starts kicking their ass. Mm-hmm. And then, that's and then who suffers? The kids. So, going into the field, you got to know the pitfalls and the negative outcomes or the negative things that go on. But, people are made for that because of the rewarding aspect of it, to be able to help guide, young lives into a productive, safe, mature environment. So you got to have the resilience to put up with the bullshit that is the system, let's call it.
Mm-hmm.
No fun. It's no fun whatsoever. Last thing I say to that, and I'm about to get to this food and drink here, man. I was one of them people that chose a commitment to something bigger than myself over money. I could have made a lot of money, man, doing all kinds of different stuff, whether it be coaching, whether it be it was all kinds of different things I could have made a bunch of money doing. All different kinds of things, man. But I chose that commitment and I stuck to it. And I'm glad that I did because it changed me as a human. I changed some lives, not knowing when I walked into it that I was gonna do that, but I definitely changed a whole lot of lives. But that's the commitment, man. You know it's a thankless job. You know it's a kind of a pay less job, but you do what you have to do because somebody has to, man. Those kids aren't waste. They're just somebody's, they ended up in a situation from a problem, not their own, more times than not. But we're gonna get to some drinky drinks right quick, man, before we out. I'd rather get something to drink than eat and go to bed.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Let's see, man. I don't know what I have. Kids. Let me see. Hold on. Wait a minute. I only got one drink. Let's get to it.
Ooh. Frozen watermelon mule. You know what's up. Ingredients: lime, ginger beer, cubed watermelon, ice, mint leaf, and vodka. So this is your typical Moscow mule.
Spring summer drink, kids. This is all spring summer.
In a copper glass, which is the way that it should be served. And then you got some cubed watermelon in there to really give it that summer spring feel. I like this. I'll have to throw some cubed watermelon in my Moscow mule next time around and see how this kicks.
You got to definitely send this through a blender.
Yeah, blend up the
ice and the watermelon.
I see it's sort of frothy there. I can dig it. Okay.
I would substitute the vodka for a nice scotch or a bourbon. You know what I mean? I would do that, but I do to kids is what he spoke on a little bit there briefly was those copper cups.
Mm-hmm.
They stay cold.
Yes. Yeah. I got to get me some.
Ooh.
I had one. I used one at somebody's house a long time ago, and I noticed that. I'm like, I sat there and I put a nipple on that thing. I was kind of babysitting it, and it stayed cold.
Yeah.
Brother, I went out and bought a whole case of them. I have 12 of them. There's only 4 people live in the house. You know what I mean? But I have 12 of them in the cupboard somehow. It was really because it was a Christmas thing. We're all going to my sister's house, and she was like, "Oh, what do you should bring some booze." So I was like, "Oh, really? I get to bring booze." So I Moscow muled it up, got mugs for everybody, and we just got nice and saucy. It was good.
Hey, dog. Anything like I love the flavor of watermelon. I mean, and I know it's a stereotype, man. But man, fuck all that, man. Everybody loves fried chicken and watermelon. Fuck that, man. It's just a delicious. Like in the summertime and spring in the summertime, like I love having that around because it not only replenishes the fluids. It's so sweet and good, man. The little circle watermelons are the only one I'll ever buy from now on. The little round grenade-looking things in your store, those are the tastiest ones, man.
Brother, you should see my son, man. When he was full-on vegan, he ain't really doing the vegan thing right now because he's putting on some size and getting jacked. He's hitting some reps in the gym that I'm surprised about right now. But anyways, he used to walk around. He'd get a big ass watermelon, just slice it in half, and eat that entire thing with a spoon, and just walk around. I'm like, you are a walking stereotype. You're just missing the fried chicken right now. You cut the fried chicken out of your life, and you like tripled down on the watermelon. This is crazy.
Hey, you better tell tell Styles he better not
Miss
stop
me with the
enjoying-
grape soda, Patrick.
He tells Styles, boy, you better not stop enjoying watermelon just because some stinking breath motherfucker decide to make it a stereotype. You enjoy that shit, man.
Oh no, he doesn't.
Is from the earth, and what I mean, it's got so many nutrients to it, man. So many health benefits to it. That is a wonder fruit, bro.
Well, yeah, I mean, and it's not it is a stereotype, but it's funny to watch like the videos of like, you know, babies trying watermelon or some shit for the first time. And they taste it, they go, ooh, and they like it, and they go right back to it. It's like, yeah, because it's delicious. But the farms and the way that they grow them nowadays, and they're mass produced, and the chemicals and the organic is like $82 for one, and it's like unless you can get them like when oh shit, I don't even know if that's gonna be a thing no more, because there was a spot that the tamale lady who used to be there, that the trucks with the Jose's, let's call them, with full of watermelons, they would just sell them on the street, from the farms. And I don't know if they're gonna do that, because of ice and all that. We got some immigration shit going on here, kids. It's kind of crazy. So all the immigrants, that used to do stuff, we don't see them like that no more, because they've been concentration camped and all that. That's a whole different here nor there. But
y'all country crazy, bro.
Right?
Gotta say it out loud, but damn, yeah, okay.
Yeah, neither here nor there. But yeah, I mean, watermelon, when it's whipped and when it's frothy, any fruit really, it's got that foam to it, and it's like, like a smoothie or a frosty or something. But it's the natural sugar, and then you got the liquor all up in there, and it's all chilled and cold. And it's like, yeah, give me another one of those, please.
Oh, have you done that? Have you done the vodka in the watermelon before?
Well, I have. It was, you cut a hole in the watermelon, and then you just pour in like bottles of liquor. It was vodka, it was gin, and it might have been. Oh, damn. It was a thing going on, and then you let it, and then they cut it. Then it was like, all right, this is a little much, but okay, I tasted it. Yeah, it's kind of alcohol-y watermelon. All right, all right, but it was vodka, it was gin, so my system was kind of like, bro,
you stayed away from it.
Kids have never had that. You've never.
No, I did. We did it. We did exactly that, and the only problem was like the watermelon. So we cut the hole in, and we got like a big ass bottle of vodka. Clearly, too much to put in this watermelon, and the watermelon like exploded. So like we left it. It was like the instructions was like just leave it in a bowl on the counter, and just like let it sit for a little while. Let the liquor kind of marinate its way in. And by the time we came back in, it blew up, and there was vodka and watermelon everywhere. And we just kind of like, we can't let all this go to waste. So we just kind of scooped it up and ate it as it was and got wasted off this water. I'll tell you that straight up. It was a great idea.
Well, something about yeast and sugar and expanding.
Maybe that's it.
I got this. My oldest uncle, man, he's a piece of work, man. Let me tell you something, man. As a kid, I watched this man every 4th of July. There's a guy that came through the neighborhood with a truck full of these motherfuckers, man. And he's not the only one that did it, man. It's a thing I've seen throughout the South whenever I go down south for the summer. It's a thing that comes from the South, man. Pull out a pocket knife and start, people start feeling through the watermelon, seeing what they like. They find one that they want. They thump them with their fingers to see what it sounds like. And then they take the knife and cut a triangle in it and plug it. That's what they call it. They plug it, taste what's in it, and it's like, all right, I want that one. Cut another one, give me that one. He might cut one that he won't even buy. And the guy just sit there and let him. And I'm just like, man, why you cutting all this man watermelon all up like that? He done cut like 2 or 3 of them that he ain't gonna buy. And he just let him. But there's a way to find out if you have a sound, juicy watermelon. I learned that watching my uncle do it, plucking. and you can kind of, if you can hear what it sounds like.
I heard the like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like you kind of,
It should be hollow.
yeah, it should have that hollow like thunk.
And then it's also something about the bands, like the yellow and green. You know how it's stripe colored.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's the more yellowish, the sweeter.
Oh,
So hollow yellow.
It's really ripe when they start yellowing out.
Yeah, there you go. So because when they're real green, they aren't ripe yet. So they're not as sweet as they're gonna get. They're gonna be bitter even.
I actually prefer mine closer to bitter, like bitter watery. That's just
really?
me. Yeah, I don't like my watermelon too sweet. But
what
again,
I don't know.
Hey man, I'm not like I don't particularly like sweet stuff.
Buy you a goddamn grapefruit or something.
I'll eat a grapefruit. I'll eat a grapefruit.
But do you eat like with sugar or without sugar?
I'll eat it with or without.
Oh, you disgust me.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. That's good. That's good citrus, bro. That's good citrus. Just don't get it in your eye.
You probably like cut a lime open and just squeeze it into your mouth.
I've never.
Oh Lord, you double time disgust me.
You got to be the first person I ever heard say they want a semi-ripe watermelon.
I'm serious. I'm the type of guy who likes. I like the bottom portion of the watermelon more so than the actual innards of the watermelon because it's just fresh water juice. You know what I mean? And it's not super sweet.
That's nature's water, man. That's
what I like.
A coconut and a watermelon, you can get nothing closer to what creation has made you to drink outside of actual water. The sugar content in it. It's real sugar. It's real natural sugar. There's nothing wrong with natural sugar. The sweeter it is, better it helps your sugar intake, and it writes your sugar at the same time. You Google water's medicinal benefits and watermelon medicinal benefits, and just be amazed.
Yeah.
Oh, Patrick Higgins is saying you wait until the curly stem dries.
True.
And turns brown.
Very true.
Ready. Rookies.
I tried to do this 3 years in a row at my house, and every single time the raccoons got it. And I want to try it again this year, but
there's another stereotype.
I'm gonna have to build a structure around them as they grow, man, and try to do it that way and hope the raccoons can't move it.
Y'all got skunks up there?
You rarely see it. You won't see a skunk until you get into the suburb.
They are here, yeah.
Okay. You got to get out in the country somewhere.
Right. They like to stay to themselves. But, as human beings, we've encroached into so much of the used to be nature.
Wildlife. Yeah. Right. Yeah, I know what you mean.
So in these outer subdevelopments that are like right on the fringe of the wildlife, you see a lot more.
Scrolls, you aren't even playing. Raccoons are gangs. They're one of the most gangster animals there could possibly. Raccoon would just roll up on your porch, yo. You know what I mean?
But they're cool. What's up? There's a
bro, they
but there's somebody I used to work with. This lady, or girl, chick, woman, person, and she lives out in Ohio, and she puts up videos on her page of her like feeding her neighborhood raccoons, and like she named one Maybelline, because of the makeup, the mascara. And Maybelline, she would feed her on camera by hand, different foods and snacks and shit. And then Maybelline, she said, was gone, and then came back, and she had all her little raccoon babies. And it was like 8 of them, and they would all sit in line and wait for their little cracker, piece of fruit or whatever she was feeding them at the time. But she stopped putting up the videos and was like, her neighbor, poisoned them all because he saw them as vagrants. But she recently re-upped a new raccoon family, and they come up to her porch, her back door, and they, nice and patient, and she gives them their thing, and they just take it and walk on out. But she's just kind of like the raccoon whisperer or something. I don't know. But they're very chill little creatures. Gangster as hell, but they're not aggressive. They don't attack you. They just looking for some food.
Right. You ever roll up on one and you like make a bunch of noise and the raccoon stop and just look at you?
Yes.
What's your problem? What's wrong with you?
Well, you rolling up on the set, son.
Right, like dog.
If you sitting on the porch with your boys and somebody start cruising by real slow, you stop and you look. He like, what are your intentions, sir?
Like, what you got going on, bro? That's how they be looking at you. Like,
I'm trying to eat right now.
Shit, don't start none, won't be none.
When we mess with my dinner right now, I'm trying to scrape that out of your garbage can, but
right?
They
don't up on my shit.
My cat has a weird relationship with them because they don't necessarily get along. Let's just say they tolerate each other. Like I have no choice but to deal with these raccoons because they ain't going nowhere until I get another dog. Unless I get another dog, they will be part of my life. And I'm good with
and your cat knows, your cat may be trying to be all tough in front of you and shit, but that little so-and-so knows that he be outnumbered out there.
See, this is one
raccoons roll up on them like 15 deep.
This is one of the benefits of not being in the hood anymore, man. Once we moved out the hood, the raccoons disappeared. Same thing with the skunks, man. Skunks were like, you know what I mean? Skunks are the same thing. They're just as gangster as raccoons, except they're packing. You know what I mean?
They packing that steak sauce.
Bang bang. They will bust caps, man.
Your ass.
They will bust caps.
But bro. You know what? That's where the food is, in the garbage.
That's it. And that was the difference, man. Now I got a place to put my garbage that is protected. So, you know what I mean? Like it's not outside. In the hood, I kind of had to put the garbage outside, and like they rolling up, man. They're coming up.
Because now, do you have like out in the wilderness like predators to them?
So the facts of the matter is, I'm in the suburbs, and this like when we were like even the hood we were in was in the suburbs, and across the street from my house was a field. They've now got that entire field and put houses like more nicer houses in that area. So all of the skunks and raccoons and coyotes that were in that wooded area are just rolling in the hood now.
Displaced.
It's kind of crazy, completely displaced, but like they've just found other places to go within the general area. So it's kind of wild.
Well, literally and figuratively.
I'm definitely cool with them, man. I'm just trying to figure out a way. Maybe I'm gonna have to offer up a little bit more, vegetables that I don't need or got some kind of issues with them. Put them somewhere where they can get to them and not have to.
Well, let them see you giving it to them. You don't have to like hand feed them because you don't know them like that.
You
wave it to them so they see it and then put it down there and then like walk away.
You see a raccoon in the daytime, something definitely wrong with his ass.
Oh, I don't know. I don't think okay. I'm gonna say
not around here, kid.
Like you can go out at night. I mean, go out at night.
You know what I mean? I've definitely seen them like later in the day, but not in the day. Later,
they're not afternoon people.
No.
They're not people at all.
Definitely not.
They're not afternoon critters.
Fair. They're nocturnal for the most part. They should be out at night. But I've seen them around 7-8 o'clock rolling around. If it's might be one of them days in the summer where it's light out late. But I've seen them around, man. They like I'm telling you, I was out on my porch in the hood, having a cigarette on my porch, and one homie he came from across the street. I'll never forget, and he just walked dead up to me like, "What's up, man?
What you got for me? What you got on my porch?
What is up?" And I was like, "I ain't got nothing for you." Chucked a cigarette, went inside, and kind of looked at him.
You got rabies, fool. But look, Red Baron, that's the problem, though. Nomad got a cat, so you can't just leave cat food and water because now the cat got beef.
Man, I got all matter of wildlife going on around here: cats, squirrels, raccoons. I mean, possums.
You should just go ahead and do that Dr. Doolittle shit and feed them all bird seed, whatever the hell they all eat.
I live south of the city where, it's getting more and more construction is happening and it's getting more and more, less and less space for them to run wild. And so, and when you live in a more, guess, metropolitan area where it's a lot of people, it's about a lot more garbage and easier food. And so it's raccoons don't want to go back to the country, not the ones that live around here.
Well, no, there ain't no food out there. And plus,
they're getting good. They're getting good eats now.
Wait, but how do you not have your garden like just chicken wired and closed?
It's got chicken wire. It's not closed off though. That's why I want to do a greenhouse. That's why I want to do a greenhouse and a real one too, in a real way, not just this like one we're gonna talk about tonight to remind people what you're gonna have to do, because we got a whole conversation to have about that. But that's been my goal since I've been here. I just want to do it cost effective. Like I could have bought one 5 years ago, man, but I just never did because I feel like I got the people around me that can help me put this thing together and do it and set it up right, man. I get more out of it if I've had my hands on it to build it. I'll appreciate it more. How about that? You know what I mean? It's just that thing going on right now. I'd rather find the right people, build this thing, and really, I want to build it to really not just for this family and the people around me, but to help feed some people around here because I know they're going to need it. And it's part of Doomsday Survival is talking about that. Wait till you see some of the stuff I got, man.
Well, you know, it takes a village, and you know, if the ones that are more green thumb inclined, you know, pitched in after the ones who are more, you know, hammer nail and builder inclined, and then you know the gardener people, they nurture it, and everybody eats. You know, so if you can get them to see far enough into the future and to see the benefits, people will help and will join in and realize that, oh yeah, this is a benefit for me as well. You know, but then there's that whole lack of community that we have here, kids. You know, we don't give a shit about each other like that anymore. You know, neighbors, family, none of that. So it's a lot of out for self.
Canada's the same. We are just polite about it. Is
okay. You know, so being out for self, it's hard to bring a neighborhood together. But once you can get them together, and I say that because I know you will, you can be a stubborn fuck when you want to, know that. So when you get that neighborhood together and you get a few grandmas or abuelas or a few dudes, and then like the mentality that you saw before when you had the storms, and it's like, oh, we can help. Okay, well, I can help over here. I can help over there. People want now to be a part of it. And then when you have a good harvest, and it's like, that shit tastes good, don't it? Well, you grew it, you son of a bitch. And it's like, yeah, I did. And then now you have that sense of pride. And now it's like, well, shit, if we did this next year, we could do it this way. Have them thinking, it's like, well, how can you improve it? Because you see, you're going to be eating on this food, as long as it lasts. And now next season, you're going to get more people that want to get involved. So, I mean, just keep doing what you're doing. And a lot of it is just by leading by example. Just keep being out there in the yard with your girl. And then as like your neighborhood, people come through, bring some of the shorties through, mentor them on the low without them even knowing it and all of that. So, I mean, you're doing the right thing, but it's just, having the resources to do it all is the struggle that we all face.
Hey, you know what, Triple R? Thank you for that, man, because the dumbass reasoning you used to make that plain and clear to me was really, really effective. Because
I think that means it's true. I'm not dumbass. But
I'm not sure.
I should have said simple reasoning. That's just my way of saying it.
There you go, simple. There,
that's just simple reasoning. That's just something I think about stuff so much that the simple things kind of elude me sometimes because that's a simple way of doing it. Just put a little notice out there and see if I can get people involved, and I believe I can. It's simple. Put a little flyer together and let people see what we're trying to do. Hey, let's get involved over here. And once they do get involved over here, I can tell them some of these people are really not really checked in with some of the stuff that we talk about on the show about geopolitical stuff that might cause people to have to go down this road in the first place. They don't see it yet because they're too busy doing other things. But once I get them involved, I can have those conversations with them. But simple reasoning like that, I'm sorry for using that term, but yeah, it's a simple ass way to do things, and I do think I can grab a few people here and get involved. And it
Well,
can.
as the late great guru once said, it's a long way to go when you don't know where you're going, and you don't know where you're going when you're lost. So a lot of these minds out there have never been guided, never been molded, never been given a roadmap or at least a compass or a destination. You know, they're just out here trying to survive.
Is that
If
a
you can at least give them a
or
destination or a
Jasmine
compass, huh?
That's Jasmine. Is that Jasmine Taz?
Uh, well, yeah, I believe so.
Okay, all right, just check.
You know that's a dope ass album. Why you bullshit?
It wasn't bad. I'm just
You know that was back. You know because him and Primo had that little beef. So Guru was like, "Yeah, fuck you, dog. I'm gonna do my own thing."
I'm sorry, them gangster albums are classics. So I know.
Yeah, they are. Well, yeah, they are. But you know, personalities is personalities.
Mm-hmm.
But anyway, yeah. So that's the thing, though, Matt. As long as you can give them some kind of not a destination, but to know that there is something to work for, to live for, to move beyond, you know, these conditions, and at least give them a compass. You know, you can't give them the roadmap, you know, because you don't even know the fucking roadmap. You're still trying to figure it out yourself. But at least let them know that they are on a road and kind of point them in that direction. You know, that's the most, you know, we can all hope to do.
You think about what just happened out of this conversation. We started talking about basically a smoothie with some adult beverages in it, and look what came out of that. You know what I mean? And growth came out of this, and you know what comes from the earth, watermelon, and the beautiful benefits that it can have medicinally. Birthed a whole other conversation. The seeds literally from that watermelon birthed a whole other conversation. How about that shit?
Man, at some point I'm gonna load up some Black Jesus clips because every time we go down this road, I just picture this homie blessing this garden and like anyhow. Sorry, Black Jesus.
You know that why you bullshitting and when I was little, I ate a watermelon and I was like, I want to grow some watermelons. So I kept the seeds and, you know, germinated them in a paper towel and planted them. And, you know, they started sprouting and then I lost interest.
See, no, the Scrolls knows exactly what I'm talking about. Yeah, man, I miss Black Jesus as well. It was a good 2 years or whatever it was. It was a dope show. No
All I
man,
can think about now is Big Baby Jesus. Thank you.
I can't wait. I can't. Yo, all
right, y'all ready to get into some food,
bro?
Y'all ready to get to some a little less healthy stuff? All right, let's see which one of you cats have had this, man. Any one of you cats had this yet?
Birria tacos. Ingredients: garlic butter, birria, onion, ancho chiles, chuck roast, garlic, while somebody peppers, adobo sauce, chipotle peppers, a lot of peppers, chicken broth, tomato sauce, tortillas, queso cheese. Is there any other kind? And lime wedge.
Dog, all I can tell you, if you hadn't had,
so these are like the little tacos, huh?
No, they're
like there's a not hors d'oeuvres, not what they call those little not little foods, but
like appetizers.
Like appetizers, but there's a name for them.
Oh snap! I don't
it's gonna come to me. Go ahead.
Okay. This looks dope. I'm gonna have to do this.
Help me out, chat.
Missy, if you're watching this, we got to do this. Let's do this.
Hey man, I'm telling you, if you haven't eaten,
not finger foods,
you haven't had tacos until you eaten these. You thought you had tacos, but you ain't had tacos until you had this. And so, how you do this? It's basically take a roast beef or beef roast, and you simmer that bad boy down to perfection to where all you gotta do is look at it and it starts falling apart.
Tapas.
Once you do that, the renderings, the seasoning from the chicken broth and the onions and the peppers and all that, all of that is becoming what that beef is gonna taste like. Mm-hmm. All this is in the cup and this dip in the tacos is the broth that this whole thing simmered in. So you're just not wasting anything. And then the queso cheese is melted onto this. So the taco is made fire roasted on a grill, and the cheese is melted into the taco. And so that taco is then dipped into this brothy. I mean,
tomato sauce, I guess.
You'll drink that. You'll drink that like you'll drink a glass of your favorite anything. That's how good it tastes.
Yeah, but don't let your eyes be bigger than your stomach, or your tongue be more palpable than your intestines.
Okay, so you're saying this is spicy as all.
Well, how many? What do you see in those ingredients?
Depending on
there's at least 3 different types of
hey, look,
exactly.
Depending on whose grandma with the big triceps is cooking it. It might be spicy, a little spicier here.
I love me some abuelas with some arm fat. They know what they do.
They are different. I've had it only maybe twice, but they were different in both places, but good in both places.
But have you had them where they like the gravy, the sauce, let's call it, where they dip the tortillas in that and get it like kind of sopped up, and then fry those same tortillas
and then slap it on the grill? Yeah.
Shout out to Jose. Hey man, so like them 3 peppers is exactly where Missy will draw the line. She loves herself some Tex-Mex, but as soon as
breaks,
oh man, this is spicy, she'll take one bite of it, and then I'll have to clean off the rest of them because like
twisted your fucking arm.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
It's not spicy, man. Listen to what Patrick Higgins said.
What do you mean? Hell no.
All you see is
hell nah, this isn't hot. It's just messy. Y'all got Italian beef. We got birria.
Okay.
You see peppers and you see chilies and you just think
it's hot. I see ancho chilies. I see Guadalajara, them peppers. Adobe sauce ain't no bunk. And then chipotle peppers. You know, that's a lot of spice, garlic, chilies, and peppers.
Let me try
a good
guajillo.
Really down.
Guajillo.
I think you did it better with the R roll there. I don't see any R, but okay.
Bro, you need to find somewhere in Ottawa and get you some of this shit.
I don't know where. You know what I do?
You got Mexicans up there?
Yeah, we do. There's a spot. There's a couple of spots. 2 of them I don't like, but there's a very specific like traditional taco spot that recently opened, is getting really good reviews. It's on the east side, so next time I'm out on the east side, I'll go get it.
Hey, I agree with Patrick. I didn't experience hot whatsoever. It was just you get a little twang on the back of your throat, but it wasn't no like
twang too.
Oh no, this is all flavor, bro.
Pause.
Birria tacos are all freaking flavor, bro. I mean, it's an all-star profile of flavors, as a matter of fact.
All right, okay. They're giving it the right amount of love here, man. I'm gonna have to go do this.
Dog, this is a must-have. You've never had tacos until you've eaten some of this.
Well, here's the thing, though. You know, it's tacos is kind of like burgers, you know, but you can have a burger or a taco, but you can have different kind of burgers. You have different condiments on them. You have them prepared different ways. And so you could be eating a taco, you know, on Wednesday. Don't have to be Tuesday, you know, fuck those traditions. Yeah. And it's like, okay, let me, instead of a hard shell, let me have a soft shell. You know, let me have some tongue. Let me have some steak. Let me have some chicken. Let me have some pork. But next time you have the tacos, go with the birrias. Because I've had something similar, you know, and it was a little more than what these 2 is trying to sell, with it wasn't hot and spicy at all. You know, it wasn't horrible, but don't let them don't let them gas you up like that. Figuratively.
I really do think it's where you go and get it. Who's cooking it? I'm telling you, whose grandma with the big arms is back there cooking it.
Mm-hmm. You know who done already burned off her taste buds from too many years of peppers.
There you go. She don't even know it's spicy as all hell. It just tastes like stuff.
Right.
Like if you got someone that's cooking this stuff and is in tune with their customer class, they know not to make it too spicy.
Oh, but this is it. Grandma don't know about the customers. She's just making it by eye.
Right, go.
She's been doing it for 50 years.
Dog, I got some people around me. If
Grandma don't get no
here, I can take you somewhere and get this, and you be like, oh shit. I mean, what have I been doing my whole life?
You know me, man.
Look at all these flavors.
I'm in.
Yeah.
I'm not afraid of any of this.
And I don't see it on the ingredient list, but I see it in the tacos. You know, you got to have that little cilantro.
Bro, the second time I had this, yeah, of course, that's every time.
I'm not a fan, bro. I'm not a fan.
Cilantro?
What? Of cilantro?
I don't like it. Like, it just doesn't, it hasn't.
We'll go get a goddamn hamburger or something. Don't eat
don't dare me now. I fucking will. But at the same time,
I'm here with a good time.
Cilantro just hasn't, like, it just, I don't know, man. It just hasn't really done it for me yet. It's just one of them things. People talk about it like it's a big up thing, and I was like, yo, what is this? I gotta have me some of this.
Have you had fresh cilantro? Have you had fresh cilantro?
What do you mean? What do you think it was, like, old?
Well, I fresh cilantro, some sour cream, and
man, I've had fresh
wet cilantro on a.
I've had fresh cilantro on all kinds of different things, and I'm just like, I'm not. It's just one of those things. I don't know if I actually like it or not. I'm not.
See, watch this. Kid's about to fuck everybody up with this question right here. Okay. Kids, you probably eat the parsley, don't you?
No. Why would I eat
that no sounded kind of sus.
No, I've never, like, parsley's always that just that green stuff that has, like, let's be real, I've tasted parsley. It has no flavor.
You eat the fucking parsley. Admit it, kids.
No, I don't eat the parsley. Why would I eat parsley? Y'all eating bay leaves and shit. And trying to tell me that there's
you don't eat the bay leaf. You
take
the bay leaf out. You don't eat the bay leaf.
No, you don't.
But you eat the
I don't know. Okay, I'm not saying it tastes like soap. It's just like I don't know if it's something that I feel enhances that meal. Like I've eaten it and been like, what is this? I don't know if I need this in my food, and I tend to take the cilantro out. I'm not a big fan.
Kids, you got to think of it this way: when you start talking about cuisine, you're adding something to a flavor profile to counteract something. Like cilantro is a very strong flavor.
Yeah,
it's a very strong scent and very strong flavor. You know when cilantro is in the room, right? You just know it.
Yeah,
and you cut that. It's cut with. I mean, I just find it to be an enhancement to what I'm eating. It's almost like a mint leaf, you know what I mean? Something like that. I ain't that big of a fan of, but okay. Or, there's multiple things. Like, do you like green onions and shit like that? I can get green onions right out of the ground, go wash them off and put them on something.
Okay, every kind of onion. Green,
same thing. Same kind of same family.
I'm getting into shallots now, man. Like I'll put that out there too.
Oh, the onion family?
Mm-hmm. I'm a big fan.
Hey, I can't bullshit, and I don't want to get too far away from the barilla tacos, but the sweetness of a red onion.
Yeah, it's delicious.
It is.
It is delicious.
It's different than the other onions, but they're still interchangeable to me.
It's funny. It's been a long, like, initially, first few times you have it, it's so pungent and flavorful. It's a bit overbearing. But once you get used to it, man, it is. Red onions are they're delicious, y'all. They're so good.
Nothing beats a sweet Vidalia.
I don't know, man.
Those are those big golden ones, right?
Those big gold ones are good, but man,
you got to go.
Nice
you need to go and look at the onion bag, and before you buy them, you're looking for the sweet Vidalia.
Okay,
that's what you're getting when you eat the Polish at Jim's, bro.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but those also make the best onion rings, don't they?
Yes.
Because they're thick and wide. Yeah, thick and wide, like my ladies.
Sweet Vidalia is more popular to you than you even know. You just so used to buying onions because they're onions. Look at the onions you buy. They're different. They're from different places. The sweet Vidalia onions from down south in Georgia. Oh, I bought them right off the damn side of the street off of somebody's farm, and I'm telling you talking about a different level of onion. I ain't that huge a fan of red onions. I can deal with them.
I
On
love them
certain
now.
things, I just don't. Nothing can beat a sweet Vidalia onion to me. I
I
don't know
love
what it is about the dirt in the South, but it is good out of there.
That red dirt.
I'll crunch them red onions right on a salad and just keep on going, man.
I haven't gotten to that where I can eat them on a salad. I don't like them on salads.
Like raw. You know what I mean? Like they're so good.
Oh, baby, I like it raw. Yeah,
Two
baby.
ODB references in one show. Not too bad.
Look at how that happened.
I know.
All right. Birria tacos, man. You want to eat tacos in the way that the people that specialize in tacos eat them? This is how Latino people eat tacos. Like this. Boy, this is Sunday dinner tacos with the, and you know what? The second time I got to mention, I ate it with somebody's goat cheese. I don't know if you ever had goat cheese. Goat cheese can be.
Sir, I'm from Jamaica. Yep.
What do you think about goat cheese, kids?
As a child, hated it. As an adult, it's awesome. It's delicious. It's a very different, very pungent, different flavor profile, but it's really, really good to eat. In Jamaica, we eat it with something we just call it bun. It's usually like a rum cake with fruits in it. And we just cut a slice of that, eat that. It's kind of sweet rum cake with, again, fruits infused. Slice a little bit of that goat's cheese with it, and it is like that is a Jamaican staple right there. Bun and cheese, they call it.
I remember when it was all the rage to get a goat cheese pizza.
I've never done that.
No.
No.
Shut your mouth.
No, never done that.
Me neither. Shit.
I mean, because that's been a thing for a few decades now. Because it was like we gotta get the goat cheese pizza. You know, it's back during like the Miami Hollywood beach diet, or one of those fad diets, or it was like a fad thing. But it was delicious.
Man.
Yeah, I'll test that out.
It was new to me. It was new to me, but as off-putting as it was when I bit it the first time.
You should be off-putting.
Huh? South Beach diet. There you go.
Sorry, I had to do it.
It was very off-putting the first taste of it.
Well, it's different.
Yeah. I mean, it's like if you eat
it's very pungent, man.
It's an acquired taste.
It's a strong-ass cheese. Like, it is.
It's no Limburger, but it's strong.
Yeah.
A very aged smoked Gouda is kind of off-putting when you eat it first time.
Yeah, the first time. But then once you get that, here's something that I.
What did you eat? What did you eat the ghost cheese with, though? No man, what did you have it with?
The second time I had birria.
Oh, really?
Oh, you had it in the taco.
Yeah, it was melted in there.
Oh, snap! I bet you that was delicious.
It was delicious as fuck.
A lot of flavors. A lot of flavors.
It just joined. It just like all hands around the world. Everybody had their hands together in that taco and made it delicious. I mean, it was so good.
Mm-hmm.
Like goat cheese, like cheddar that'll punch you in the face. You know what I mean? Like if cheddar was like violent. You know what I'm saying? Like,
that's if you ever have the opportunity, go to a cheese chalet. And get and sample every one of them some bitches up in there. Don't get they give you a little taste, and the different milks, produce different textures, different flavors, and then the aging process, is like whiskey and bourbon. The longer it ages, it changes the flavor. So, but going to a cheese shop, because there are so many different varieties.
So
when you break out those charcuterie boards, and you get a little jiggy with the cheese and all the different meats and the different crackers, a few little fruits on there, a couple olives, a few pickles. Yeah, you doing something.
Hey, Trips, I found out a little bit later on, and this is just what they told me. I'm not sure that those people that own that restaurant and run that restaurant are actually from Mexico. They might be from El Salvador.
That makes more sense. That would explain the goat cheese. Mm-hmm. the more backwoods you are, the more likely you're going to get your cheese film and go. So Leo Factor, it's nothing like blue cheese at all.
Wait, what does he say? He said, "I've never had goat cheese. Does it taste kind of funky like blue cheese?"
It's nothing like blue cheese at all. I actually really like blue cheese. I also really like goat's cheese, but it is a different flavor profile. And the only thing I can like, Gouda's it's a good comparison, but I would sort of say it's like the strongest or the oldest cheddar you could possibly have, like super old cheddar.
Best way I can describe it to you, Leo, is the first time you taste it, you're gonna know instantly because your taste buds have memories. You first time you taste something, it's gonna be like, okay, what's this?
Yeah,
and then
it'll put you on alert. That
like it or don't.
That's all it does.
But
so this is why we do bun and cheese, because the sweetness of the bun kind of cuts. It kind of cuts the funkiness of the goat's cheese. It's just a little bit of it's a very nice pairing, a little bit different, and that's why I was asking you what you had. Like, what did you have that with? But if you had it with the tacos, that's pretty crazy. I could see it being really nice.
It was, man.
Blue cheese salad dressing is kind of pungent at first, but once you get kind of past that, it kind of tastes pretty good.
I think once I ate blue cheese on a hot wing, I've always looked at people that ate ranch with buffalo wings or hot wings like, man, if you don't grow up, that's how I look at people that still eat.
But can you eat blue cheese without the wings?
Yeah, I could. I put it on a salad.
Yes,
I put a salad together one time with some blue cheese and zesty Italian. And some let me tell you something, boy. I'll tell you another thing you can put on your salad that might shock you. Put some goddamn what's that cheese that Italians like to use on top of their pasta? I forget.
Parmesan, the pecco romano.
Parmesan.
Yeah.
We'll take your salad to the next level.
A little pecco romano.
Oh, my salads are crazy, man.
Throw some olives in there too.
Olives, cashews.
Nutty.
Almonds, fruit, man. You know what I'm saying? Throw some strawberries or some apple in there. Trust me.
You keep talking too much, you're gonna end up in Trips territory. He's gonna be cutting up hot dogs and sardines and shit.
No, none of that. But maybe some meat, maybe some some ham or some chicken, a little something in there.
Sunflower seeds.
Sure. Sunflower seeds, flax seeds. I've been using flax lately.
Maybe a little chopped up hard-boiled eggs.
Flax is only good in a mixture in your smoothie and shit, man. You don't put that on salad.
Yeah, man. It just gives you a little bit of crunch.
Okay.
You know what is
super healthy.
These things. Hold on. Go ahead.
What is he doing now?
I don't know.
I mentioned flaxseed, or you mentioned flaxseed. That triggers something.
Yeah, he's gonna put flaxseed on his pizza when he comes back.
Well, you can also put them on salads, but you soak them in water and drink them. But like, what you ever had some of those?
Chia seeds.
Yeah, same shit basically. Yeah, that's super healthy, man. That's good. I'm glad you have I'm probably gonna buy some of that and start throwing that on my salads too, man. But
I got Me TV has commercials and everything. I get to watch all them old ass commercials. Chia.
They still sell that.
They're running that still? That's crazy.
Well, they have modern designs, up to date. They still sell that product in 2026. Different models.
Growing in your stomach. Yeah, man. Be careful.
Chia pet growing in your stomach, boy. God,
be careful, man.
Speaking of, I saw somebody picture on social media, and they had a brand new plant sitting on their windowsill, and it was a Venus flytrap.
Sweet.
You know what? Were we talking about that on the show?
Yeah, that's why it stood out to me.
I think I might get one of those.
For what now? Why?
Just sit on the windowsill. Life, plants.
Oh no, I'm not saying don't buy plants. I'm just asking you why you would buy a Venus flytrap.
Flies, gnats, mosquitoes.
Damn.
I live around a garden. Garden attracts all kinds of insects, and you open your door, and mistakenly, all kinds of things get in your house. And plus, I have an air vent that I need to put a grate on that can't be insects can't come through. And when I don't have it on, they just come in here sometimes.
So I just had a Little Shop of Horrors flashback while you were talking. And
feed me, Seymour. Feed me.
See,
was Fez here for that conversation last week, or is he gone?
He came in on the ass end of it.
Oh, did I? Okay.
All right. Y'all want to see where I really find my home at in food? Here's one of the places.
Hell yes.
This is now,
the only thing missing here, I forgot the vinegar. But everything else, I think I hit all the boxes for me. This is my particular way I like to eat my heroes. This is somebody else's picture.
Yeah, all right. This is a classic hero sandwich, kids.
All right.
You got it's or some people might refer to it as a submarine.
Yeah.
All right, so you got your thick bread, your Italian roll, Italian.
Okay.
You know, some people use French bread if necessary. Yeah. But then you got your freshly sliced onion, lettuce, tomato, pickle, banana peppers. Gotta have the banana peppers. Black olives, capricola. You know, some ham, some turkey, maybe some gabagool, a little salt, little pepper, olive oil. Get it nice and juicy and messy. A cheddar and then a mayo. And this is not a eating your car drive-through food. Impossible. This is something. Summertime, get you a bag of chips, you know, some red Kool-Aid, and you good.
Okay. Know what?
I want to hear Kids' variation because I know there's going to be some omissions. There's going to be some additions.
Yeah, it's like a little bit, just a little different. Like, and what I'll tell you right now, this is like my wife. She makes the bombest sandwich. And this is basically the sandwich she makes with a couple of omissions. Like, you're right. I'm not a big pickle guy. Pickles have finally started to grow on me recently. So I'll start I may start including them in my sandwich. The rest of it, onions check, lettuce check, tomato check, banana peppers check. You can I can live with or without the black olives. It's fine. I'll take them or I won't. Like it's fine. They're fine. Capricola for sure check. Ham check. Turkey check. Salt, pepper check. Instead of olive oil, what I use is a spicy eggplant. That's what I put in there, and they sit in oil. So as opposed to olive oil, it's like a spicy oil that I use on my sandwich. Cheddar, mayo, Italian roll. Personally, I generally use French, I use a French baguette. And the one difference between what you put down here and what I do, the major difference is honey mustard. A little bit of honey mustard really make, and I'm pretty heavy with the mayo, but a little bit of honey mustard, and I'm in all day. I'll take it toasted too, Leo Factor.
And little jardinera, or as the hot pepper relish, as Patrick was saying.
I'll do relish on there. See, what's funny is relish sort of has got me into pickles, so I do relish or the pickles now. It's fine. You know what I mean?
I'll tell you a way somebody that made a very good hero sub for me.
Wait a minute, man. Oh, you put cheddar. I was like, is there cheese on here?
Yeah. One way you can get me to never come back there is the thickness that you slice your onions. If those bad boys are too thick, I'm not coming back. I don't care how good that sandwich was.
I won't even.
I like really thin sliced onions on mine, and a lot of them, but thinly sliced.
Well, that's the thing, though, Matt. Because I've known people that are like, you know how McDonald's has specifications and manuals about everything, as demonstrated by McDowell's, rest in peace. The onions
Just let your
has to be sliced razor thin, and then you can sprinkle them on heavy. But when you bite it, they're not overpowering like a thickly sliced onion. If that makes sense.
Yeah,
I would definitely have red onions on this motherfucker, but I would also like I wouldn't, as far as cheese is concerned, I might double up on the cheese, as in I might have more than just cheddar on there. You might catch me with some provolone. You might catch me with some jack, little jalapeno jack on there, give it a little bit of kick. But yeah, man.
Mozzarella.
Monterey Jack. I've done it with Monterey Jack. I've done it with
Monterey Jack.
cheddar.
Yeah, man.
I like extra sharp cheddar particularly.
Me too.
White American, I've done it with that. But
I met a couple of them.
Extra sharp cheddar, and to me, the powerhouse in it is the onions, the banana peppers, the mayo, and the black olives. To me, and the pickles really jump off with a little vinegar on that thing.
Okay.
I don't know about y'all, but I like a little bit of spicy capricola on mine.
So that's like the spicy eggplant that I put on mine. Like very similar situation, and you'll probably get that oil from that as well, right?
Yeah.
It has to be drippy.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, it's got to run down my damn arm.
Yeah.
You know,
straight up.
I'm double meat, extra mayo with everything.
Straight up, man. My mama, God rest her soul, she would never make this stuff. There's no way that this sandwich would come together the way that it looks here in my mama's house. She's just the worst sandwich preparer of all time. Just terrible at it. She made all kinds of great stuff, but that's where Missy comes in, man. Missy makes a dangerous sandwich.
When you ain't done wrapping my sandwich, if it don't feel like I'm carrying a small child, I'm gonna tell you, take it back.
Well, but that's the thing, though. You know, growing up in a city of food, you know, you got the hoagies out south, you got the grinders, you got the Hero, you got the Mr. Submarine, but the actual classic Hero, there was a little restaurant on the corner of Western and Addison on the northwest corner, named appropriately enough Heroes, and right across from Lane Tech High School. And all they did was sell Hero sandwiches. You know, fresh bread, all fresh ingredients, you know, shared right next to the parking lot with Wendy's. You know, so you park in Wendy's and run in there real quick, but you got to go run back so your shit don't get towed. And then you get you a Hero sandwich, and then you get some chips because they sold chips. And then that was a summertime, not healthy, but healthier lunch than like getting something fried off a grill.
Yeah. So wait a minute now. So Sam Collins came in and he said, you want this with a fresh bag of Grippos. What's Grippos, y'all?
It's a brand name of chips.
Okay.
There's like, you know, the Wrap chips or J's or Lay's, you know, because back in the day you would get like the J's potato chip because they had J's potato chips factories. So you would smell them and you can get them fresh. And they would come in the bag, and you know the white bag said J's on it. Then they had the barbecue. Oh Lord, Kaz, they had the barbecue J's. Okay. Then they had the sweet and sour and the dill. But chips are just a very crunchy, nice Batman. I'm sorry, Robin to the Batman of the sandwich.
Oh, you throw some.
By the way, Kaz, the real G stuff the chips in there.
That's just what I'm saying. I was like, you can even throw them chips right on top there, and it wouldn't be, you know, I wouldn't kick you out the house. You know what I mean? But, yeah, okay, yeah, man. I really had to tone down this particular food situation. I haven't had one of these sandwiches, and it's got to be 6 to 9 months. I'm very upset about this.
Hey, I hate to put you on the spot about it, man.
It's okay, man.
It's summertime food, though.
Like I say, sooner or later, I'll get myself into a position where I can have just one of these and be pleased with myself, and then get back to healthy eating. But this is like I say, try this with, you know, so Crimson's in the chat saying try this with a spicy mustard. That might be a good look. I say a honey mustard. Trust me with the honey mustard. The honey mustard is a very good look with this.
Hey, dog.
You know, that annoys me because Hill BM 24, big up. Oh, nice blackface there, whatever that means. But Trips, the building is still there on Addison and Western, but it's sitting empty and nothing's replaced it. You know,
Oh,
that's horrible to see places go, and it's like at least tear the building down and build some kind of cell phone shop or something. But just don't let me see the corpse of the building, and just every time you pass by, I'd be like, oh, I remember those sandwiches.
Hey, dog, like this sandwich is like one of my favorite things in life. This is truly from my pops, man. My pops made me fall in love with. He's an East Coast guy. He's from Jersey, and so I grew up with cold cuts in the house, man. When he got paid every Saturday morning, man, this man would go and buy a shitload of cold cuts, rolls, and you can make sandwiches until you get sick. And we come from a house that wasn't very much food, man. It wasn't like food was just everybody can just eat what they wanted all the time. You know, when you have food and plenty of it where you can just eat. When I tell you he bought a shitload of it, I'm talking about 10 children in the home and 2 adults. He bought a shitload. I mean,
that's a lot of cold cuts, man. You know what I mean?
both drawers of the the vegetable drawer in your refrigerator, both drawers is so full of lunch meat that you couldn't even hardly close it. He knew he had to spend a lot of money, and he would, but he knew the butcher.
No stretch.
The butcher would do that for him because he knew he had so many kids to feed. And
That
so
should have stretched though.
he come home with I tasted liverwurst and learned to love it. I tasted even some of that. The only thing I didn't like that he brought home was that luncheon loaf shit.
Oh, with the pimento loaf in there and shit.
And all that. Oh, I hated that shit.
With the olives and chopped up in there, just olives.
There's other shit in there too, man. Some red shit. It was all kinds of
the pimento from inside the olive.
Yeah,
I don't know. I didn't like
the red shit inside the olives is just chopped up olives in there, and then the red stuff you see is like that pimento loaf.
I can probably eat it now, Trip, but as a small kid, as a very small kid, I just
yeah.
didn't like it.
Well, but so that's kind of like I was with liverwurst. Because it kind of looks like cat food.
Yeah, no, thank you.
And it kind of tastes like cat food.
Yeah.
But once you get past that, and it's kind of like, oh, okay, it's kind of tasty, like cat food.
Yeah, I've never tasted cat food to compare, but I know what you're saying.
Okay, Mr. High and Mighty. Look down upon us peasants. We see how you live.
Cat food. What you got going on?
I don't even have a comment for that. I just got fucking laugh at it. That was too funny. But yeah. Shit.
Hey, that spicy relish is somebody mentioned spicy relish. I think that's what's in that little dish right there on the side there. You see at the left side of the screen there. I think that's what that is.
But my man Hills ain't wrong.
No, he's not.
And that's the way pimento love drank slit malt liquor.
He did, as a matter of fact. My pops did drink that bullshit.
Damn, man.
He's pretty much the only one in the house that would eat it.
That was the last one. But you know how universal, many different ways you can prepare, cook, eat raw, have different condiments, lunch meats can be. I mean, you can have them hot, you can have them cold, you can have them fried, you can have them solo, you can have them with just a piece of cheese, you can have them without cheese, you can have them with bread, you have them with crackers. I mean, they're just, and then they're so different because they're different, fucking meats. And so they have different flavors, but they're already, sliced up for the shorties or adults, so they don't have to prepare nothing. They just grab it and go. And there's so many different, lunch meat is a beautiful thing.
Yeah, man.
You're so right, man. To the variations that you can do here.
Get it
to
sweet.
A point where I like bologna on mine at times.
Man,
okay.
Hey, if it's lunch meat, it can go on a hero. If it's cheese, it can go on a hero. You can have it with or without the lettuce, or whatever it is, however you need to have it, you can have a classic hero. I mean, because Hero's not like a Chicago dog, where Chicago dog has specific ingredients, whereas a hero sandwich has, cold cuts and vegetables and stuff.
Mm-hmm. Dog. Like this sandwich right here, like I can make this so well, man. Like you won't even leave the drippings that come out of the mayo drippings that come off the sandwich.
Mm.
You ain't leaving none of that.
Like usually on Super Bowl, we have something like this set up with some chili. And I mean, when I say something like this set up, I'm talking like the size of the table, and we just carve it up and serve that out to people, whoever's over, and that's usually how we do it. Since I've been doing Super Bowls with you guys, I'm eating garbage for Super Bowls now. Anyway.
Well, don't blame the
I
network.
gotta blame y'all for this one.
Well, how about you get your shit right ahead of time, man, so you can eat it afterward.
Look at Crimson. What he said about kids. Look, kids is all about the pinkies up.
Yeah, it's because I ain't eating.
We thought it was elbows up. That's how y'all was living, but it's all about the pinkies up.
I don't know what it is. All I know is I ain't eating no cat food. I think that's what.
Well, obviously you've never been hungry enough.
All I know
I'm
is
well fed.
The fatter the sandwich, the sloppier the sandwich, the better the sandwich.
But you will have to schedule a nap because this is some straight up itis food.
Yeah, that will put you out at just in and around halftime. So, pace yourself.
Or a workout. I just use it as fuel. It's just like them banana peppers and olives. Oh my God, man.
You see, but I can't eat this before a workout because then I'm trying to work out. Banana pepper.
Not particularly.
You eat this after a workout.
Yeah, okay. That's
after a workout?
Yes, once you burn
this shit off first.
You're gonna need fuel. You're gonna need fuel to kind of.
This is dinner.
You had a great workout and you need to replenish all that you burnt off.
Oh, I'd rather do it the other way. I'd rather
get your fuel for the next day.
I'd rather eat now. To be honest with you, I don't want to be anywhere near a classic hero if I'm working out. To be frank,
there's a difference.
Or after.
Well, there's a difference because Nomad said work out, whereas like physically you're supposed to walk after a meal for half hour to help digest, but workout is different than walk.
Yeah.
Workout is a little more strenuous. You're flexing your core, your abs and shit. I'm not trying to have no food up in there.
Hey, dog, you can put on your sweatsuit or your sauna suit and just go out there and cut the grass and burn that right on off.
Yeah, I ain't got no sauna suit or no grass.
Get a sauna suit, man.
Yeah. Oh, I'd be up in here all melted away and wet and all dehydrated. Shit, won't know why.
You don't drink a lot of water?
No, I will, but a sauna suit is a suit of a sauna. So you got to drink a lot more water.
It's really good for you.
Yeah, but man, I can barely get like 3-6 hours of sleep before I got to piss already.
Man. Anyway, man.
Unless I'm real tired and then my body just sleeping, and in the morning I got to go like a Russian racehorse. But that's a different story.
You got some old man shit. I don't mind getting up in the middle of the night and going and taking a leak and then get right.
You see all these gray hairs? You see me looking like PJ, and he old as fuck over there on Barroom Network.
Damn.
Thursday nights.
PJ catching strays out here. We love you, PJ.
Oh, hey, but this is easily one of my favorite things in the world. It's funny we talking about this sandwich because it definitely brings up memories of Pops, and the way you grow up and you learn to eat. You have a fondness for certain things because of the way you grew up. And sometimes people don't understand your flavor profiles and how you like to eat. Like, I like everything on there. Every freaking thing. It's just like, man, that's a lot of shit. I'm just like, I like it all. Because it all jams together so well on my taste buds, bro. Oh, God, this is so good, man.
Oh, yeah. All
right.
It's funny. I try to make this all the time, and it's just never turns out the right way, man. I have to put that out there, and then I get mad.
How can you F this up, kids? There's no way to F this up.
I don't even know. But all I can tell you is if the wife puts this sandwich together, it comes out like a thing of beauty every time. So I've come to the position where it's like, you know what?
All right, I'm gonna help you simplify this
Make
thing.
me a sandwich, babe.
When you say messed up, what do you mean by flavor
I mean,
profile or how it falls apart? What are you talking about?
Most definitely flavor profile specifically, not consistency or whether it stays together. Because like I'm the same type of dude. Really, what's wrong with using a baguette for this, Crimson? I'm telling you, baguette will work.
No, a baguette's not thick enough. It's too crunchy and it's too thin. You got to have something that's going to support the weight of all this greasy goodness and hold up under all that oily bendiness.
So when it's made the right way,
it
kid,
does, but I'll wrap it.
Listen, the thickness of the Italian roll will support the fluid that's going to be produced from the vinegar, the mayo. It soaks all well, man, and that's that bread's gonna catch it all.
So what I do to combat that little issue is I wrap my sandwich in parchment. It's very simple. It's not going to fall apart if it's in paper, and I just strip the parchment down and eat my sandwich.
But come on, kids, you're talking to Americans. We're going to eat that damn paper. So, that's not an option.
No,
so that's the funniest shit. So like the reason why I started doing that is because see y'all need more shawarma in your life. Is really the answer to this. Shawarmas are almost always wrapped in parchment and foil, so it's just something I'm used to. It keeps your sandwich together. Same situation. So if I'm making this, I'll wrap it this way. It's
but there's But baguettes is all crust.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It doesn't fall apart.
Yeah, but there is nothing to absorb all of the aforementioned oils that Nomad was talking about. Right. Whereas the French and Italian, it will absorb that, and now you got some soggy bread under this. Whereas a baguette, all that shit is going right through it.
Yeah, the crust keeps it inside the baguette.
Yeah, it's in there, but it's just kind of pooled and puddled. It's not absorbed. You know what I mean?
I kind of like that better because
not with a sandwich
that you're talking about will go right through the Italian bread. No,
not with the ingredients this dense.
Well, no, but because remember, Italian and French got that hard ass crust too. There's just a lot more interior filling.
Right. So with a sandwich, with a sandwich with this much ingredients, the baguette is a little too airy, and it's not as dense as a piece of Italian roll.
You know what else I'll also use a cheese bread, a cheese bun.
Mm-hmm.
It'll be a smaller version of this sandwich, but on a cheese bun, delicious. Works out very well too.
Yeah, of course, Crimson said get better Italian bread.
Fine, Crimson, Jesus.
And then, but look at Patrick representing. He said, "Not gonna lie, I've eaten the paper."
He has eaten the paper.
So you thought I was bullshitting, kid?
No, I thought you
paper. Golly, y'all tripping.
Because it'd be all oily and greasy and it just kind of comes apart. And it's like, and then you're chewing and like, what the fuck? I was like, oh, I done ate the paper. Then you look around to see nobody's looking and you spit that shit out and you keep eating.
That's definitely some big back shit. That's definitely some big back shit.
Man, the point is, if I'm making the sandwich, I know the paper is there, so I'm cognizant of the paper situation. You know what I'm saying? Like that's how this works. I'm fine with it.
I saw you when you spit it out. Well,
I tell y'all what, this I can talk about this for the rest of the show because I just love this sandwich. But we do need to get into some Chicago Bears.
Let's do the thing.
As we do that, I wanted to share this with you, an update.
Mm-hmm.
A few weeks ago, put in like about 8 hard-boiled eggs in here, out of the shell, of course.
Oh, you pickle it?
Yeah, and then got that little bay leaf in there because kids love them so much. You got some black peppercorns.
Oh.
Then you got a few whole garlic cloves. But the juice, the pickling juice, is actually old and mixed. Used dill pickle juice,
banana
pepper juice, banana pepper juice.
Okay, now you're doing it.
And I think some jalapeno pepper juice a little bit.
Hey,
and so this has been in there for about a month. And so it's still getting its flavor on. Because I remember, speaking of, as Nomad said, having adult taste. seeing jars like this on the counter at the candy store, and that shit just be up there for months and don't look like nobody be buying it. And then I just like, why is that shit on the counter? But now it's like, this has been in my fridge for months and I can't wait to crack it open.
Trips, I got one little bit of advice for you.
Yeah.
Remove yourself from fucking society the minute you try to eat one of those.
Oh, settle down, no man. Settle down.
Don't
close the door and the window.
Don't go nowhere where you're around civilization, bro.
Mm-hmm.
Civilized people, hell no, bro. You're gonna be messed up.
It's funny. I just grabbed a jar from the Costco the other day, man. I walked past it twice. I was like, you know what? I'm gonna get me some pickled eggs, man. Forget about it. So I got them. But let me tell you the God honest truth. You're doing it the right way. I'm not the grandest fan of what I purchased at the Costco. Wasn't a great look. But if you're doing it with actual pickle juice and sweet pepper juice, now you're getting some flavor now. Now
you brought up Costco because we got a Costco conversation coming up a little bit later. But we gotta get rolling, man, so we can get these.
Patrick, what happened?
We gotta get these
drama.
We got to get some breakdowns in. Yeah, let's talk about some offensive tackles. I got a couple of them for y'all tonight. We're gonna talk about this first one out of Oregon. Who let me just go and nip this in the bud for you, Trips. Don't keep it in your pants here. He tore his ACL in the college playoffs.
Oh, shit.
This is Isaiah World out of Oregon. Highly rated tackle before all of that. This guy has got some tool set. He's about 6'8", about 320. I didn't even get my little note sheet out. But anyway, my boy is and I'm just going to talk about where he could land for us. This could be a gift for us a little bit towards the middle of the draft, towards the end, because he has such a new injury. He tore his stuff in the college playoffs. I saw the injury. I'm just okay. He's gonna need a whole year to really get it together. But that year with a guy with this skill set for a big man, the guy can kind of move, man. The guy can kind of move. He's got pretty decent fundamentals. Also, I would say at the same time, he's still somewhat raw. He's not a finished product by any means whatsoever. But holy crap, this guy's got some tools. And so we know for a fact that, Ben Johnson is used to a big left tackle. He had a big left tackle in Detroit. He drafted a big left tackle. And this is a big left tackle. All of them 6'8". Hint, hint, hint. And so this guy could be a gift for us later on in the draft. We're pretty secure for a year at left tackle. I don't know how people feel about the left tackle situation in Chicago. Argue with somebody else. But I think they've done things to secure the left tackle position for the most part. Now, getting a guy that they can bring along as he's finishing rehab for his injury, I think Isaiah World has he has a really good skill set. A really good skill set. You watch him and you just like, okay, I can see that. I can see that. He's got, I'll just say, the only thing that I'd say that really sticks out as a kind of thing, and that's why I say he's kind of raw, like his reaction to the counter move sometimes is a little delayed. And so he's got to get more preparation, more training with that, and be more prepared for counter moves. I've seen too many guys spin off him and get completely away from him. It's not like it's a chronic issue for him, because I've seen him go from he played at Nevada when he first started his college career, and I've seen him go from being really, really raw, to building himself into a legit, pretty much when he's healthy, he's going to be a starting left tackle somewhere. Huge guy. He's a mountain of a man. And he's got a high-level skill set that's just getting better and better and better the more and more he plays. All this injury he's done has delayed that a little bit. But this guy is going to be a steal for somebody mid to late rounds in the draft. I'm telling y'all guys right now, Isaiah World is a talent that ain't a bunch of people talking about, because he had that late season injury in the playoffs, and that kind of knocked his draft stock down quite a bit.
Well, I've run a few mocks with him as my left tackle selection, mainly because I'm more interested in getting a selection a little bit later in the draft. I did not realize that he had injured himself and probably wouldn't be able to play this year, and my thoughts is, if you're really going to do it and you're looking for a left tackle in this year's draft, you probably want him to be competition in that room to potentially start if he can. The kid's good. He'll get upfield. He's just a massive piece of humanity. It's in that respect, it's tough for most edge rushers to get around him. I hear what you're saying about the counter move, though. That second move, they may motor their way around Isaiah just over time. But I like what I see. My major worry is, again, if the Bears are going to do this, I would like to think that they're going to find somebody that can be competition in the room in 2026. So we'll see what they do. I do like the film, though, and when he does get the opportunity to be out there, he'll be a dangerous addition on the left-hand side for any team.
We already got a 3-horse race going on with Theo. We got Jedrick Wills, and we got Braxton.
Yeah,
that's going to be tight enough as it is. This is the perfect time to start. And then we got what's his name sitting there waiting to for a year. This is a good time. And then we ain't even talked about 72, who's going to be kind of healthy this year. Yeah.
Well, so, I think that Amagaji, I mean, not to say that they're the same person, but what is it? Twice bitten, once shy, or whatever the hell the expression goes. I don't see, Poles taking a guy coming off of an injury who may not be able to play, rookie or not.
There's a good point, man. Yeah.
I don't think this is a Poles thing at
all.
Well, I mean, that brings up a question that I think Red Baron and somebody's talking about in the chat is, if this left tackle is Ben Johnson's type because of his size and structure. So Ben Johnson says, hey, Ryan Poles, I want this player. I think that Poles would be amenable to that. The same way if Dennis Allen goes to Ryan Poles and says, hey, Ryan Poles, I want, this player or this type of player, but specifically this player. And I think Ryan Poles will be more willing to acquiesce and be like, all right, we'll see what we can do to get that player, as opposed to him being like, all right, I'm going to draft these guys and you all as coaches figure that shit out. So if World is a Ben Johnson guy and he thinks that he has the athleticism, the football IQ and fire and gusto, he may like it, but I think there would be some pushback from the general manager at that point because of the injury history, even though now ACLs are not what they used to be.
So that's this is a good point just across the board to make. I don't know what his attitude with respect to that injury history situation is going to be this time around, right? He's tried this kind of thing in multiple occasions, and it hasn't worked out for anyone at ever. So I don't know if he would really be, and this goes to this goes for the defensive side of the ball as well, right? There's a few really interesting players who may slip due to injury issues, might be to our benefit. But so far, when Ryan Poles has stuck his nose out and made these types of selections, it just hasn't worked, man. So I wonder where his head is with that.
I think, again, man, when you use history as a reference, under
it's not like it's the only reference we have, though, in life.
Not necessarily. When you watch a guy and you see what he can do, injuries is just it's normal. It goes along with football, like mayo goes to bread. It just happens to guys. And just because someone got injured and someone that got injured before and we drafted him, it didn't work out very well, doesn't necessarily pertain to this conversation with this particular player. If Ben Johnson, trust me, if Ben Johnson decides that, hey, this is a guy I think I like where he might land at, and if he lands here, I'm comfortable taking this guy. Ryan Poles is going to pick up the phone, and Isaiah World is going to be a Bear, regardless of how people think about it and what the history, it doesn't matter.
I think the evaluation will happen, and then Ryan Poles will take Ben Johnson downstairs into the locker room and go, hey, see that guy over there? Karana Amagaji? Yeah. Remember him playing at the left tackle position?
Okay. No.
Me either, right? So like I don't remember him playing there because he came in hurt. He's been hurt. He's kind of probably still hurt. So
which has not
do we want to do that again, or
it has not a damn thing to do with Isaiah World in this break.
And that might be his argument. It's a fair.
I like to finish this. He is I think he's got a world of talent. I think he does fit the profile of the left tackles that Ben Johnson has been working with and has drafted since being in Chicago, which is the reason why I decided to do his breakdown. And even with the injury going on, I still think it's worth a conversation, because even if we don't draft him, I think it's still, for that reason y'all are talking about, I still think it's worth talking about because of his attributes. And if they think so inside of Hallis Hall that he's worth the gamble, let's get him and just hold on to him and get him better, and let's start.
Is he a pass blocker? Is he a run guy? Or is he a both guy?
He'll do both.
He's a little bit of both. I'd say his pass pro is better than his run block.
He'll get upfield. He'll do run block too, man. He's massive, right? Like if he's coming up the field and you're in his way, get out the way.
Get out the way. Move, bitch.
Hey, guess what, Patrick? Don't nobody care what we talking about out here, whether it's me, you, Triple R, kids. They don't care inside Hallis Hall. Yep. They're gonna do what they're gonna do, bro. And I'm trying to talk to people in that way. You know, even if you got feelings and reservations about drafting a guy that just had an injury, if that's how they feel inside Hallis Hall, it don't matter how you feel or me.
Yeah, I'm just saying. I think that conversation happens regardless. And if they make the decision to draft him, it's because they really do believe in the potential upside. And again, I see it. It's there. I think he'll have a great career in the NFL. For me, the major question is A, injury, B, we kind of want somebody to potentially compete this year and give them that opportunity. And that kind of takes him out of that mix. So and why I say they want somebody to compete this year is because this job is likely going to go to Ozzie when he's healthy. And that's probably in 2027. So we'll see.
Hey, I like the player. I like his attributes. I watched this guy's hands, and hand placement is really, really kind of, if you're not paying close enough attention, his hand placement, I'm talking about when they ask you, okay, on these pass sets, I want you to work the inside, like inside the shoulders. You can see like he's putting specific emphasis on, okay, that's my target point. That's my aiming point. Boom, let's get to him before he gets to me. You can see that. And on those run blocking plays, when they're asking him to get the outside shoulder and turn the shoulder on those zone blocking runs, when he needs to create a lane, boom, make contact, turn him your left shoulder out. And so his right shoulder out. You can see that specifically being worked in the situations that they run in Oregon. Technique-wise, I'm telling you, I've watched a guy graduate from a real scrub, big-ass dude at Nevada playing some, less than high-end competition all the time to stepping up a level in competition and showing that he's worth it. He had an outstanding season before he got injured. And so that's what I think, if a Ben Johnson and Ryan Poles is looking at this dude and evaluating, that's what they're going to hang their hats on, is how good he was progressing. And he was really turning into the Isaiah World people thought he was going to be. So, but he got injured and can't take that away. And that's that.
Yeah. Yeah, I like his tape, man. He's a like I said, I've been mocking him quite a bit to the Chicago Bears as a late round pick. Again, did not understand that there was injury in the mix here. That does make things a little bit harder for me to accept. But you'll feel free to take a look at the tape, y'all. You guys will be impressed. He's a super solid left tackle look. Got to give it to him.
Man, I just hate it for this kid, man. He should be.
Yeah.
I think it's going to be kind of a. I think tackle's going to go pretty early in this draft too.
Well, there seems to be a pretty decent run of tackles. Like he's relatively late now, right?
I think he's going to fall 3, 4 somewhere down there probably.
Yeah,
maybe later, depending on how severe the injury was and how well his test is coming back based on his recovery and rehab and all that. They can get all that information.
Yeah,
we'll see. But if he starts falling past 3, that okay, we're gonna need an entire year to get this guy back to where we can even start working with him. He'll be in the training room for a year.
Yeah. All right.
That's where we are. All right, y'all ready for the next guy?
Absolutely. Who do we got coming up next?
This guy showed up on the top 30 visits. This is Kadyn Prunty out of Wake Forest. Kadyn is 6'2", 192. Good size corner. Good size corner that played mostly boundary corner. But one of the things that I can give you right away what I think his strongest attributes are and what probably sticks out for Dennis Allen doing his tape is I almost can guarantee you his transition speed from when a receiver is breaking to go turn around and catch the ball, when the DB has to break and come up and make a play on the ball. It's kind of next level. Let's just say it's really fast. And so let's just say he's backpedaling when he's giving somebody like a 3 to 5 yard cushion. He's backpedaling, kind of reading the quarterback and the receiver at the same time, and he has to break on the ball and close in between the ball coming to the receiver, and just close that space. It's pretty high level. It's like that's hard to find. It's really, really good. Him coming out of that break and transitioning into a defender to go and make a play on that ball, that's definitely probably the top reason after watching him on film. And I just found out he was on the top 30 list 48 hours ago. But I had an eye on him early, didn't finish his tape, but when I found out, yeah, he's on the top 30, he's on the top 30 visit. When I found out he was on there, I just went on ahead and finished it up because I had to. But the guy is equally good in man coverage. He's extremely sticky. Kadyn Prunty is very sticky. He plays the ball well in the air. And so in between the time when the quarterback throws the ball, even if he's off by a step and the receiver has a little bit of space on him, the guy finds a way to make a play on the ball. So he that closing speed, which I don't say enough of when I start talking about corner play. Ball's in the air, the ball's in play, and the receiver has a little bit of difference. Separation. This guy instinctually knows I need to close the space on this receiver. And so one way or another, he's in contact with that receiver. Whether or not he gets his hands on the ball, it's going to make a difference in whether or not that receiver catches the ball. That's one of the things I think is kind of high level from his standpoint, man. I think he's going to gradually turn into a guy he's already sticky. But I think that stickiness and route recognition is just going to make him even better. The more and more he learns route concepts, especially NFL route concepts with the bunch concepts and the different mesh formations that guys like to use, and they rub off of each other, man, he's just going to get better and better and better. And I like his skill set. He's got really, really quick feet, man. Quick reaction speed. And he's pretty, I just say he's kind of handsy sometimes when the ball is in the air, but that's fine. You can coach that out of him. But the reaction speed and how well he can play in man-to-man coverage, you don't feel like he's isolated when he's man-to-man. You feel good leaving him one-on-one with whoever. And then he can play zone equally well. Really good instincts. Really good instincts. Ball skills, I ain't gonna say they top notch, but as much as he's around the ball when it's in the air, he's gonna make some plays. This is Karan Prunty out of Wake Forest. What you looking at, kids?
So I'm looking at him. Interesting prospect, 2-time All-American, I believe, which is pretty cool. For some strange reason, he is listed very late in this particular draft, or at least he's expected to be a potential undrafted free agent, which is kind of crazy. I like what I see. He's got good speed, good range, good instincts. What else am I seeing in this tape here? Like I can see what you mean by ball skills, but the upside is he's a super sound tackler, and he closes distance very quickly in a worst case scenario. He'll put you down. I don't mind this corner prospect at all. I actually like him.
In fact, he's one of those guys that, because of his size, you can maybe consider him,
maybe a safety.
You could.
Thinking?
You could. I mean, but not because he can't play corner on a high level. I think he can. He's just getting better and better. I just think he's just one of those guys. You never know why. You know why they brought him in, because he's talented, but you never know what the conversation is that they're going to have with him and what they're conversing with him about and what they think of.
Yeah, I agree.
I can only give you what I see on tape, and that's cornerback play.
4.45 6'1", that I definitely saw. He's about 190 weight. Cut out of stone though, like clearly just an athletic prospect. But yeah, I don't, potentially UDFA, like, and that's I kind of like stuff like that. I think the Bears need to find a couple of diamonds in the rough here in this draft, and I think this might be one of those guys. A little bit later, I would liken him to a bigger Reddy Stewart without the ball skills. Like Reddy was ball skills all day long, but similar case scenario, just a little bit bigger, better on the tackle.
I got another corner prospect we're gonna talk about in a minute here that I think I think looking at him on film, I think even on highlights, you might like that a little bit better, because this is football. If certain things don't jump out at you, you tend to not think very much of him. But he's got a good skill set, and he's just getting better and better and better. Again, none of these guys come out as complete, a complete package, man. But this guy's got a lot of upside, man. With that size, it's going to give him an opportunity to be a little bit multiple. If they want to give him some run at safety, he's got the size to do it. He's a willing tackler, and he gets downhill, and he's kind of aggressive about it too. So
he's
got options, man.
He closes that distance fast. He'll put you down. So like I like that as an idea, Nomad. I actually do. Bring him in and sort of work him into the safety room over time. I think that's a great idea.
Well, and also it bodes well for anybody who may be projected as a UDFA, because remember, this is a whole new regime on offense and defense. And as it stands right now, today, in the middle of April, there's still like 22 open roster spots. So those are not getting filled in free agency, nor will they have 22 draft picks. But after the draft, now the scouting department, Ryan Poles and them is going to have to put in work, because there's still a lot of positions to fill.
Well said, Triple R. And that could be the modus operandi, right? That could be the secret sauce. And it may be, hey, look, we're going to really dig deep into this draft and grab a couple of guys. I didn't see any return film, Crimson, but they could be really looking at backfilling that, those 22 positions with undrafted free agents. It'd be a great way to do it.
All right, let's roll on. Let's keep rolling now. This guy right here, I'm about to put on the screen. Let me tell y'all something. Somebody ought to get a warrant out for this cat's arrest. This guy right here, you talking about a treat to watch play left tackle. There's going to be some people that are going to look at this guy, and his run blocking is so exceptional. This is Carver Willis out of Washington, left tackle. Let me tell you something. His run blocking is next tier. And that's the attraction for Ben Johnson. Care what you think about Ben Johnson and what you saw this year, but one thing you ought to know, and you better understand, that anybody that they put on this team, they're intending, any offensive lineman, they're intending to enhance their running game. Let me tell you that right now. They want to get better and deeper in the trenches. And Carver Willis actually shouldn't have played in college last year. His technique is so pro level. Whether it's run blocking, that's the particular strength of his game. Pass blocking is good, but still to be worked on. But I am telling you, he executes at an extremely high level in run blocking, which is why some people might project him in as a guard. But I don't know if that's the best thing to do. It's not because he doesn't have long enough arms or he's not fast enough and quick enough. No, you see this guy execute at a high level. Target points. He hits his target points with accuracy, bro. When he's got to get on the move and go run, and this guys like him are the reason. There's only one time in my entire life playing football. I love playing this. I love practice, bro. This is the only time when I ran into a cat like him, when a pull play happened or a wide zone play happened, and I got to sit up there and watch this moving avalanche come bearing down on me, and I can't give up ground because I got to hold the edge. I got to take this. This dude is going to avalanche you, bro. I mean, the physicality he plays with, the high level of execution in his blocking in the run game is more than ample reason for the Chicago Bears to draft this guy. It's like I'm watching poetry, him run blocking, man. It's that good. I don't know if y'all ever heard anybody talking about Carver Willis, but I bet you better start talking about him. This is I'm talking about his physicality, his demeanor. It's a tone-setting attitude that he plays with, and he's a finisher. Pummeling finisher. It's almost abusive, bro. What you looking at, kids? You got something going on? You looking at some stuff?
I'm looking at him. Yeah, he finishes. He'll turn his hips and keep going. To sort of stay with the edge rusher. It's a lot of these snaps that I'm looking at are much along the lines of what you're talking about, and that's a lot of run game snaps. He gets upfield, again, get the hell out the way. He's about it. Like he's out there to put a man in the dirt, and I kind of like it. Yeah, and so he's a little bit of a later round selection. They're looking at about maybe a 5th round selection for Carver Willis. What's interesting though is that there's a full breakdown on this particular fifth round selection, and the first 3 words in this breakdown is Carver, or first sentence, Carver Willis is a potential O-line sleeper in the 2026 NFL draft. I love that. I think he may well be a sleeper. About 6'5", 300 pounds, but he looks and plays like a little bit bigger than that.
Wait, I'm glad you mentioned that, kids. Hold on for 1 second.
Yeah,
I'm glad you mentioned that because the measurements I had on him was, I think it was 6'5", 291.
Okay.
Matter of fact, let me look. Yep, 6'5", 291. Let me tell you something. There's no way in hell I'm looking at this cat and I'm seeing 291 because he plays way heavier. And I don't mean because he can't move or anything like that. He just looks really, really strong. And what I love about him and is what's going to attract Ben Johnson and any other guy that runs wide zone schemes It's because how well he moves and how effective he is in that movement when he has to strike his contact point. How he delivers his blocks and on an exceptionally well level. I'm telling you guys, whether he's a tackle, whether he's a guard, this is a player that you want on your team. I don't give a damn what people are projecting him to draft that. But this guy's the style is all Chicago, man.
See, the only reason I bring up draft location or projection is just so we have a good understanding of where the Bears could select these players, right? It's all projection. Who knows where they're going to be? Who knows if somebody, really takes a liking to a Carver Willis and will draft him much earlier. I'm just trying to give you guys a little bit of perspective as to where he's projected in case, again, the Bears do have a selection in and around that area and can get themselves a pretty solid left tackle to boot.
Kids, when I was watching Ozzy's tape and he was playing right tackle, left tackle, wherever he was playing it, it was extremely boring. Extremely boring, only because Boston College played a more traditional pro style offense. It's like the old style left tackles, in the Jerry Rice days where it wasn't that much movement going on. They'd ask him to move here and there, but it wasn't a lot of movement. You execute your plan on your side of the ball, and that's it. Very boring football, tape to watch. Very boring. The difference between Carver Willis and Ozzy Trapil is they put this big dude on the move because they know he's going to punish people.
And this is not boring. This is not boring tackle
whatsoever.
It's not. It's action packed. He's taking men out and putting them in the stands, right, or in the dirt.
He's got a really good anchor.
Very good anchor. He gets underneath you somehow. Like even though he kind of plays tall, he's getting underneath you and lifting you out of position as opposed to getting blown over. So that anchor is definitely in place. And not a lot and he keeps with the edge rusher. He will stay with you. Oh snap!
All I know is the offensive coordinator at Washington. He's an asshole, man. For sicking this guy on people like that. It's like they sicked him on him.
I'm laughing because, as you're saying this, they got him on it's a run play, but they pull him from the left side and have him sprint out to clear out on the right. So he's running interference, blocking for the running back, just punishing people. Like the first guy to hit him is a corner. Good, God rest his soul. You know what I'm saying? He put the corner in the dirt.
Hey, bro, as a defender, I'm going to tell you something. When you see a wild thing like this running around out there that big, as a defender my size, dog, you keeping your eye out. That's going to change the game because they're sicking him on cats. They literally sicking him on him like they just sending him. Like, go get him. And everything, this is a weapon to have as an offensive lineman. I think he's going to end up, at the very least, probably one of the best guards in the NFL.
That's not a bad call. Just given the arm length. The arm length is 32, 33. Because of that, they may decide to push him inside a little bit. But just looking at his body of work on the outside, I like. If you want to run the football, great guy to have on your team.
Yeah, hey, Crimson, yeah, you talking about Jude Bowery. I'm gonna try to get to him. We only got a week, but I'm gonna try my best to get in a bunch more Sunday night. We'll see how it goes. But yeah, I've seen him. I think he's tough. I think he might be technically and athletically better than Ozzy.
I have a strange feeling he's the Bears left tackle selection.
I don't know.
Put that out there. There's a BC thing going on. So we'll see if it continues.
This guy right here, Carver Willis out of Washington, what a treat to watch. He is, I would love to see him in a Chicago Bears uniform because of the nastiness. And oh God,
I
man.
just need to see some, like, these are all, it's almost exclusively running snaps here, right? So
You gotta watch. I told you, you go to offense, you go to Washington offense 2025 versus whoever. You just put versus in there, it's gonna pull up
all
about
right,
3 or 4 games for you. You can get a better
all
big
right.
picture view of them.
I'll watch actual the full
I
game.
was forced to watch. I watched so much Washington tape because I'm just ever since we got Poles, I know Poles has got his eyes on Washington talent. So I
Yeah,
just watch a lot of this stuff.
Scrolls was asking, do you think did he play with Rome?
You would have had to.
I think so.
I think so too, man. It says he was there from about 2023, so I think Rome was drafted in 2023. Is that right?
Hey,
Yeah.
you got to get on on Ked's ass. I told him to get you set up. He can do it on his own. Get you and your homeboy and whoever come over here and get on the show, man. I told him to do it. He'd be dragging his feet, man.
Brother, sorry, man.
Don't blame it on me, Commish. Don't blame it on me. It's all Ked.
I've been out of town, man. That's my excuse, and I'm sticking to it. I'm back though. Ked's is back. Who we got next, man? Carver Willis is a good look.
Guess who's back?
We got another corner. And I think you will enjoy this a little bit more. This is Ephesians price stock. Who is 6'2". Let me make sure I get it right. Ephesians is 6'2", 195. Also, now this guy, here's something I want to say right off the top. I'm starting to see some things, and usually it happens on the college level before it turns professional. And why I say that is because the college guys are getting word from the NFL guys on the kind of talent that they're looking for. That's translating to the high school recruiters. And the high school recruiters are bringing them the kind of talent that the NFL guys are looking for that's going to translate to their game better. It works like that. I know it works like that because I've experienced it. I know. And Ephesians price stock is a guy that can not only play boundary corner, he's another guy that can play slot corner at a high level, as big as he is. And so what I'm trying to get at is the slot corners are getting bigger because they're having to play more of a physical role. There was a time when a slot corner, you couldn't be no bigger than about 5'7", 5'8", about 170 pounds. Because all you was going to cover is slot receiver. You're just going to cover the jitterbug all the time. We just need somebody quick enough to keep up with him. But now that guy's supplementing in as a linebacker, and you need to carry a little bit more weight and size. And so Ephesians price stock, I'll tell you this, he's got the skill set of a 5'7", 5'8", 175-pound dude. You don't know that he's that big until you actually know he's that big. He's really agile, really quick feet, really good hands, really good closing speed, really good FBI, play recognition. One thing I know about a Washington Husky defensive back, they study. They study hard, and they've built a tradition in that defensive backfield, which is one of the reasons why Poles has always been attracted to players from there. It's because of the prestige of their defensive backs that come out of there. They usually fare pretty well, especially the last 10 years or so. He's a guy there's a lot of guys in this draft, interestingly enough, with biblical reference first names, Ephesians. There's some other guys out there, man. This is few. Hezekiah, there you go.
Why does mama name them Ephesians? Well, Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John was all taken.
That's a good way to think about it. But man, this dude's got a skill set. He's got, like, if I showed you the big picture, man, this guy's arms are damn near down to his kneecaps for real. Long arms on him. And it shows up in the gameplay too, man. This guy's he's twitchy. extremely. He gets his hands on the balls a lot. Pause.
You caught yourself this time. I love it.
I'm not with that shit, but I'm gonna play along right now.
He heard it.
Hey,
But,
man, I like this prospect a lot. He
a little
is
bit better than the other cat.
no. Oh, the previous one today? Yes, quite a bit. If we're talking about Keontae Scott as a for instance, or Trey Stooks, I like them both better. But I like Ephesians is he's an inside outside guy. He'll play in the slot. He's a wanton tackler, right? He's getting in there, putting people down. You could send him on a blitz as well easily. He'll get behind there and do his thing. Good football instincts. Again, the tackling is key with this guy. And you nailed it with twitch, man. That twitch allows him to play slot receivers quite well. He stays on top of slot receivers, for the most part. But they will kick him out wide too, right? He'll do either and or. While I'm watching a couple of snaps, just him in blitz capacity, taking out a running back, for tackle for loss. I like this prospect, and the reason I say that is I kind of hope that the Bears actually do look at a corner just a little bit, just a little bit later in the draft, and he's not extremely late. That they're saying maybe, maybe fourth round, and I think that'd be a perfect area for us to grab a corner. And if that's the case, I like what I see on tape, and the fact is this is a guy that you could use potentially as a backup if the requirement is there for both somebody on the outside as well as in the slot if the need be.
This is the perfect kind of prospect.
Yeah.
Okay? If you start thinking about, okay, I don't have a specific cornerback need, but we're gonna run him. I do have a safety kind of couple of spots I need to be represented in some way. I like his attributes and his skill set. I like his size. I just want to see what he looks like.
I didn't realize how tall he was. He's 6'3", just under 200 pounds, 196.
The guy is 6'4".
6'4"? Okay, I see. Yeah, 6'3". I got 6'3", 3/8.
He's a big dude.
Yeah.
And he's gonna fill out a whole lot more than he is right now. And that 195 can turn into 200 pretty quick.
And you know who likes those guys at around that 6'3" height?
Who's that?
Dennis Allen.
I just want to hear you say it. But you talking about, again, I'm looking at him, watching him play, been looking at him play for a year, and I'm just looking at him. I'm just like, they just running him in the slot a lot. Mm-hmm. Okay. And that's when it started triggering in my head. Because I played enough time and then been around enough coaches. And then when I went to Atlanta and started meeting, after I met with my former coaches, there was tight end coach at Atlanta, I meet with the scouts. I'm meeting with the scouts and I'm listening to them talk. Now we had Buffalo Wild Wings, and sometimes you get a couple of beers or something and some cats, man, you find out more information than you thought you was going to find out. And I started looking at what they're looking for. And it was a specific guy that I was meeting with, and it was a DB's guy for the Southeast region. So he got corners, he got safeties, he got slot corners, he got everything. And so he's going from school to school down there, which is the epitome of where a lot of people like to scout, down in the Southeast region. You got Florida, you got people on the East Coast of South Carolina, you got all that stuff up and down the East Coast, but more or less Southeast. But there's a lot of football talent down in there. And some of the stuff that I was hearing about a few years ago is getting more and more relevant the more and more I watch these slot corners this big at 6'4". Think about what I just said, a slot corner at 6'4".
Yeah, that's pretty crazy, man. He's gonna get in there on quick slot passes and just just use arm length to really be disruptive, right?
It tells you, kids. It tells you where the game is starting. The game is starting to turn more run game now. It for a long time, man, it was heavy passing, and everybody's looking for that guy that can, throw for 400 yards in a game. Nah, dog, it's about the team that can run for about $150 a game, and it's getting more and more physical. And you know that by the last few Super Bowls, you know that. And so now, eventually, evolution's got to happen. So now the slot corner has to get a little bit bigger. So to help support that run game, right? Those little dinky dudes gonna get hurt up. So
very true.
That's the sequence in what we're looking at. What up, ATF? And so I think there's a need for box corners, box safeties to get a little bit bigger and be athletic at the same time. He's got good range, man. Really good range. Ephesians Prysock is a real sleeper in this draft, I promise you. But somebody's gonna love this cat, whether he lands at corner or whether he lands at safety. He's going to be a player. Once he gets this opportunity, I think we're gonna hear about him.
Think he's a safety, man?
He can be. With the way he moves and that size.
Okay.
6'4", why wouldn't you?
Yeah, I guess so. I don't know, man. I really like him. I like him inside outside. I really do. I'm not sure. I'll say that I probably like the previous corner you had a little bit better as a safety, as a transitional safety. I can see this. I can see Ephesians doing it, but I really like what I've seen here inside and outside. I'd kind of leave him there, but
they're kind of rare finding a 6'4" guy that can play in the slot and boundary corner.
Yeah,
move out to safety. With that, he's got cornerback athleticism playing safety. Think about it.
That we also know about Dennis Allen is that, like Ben Johnson with his left tackles, Dennis Allen has a type. He has a type for defensive line. He has a type for linebacker, and Ephesians here is his type for defensive back. Because not only does he have the size and the speed and the football IQ, but he has that positional versatility that, he can disguise coverages where, Prysock can, play the slot guy. He can play a tight end. He can play the boundary. He can come in on a blitz. He can support on the run. So he seems to have the skill set that is Dennis Allen's, like, ooh la la, just gets him going because of everything that he seems to be able to do.
Multiple.
Big time.
That's the big key word, Trips. I'm glad you made that point. Guy that can be multiple. You don't have to be just, okay, this guy is this and this is where he's gonna be. No, I can open up the box and I don't have to leave him in it. That's what you want. All right. Trips has been name dropping the entire offseason. He's been talking about where's our number 0 from Detroit, Jahmyr Gibbs. This is Damon Claiborne out of Wake Forest. We got 2 Wake Forest dudes here tonight. If there's a Jahmyr Gibbs in this draft, it's this MFer right here. Absolute electricity in a bottle, which is what they caught with Jahmyr Gibbs. He's about 5'11", just like Jahmyr Gibbs came out. 195, just like Jahmyr Gibbs came out of Alabama. Jahmyr Gibbs is now up to about 201, 202, maybe 205. I don't know. But he just put on a couple pounds since he's been there. But this is exactly what Jahmyr Gibbs was coming out of Alabama. There's no – when Jahmyr Gibbs puts someone behind him, like Damon Claiborne does, there's no catching him. Once you are a step behind him, he's leaving. Period. Point blank, better than average contact balance, better than average hands, will help support you in the run game, but he's not the most punishing run blocker at 195. He just wouldn't be. But he'll help. He's not shy. Smart. Always knows where he needs to be at. He knows how to, fill in a space when the player's breaking down. He knows I forget what they call it. We had a name for it. When the player's breaking down, he knows to get into the quarterback's vision. That became evident the more and more tape I watch, and that lets me know that he's got good. When the play breaks down, you need to keep yourself within the viewpoint of the quarterback. That's one of the things you got to know. The play just broke down. Everything we just thought this play was going to be is over with. Now you need to keep yourself in play and keep the quarterback a live target, outlet. And so you see that over and over in this game as well. But absolute breakaway speed, finishing speed. Once he hits and gets go ahead, kids.
Oh no, you keep going, man. I'm still watching this thing.
But there you go, Leo. 4.437.
Yeah, baby, 4.3740, and I'm watching it right now. He's flying past people. He's not easy to catch.
Thank you, Juju. Scramble drill. Yep. But go ahead, kids.
No, he's not easy to catch, man. He is his acceleration, his burst is crazy.
He's an elusive little monkey.
Yeah, man. He bursts through. Boom! He bursts through that line, and then good luck catching him.
And obviously, I haven't ripped the film as much as Nomad. No one does, but inside, outside, good vision, good bounce, very decisive when he puts his foot in the ground.
Yeah,
when he gets north and south, and there's not a lot of jitterbugging because he's on his horse.
Who does he remind you of, Trip?
Remind me. I don't know yet. I'll come back to me on that one.
You didn't see no Gibbs when you were looking at him? Or the way he how when Gibbs gets it, it's a little traffic in front of him and he just bounces it out. And there's
he has that slow acceleration, but then when he hits it. That patience. But it looks like Claiborne, I mean, he's patient, but it just looks like he's always moving and really fast. He's at a different gear than everybody else on the field.
Let's just say you want to send. I've seen this so many times on his tape. You want to send that ball up the B gap, and the B gap is a little crowded, and he has to juke button on out. And once he juke buttons on out, his acceleration from 0 to 10 is so
it's crazy, bro.
Yeah,
this is that straight up football speed. Where it's like you see the man with the ball, and it's like, go get the man with the ball, and the defenders are taking angles, and then those angles just dissipate, within a few seconds, and now they are like trying to catch up, and they never do.
Nobody's catching. Once he gets a beat on you, it's over with.
See, that's what I'm talking about. That's the juice I need on this team.
And once he gets a beat on you, once he got a step on you, it's leaving season.
Ain't no walking him down.
Getting the step, man. He's getting 2 or 3. Like even when he gets tackled, it's after the burst, and that's like a couple of holy crap.
You better have an angle on him, or you better have ability to grab a shoestring, or he's leaving.
Now I haven't seen. Well, I guess I will here, but he has the route tree that I've seen have been like bubble screens and screens. So as far as his routes, I don't know. What about it? No, man, what kind of route tree does he have?
Okay, ask me that question again. Hold on. Juju asked me, he's like, what round do you think he goes in? That's one thing I never do, Juju. I just watch the tape. These two guys do enough of that. I have no idea, Juju.
I think it was I'll tell you right now, actually. He projected 5th rounder, actually. I got
6'5".
And then Crimson asked me, can he catch? He's got pretty natural hands. From time to time he'll let the ball hit his body, but he's got pretty natural hands.
He seems to be good at like a decent receiving back. I'd like to see a little bit more of it, just to really like. If you're making the Jahmyr Gibbs comparison, like Jahmyr Gibbs will catch anything.
I mean, obviously, the level of competition is different, But just watching this kid, just run a drag across the field, or some poor bitch linebacker trying to keep up with him, it's just not fair.
No, there's no shot. You better not have a linebacker on it. You better not have more than 2 linebackers on it. If you got more than 2 linebackers on the field, he's toast. They're gonna audible out that play and sick him right on that linebacker. That's the kind of problem a guy like him brings to the table. There's no putting no extra linebacker on the field to help in the run support. You got to have a nickel corner or a nickel, big nickel, or dime, big dime, whatever. You better not have no extra linebacker on the field because they're going to match him up with him. They're going to split him out the backfield and go sick him right on that linebacker and make him go run a route right in that territory, whether or not it's a one-on-one coverage or whether or not it's a zone. They're going to sick him right on him. And you got to take advantage of it every time. If it's only for 3, 4, 5 yards, you do it. And so long as they keep that linebacker on the field, you keep sicking Damon Claiborne on his ass. Period. That's how you get a defense to get right. That's how you get them. You put that kind of speed on the field. Man, you kidding me? This dude.
Let's see. Leo Factor saying he has good contact balance.
Yes, he does.
Bare Truth, I'd move up in the 3rd to get him.
Holy smokes.
Yeah, you tripping, ain't you, kid?
I like this back, man. I like this back a lot. I mean, if you could, you're saying 3rd, cool. If you could get him in the 4th or 5th, I love that. I freaking love that. Okay.
What a little stick of dynamite, man.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, this dude is explosive, bro.
Yeah, he's a bit of a different thing than what we have at the running back position today.
Can take a shot too, man. He ain't no, I get a big shot and I'm down for the next 6, 7. No, he gonna get up.
See, the only thing I haven't seen is any pass pro. I know folks
don't want to put that guy in too many situations like that.
Yeah,
but you have to.
You have to though, right? You know what I mean? Like you kind of have to. Shit. You don't want to signify, hey, look, we're running the ball. We're running the ball. He's on the field. We're running the ball, right? So, you got to be able to have him protect the passer.
He's not shy, man, whatsoever. He's a willing pass protector, which is what I'm saying. All I'm saying is you don't want to have him isolated in pass protection situations. Ideally, you use him for a chip. If Ozzy's out there on a quick, fast edge rusher, you send him out there to give him a chip, to give him a little help, and then send him on a route after that. But to have a screaming linebacker playing and play out, coming right down the pipe at him, you're gonna mow his ass down.
That's the problem.
It's just the gravity, man. I mean, he's not big enough for that.
Yeah, he fair enough, right? I have to state the obvious, just to put it out there, because I'm not seeing a lot of pass pro. But good Lord, this breakaway speed is not something we have in our repertoire at all.
I said gravity, I meant physics. I mean, he's just not at this point. I mean, even Jahmyr Gibbs, he ain't, trust me, when he's in the game, he ain't doing a whole lot of pass pro. Trust me when I tell you, I've seen enough of that stuff. He ain't doing a whole bunch of pass pro, but when they have to, you have to. He gonna get knocked down, but as long as you're willing, that's all the coaches want. You just can't shy up and just do a whiff. You can't do that. You got to take that. Go ahead and take that medicine. That's what it is, and he's not shy whatsoever. He'll take it. But man, what a dynamite piece of running back and weapon this guy is. This is man.
Holy smokes.
Yeah, I know you tripping on that tape.
This tape is crazy because he's just making room. And when he makes that room, good luck catching him. He's gone.
Man.
And I'm talking on a north-south run, man. Not even out to the wings, not out around the corner. North-south.
He's not a one-trick pony.
No. He'll go north-south, just kind of shuck and dive and make a couple of men miss him, and then you need to bring him down. And odds are you can't catch him.
The best runs I've seen, even if it was a toss play, he cut it inside and housed it.
Yeah. He'll slow up at the edge and then bring it back inside.
Yep, house it right on up the crease. Right on up the crease. Once he sees that lane, that little crease, that little sliver of daylight, it's curtains.
He's just gonna accelerate into it.
You better have your shoestring tackle game up.
Wow.
Because he gonna house on you. I'm telling you.
Okay. Like I say, I like this tape a lot. I personally need to see him in pass pro situations just to get an idea as to what it looks like. If he's getting mowed down, he's getting mowed down. I just want to see it. But I really like this tape, man. He's not what we have on the roster today. It's a different deal.
Yeah. He has some of the qualities that bring in some of the points that were left on the field last year on the offensive side of the ball in the running game.
Yep.
Hey, all right, man. I know we can probably melt into this football player for quite some time because he's that explosive and that electric. When you look at him on film, I don't care. He was electric. He had I think this year he had let's just say he got quiet for about 3 games. Like teams really ganged up on him and made sure he wasn't the key ingredient. But you can't hold him down for long. He's just too explosive, man. Those little creases, man, he turns into your worst nightmare, man. A little bit of daylight is all the cat need, man. Damon Claiborne out of Wake Forest, 5'11", 195, absolute dynamite, bro.
Yeah. Love that tape.
Let's get to the next guy. I think you're going to love this guy too. This is Skylar Gill Howard out of Texas Tech. And I know a lot of people are talking about the other D tackle there, the big nose guard, Lee Hunter. Love him too. But this guy is the 3 technique of 3 techniques. He's a short piston. He is 6'1", 290 pounds. Man, the energy this cat plays with is contagious. And I mean, when I say contagious, when you put this guy around people with the kind of effort and energy he plays with, I mean, everything is emotional. Every play. He plays with so much effort and emotion. I'm telling you, when you're playing with guys like that, it does give off a kinetic energy. Skylar Gill Howard is that kind of guy. He's magnetic when he plays. And because he's so low to the ground, that creates a problem that you don't worry about pad level when you got probably about 6 foot, maybe 5'11", about 290. And that light, he's really, really athletic. Really athletic and run sideline to sideline, chases stuff down. But man, you talking about getting off the ball and getting in the backfield really, really fast. I think, to be honest with you, this looks more like Grady Jarrett than pretty much everybody. I know we compare one other guy to Grady Jarrett, but this probably looks more like Grady Jarrett in college than anything I've seen so far.
Yo, he's fast.
Quick as shit, ain't he?
Yeah. Yeah, surprisingly fast, a little bowling ball, very, very Grady. I see what you're saying, man. Very, very Grady Jarrett-esque. But again, super fast. Gets into the backfield very quickly because it's just low pad level all day long. He's coming up, bowling you over, and getting into the backfield. That's what you're gonna see when you watch his tape. Very low pads.
Hey, kid, I remember I didn't really know what a 3 technique was, even though we played with a 3 technique when I was in high school. We didn't call it 3 technique when I was in high school. Until I got to college, I didn't understand the term. I didn't know what it was. And so I get to college, and I remember one time in the film room with my defensive back coordinator and the D coordinator, the entire defensive coordinator came and just staggered in the room. They was drinking and shit. And we was just sitting there watching tape. And I just asked him, because I hear about all this three technique stuff for the first time. And I'm just trying to understand the terminology in reference to what we do. And I was like, what is this all about, this three technique stuff? And he was just like he was explaining it to me in a way that he knew I didn't understand. I'm trying to understand the defense that we're playing in total. And he's just like, just look at it as an action starter. I was like, action starter. And then he went on to explain, we need somebody to really get off the ball and create at least a diversion for the quarterback or the people that are protecting the quarterback. And so if he gets off the ball and gets up the field really, really fast and engages and gets into the backfield, everything, either they're going to adjust to try to stop this guy or this guy's going to get a clean break at the quarterback or the running back. We need a guy that's really athletic and it can really, really move and get off the ball. That's the way the three technique was in my defense that I played in. And so I've seen different variations of a three technique. I've seen the bigger three techniques, like your Javon Dexters of the world. And I've seen these little short piston guys. And I've seen them be effective both ways. But I think Dennis Allen is more this three technique than Javon Dexter three technique, if you get what I'm saying. Short, small, action starter. That's why I think we are. And Skylar Gill Howard is that.
Yeah, Javon Dexter just ain't.
I'm not saying he's not a good three technique.
No, I'm not saying that either. I'm saying that he's not what you just described, though. Right? As far as what Dennis Allen might be looking for. He's a tall guy. He's a big guy, and he's not particularly explosive on the line.
He was trying to explain to me, he went on later on, we need a guy to flash.
Yeah.
And that starts the defense.
I know exactly what he means. Just get back there, man. You know what I mean? Get back there, cause a little bit of havoc, and force a quarterback to make a decision.
This guy is all of that and a bag of chips. And because he's light, okay, I had to go a little bit deeper with Skylar Gill Howard. Very impressed. I started off with him only. You get 2 stars in a circle with me. I mean, 3 stars in a circle. If you end up with 3 stars and a circle, you're gonna wind up on this show. For the most part, especially this part of the draft process, we'll get some sleepers later on, But this guy ended up with all 3 stars in the circle because the more and more I reflected on the history of Dennis Allen and the fact that we brought Grady Jarrett in signaled to me, given the history of Dennis Allen, the kind of guy that he liked at that position, told me everything I needed to know. He likes little, short, stocky guys that can really get off the ball and flash. Engine starters. And it's just the kind of coach he is. That's what he prefers, And I'm not mad at it. And so that made me go deeper into Skylar Gill Howard's tape. He might have only ended up with 2 stars, but I had to go deeper. Okay, now I start looking at, does he have an anchor? For a little dude, he has a very good anchor. He can handle a double team. That lightweight, it shows up at times. He'll defeat a double team at times too, but he can hold his own. His legs are really, really stout. Really, really stout. His hand usage is getting better and better and better. But I think that's probably, outside of his burst off the ball, his best attribute is his hand. He can get you off of him.
He's really good with his hands. He'll swim you. He'll get you with some hand fighting. He's also got some I guess you might call him a little guy. For a little guy, he's got some bend though.
Oh yeah,
right. Okay. And that was kind of surprising for me to see at the interior. He's got some interesting bend.
Man, very interesting football player, man. The more you watch him, he's like, all right. I'm looking at him just like, man, this guy might be a little too small. But then I'm telling you, I start thinking about it and reflecting on what's happened in Dennis Allen's his defensive styles history, I was just like, I got to go back. And so here I am graduating, going from player to player to player to player. I already got a little bit of an evaluation on Skylar Gill Howard. I just decided to go back. If he had 2 stars already, it's worth going to review that tape again. And I ended up finishing the job. But I think this is a guy. You know, I don't know where he's going to be drafted at. If he's going to be drafted, he's not everybody's 3 technique. He's not. But I think he's a 3 technique type for Dennis Allen for sure.
So I've got him as a 6th rounder. That's what I'm seeing here. And again, to me, that's awesome. You pick this guy up a little bit later in the draft. If that's the case, maybe he falls undrafted. Again, fantastic case scenario for us. I like the film. He's so quick on the line. Like, we talk a lot about motor with different players. This kid has motor in droves. He's also got a pretty solid football IQ. There's a fair amount of snaps where he just waits to see what happens and then uses just full on speed to deal with the situation. And it's you don't see that much in his tape, because most of his tape is him just getting into the backfield one way, shape, or form. But there's just a few snaps where he kind of stops. He's like, all right, what's about to transpire? Oh, there's my entrance. And off he goes, and the quarterback's on the ground. So I like what I see out of Skylar Gill Howard. I think he's a very interesting prospect, and I think most importantly, I think he's exactly what what Dennis Allen likes at that position. Very similar to a young Grady Jarrett.
There's only one 3 technique outside of the kid from Clemson who I like, but consistency is one thing I would circle with him.
Yeah.
There's one more 3 technique with that stature that I like more, and that is Big Robinson, man, Landon Robinson.
Yep. Yeah. I can see how you put the 2 of them together. Very similar film, actually.
Yeah. You already see where we're going with that, man. It's the action and his ability, the hands, and how fast they can get upfield. It's what my coach was describing to me while I was in college.
Love it.
Need some start, and we need to start the engine, start that action. But this is Skylar Gill Howard out of Texas Tech. Man, 6 foot, maybe less, but about 291. Hell of a tape to watch, man. Hell of a tape to watch. Kinetic energy. I just love how he plays football and his enthusiasm for it. Those are the kind of guys you want when you hear coaches tell, oh, we're just looking for guys that love football. Well, damn it, you better start looking at some Skylar Gill Howard tape. Tell you that. Talking about love for football, you can see that. You can feel that. With him, can you not, kids?
Oh, yeah. No question.
All right, one last guy before we get out of here. Talk about some other stuff. This is Omar Cooper Jr. I don't know if y'all have seen any of his stuff, his body of work, but if you watch the college playoffs, you probably seen him around. But this guy, Omar Cooper Jr., is 6 foot 201. You talking about another guy that can bring some DJ attributes on a high level. And I'll just say this right off the top. Strongest attribute to me for him is his playmaking ability. He just shows up when they need to have a big play made. He just does. He's just always there when a play needs to be made, period. That thing is going to always stick out to me. But the other thing that's kind of, depending on how much tape you look, if you look at highlights, you might notice it. But if you definitely look at some, a stretch of games to see what his reps look like, for a fact this guy has the best contact balance of any receiver in the draft. That means when he catches a ball and turns into a runner, it's hard to get this cat on the ground. Omar Cooper is difficult to tackle. Very difficult to tackle. At times you see this guy carrying dudes on him, 2 and 3 cats. So his contact balance is unreal. Hurries up and turns nothing into something when he puts the ball in his hand. And quickly the coaches for Indiana realized that. Now they play pretty much in the same kind of system that we run. It's a timing-based system where receivers need to get to a certain landing spot at a certain time. So when you get off the ball and you need to get to a certain point, the quarterback knows he has this amount of steps to take before he delivers the ball to the aiming point. And the receiver needs to know that at the same time. And just A1 execution from his standpoint. Really, really good with what they asked him to do. And they asked him to do a lot. He's lined up out wide. He's lined up in bunch formations. He's lined up as X, Z, slot receiver. Equally effective. If they asked him to come inside and line up and, motion him inside to play running back, did it all. This guy is valuable. I think the more and more, the closer this draft gets, the more and more I'm hearing his name. I just want to know if you guys have really heard of him and know what his attributes are.
Wait, yeah, I'll go. Kids are still watching. But I remember Indiana, they got a lot of players that were pretty good. And Cooper was one of them. He's a dog player. And his versatility is another one of whose traits, not traits, but wants and desires for players, Ben Johnson. He's projected, I think, second round pick as I'm seeing it. So he might be what the fans may think is a little rich for the blood right now. But, to Nomad's point earlier about what Hallis Hall may be looking at and thinking is totally different. And the kid is definitely a weapon. So there's no way that you can have too many weapons. It's like, we got too many mouths to feed. It's like, yeah, bullshit. You can never have too many weapons because of injuries or mishaps or whatever. So if they take them, I would definitely welcome them. But it's like, man, a wide receiver, ooh, that's going to be a tough one that early.
Hey man, one thing I learned about last year is to take it light on the study, because I'm looking at the roster and I'm thinking about what they need versus I just went that direction and I lightened up on the cornerback study. And it was just a little bit less work for me. But at the same time, I'm not afforded to do that no more because they proved me wrong really, really quick.
What they do, they took a cornerback.
Exactly. So, that's just the way it happened. So I decided I ain't doing that this year. So nobody thinks we're going to draft a receiver. We might draft a receiver.
Exactly.
I'm not mad at that. I would just be surprised if it's in the first round or second round. That's sort of how I'll say it.
Who thought we were going to get a tight end that early?
I did. Last season, I did. They did speak.
Wait a minute. No.
He was all about Genty, wasn't he?
No,
I wanted them to get Genty.
You don't get to claim that. You don't get to claim that way after. You want about no goddamn tight end. Stop.
No man's calling bullshit. Timeout. No man's calling bullshit.
You better call bullshit too. You know damn well he wasn't thinking about no tight end.
Brother,
I'll be right back. I got to unlock it.
And of course he leaves after calling bullshit. So Ben Johnson came out last year and was bigging up Tyler Warren.
Yeah,
that's what I'm talking about. So I was definitely under the impression that it was misdirection, but they were talking about a tight end specifically. So I wasn't that surprised that they selected a tight end. I was much more surprised by the tight end that they selected. Right? That's the truth of the matter. It's like, oh, not Warren? Okay. You pulled the wool over our eyes. You definitely tricked us, but it looked like that's where your heart was. But he brought it up.
But at the time, though, kids, you got to remember, even though you wasn't like mad at it or side-eyed at it, but it was kind of like, man, we should have got other needs.
Well, Absolutely, we had other needs, right?
But now after you see Love play, he invited to the cookout. You know what I mean?
He is invited to the cookout all day long. Again, for me, it's more of a, and this is where I went wrong with things, is they're going to look at best player available no matter how you slice it. And that's where, me personally, I have to just sort of take a step back and be like, all right, they're going to do their evaluation. What they have on their board is what they have on their board. They'll make their selection as required. And that's what happened with, much less with, with even Colson Loveland. I think they just had their hearts set on Colson Loveland. But the Luther Burden selection was truly, he's the best player on the board right now.
But
we were probably looking at some other players.
If you're on the clock and Omar Cooper is the best guy on the board.
Well, this is the thing. This is like I'm you know me, so I got a couple of mocks sort of loaded here just to get an idea as to where these guys are going. I got Omar Cooper selected at pick number 24.
Oh shit, that high.
This is what I'm trying to say. So I'll be pretty surprised if the Bears are going to select him anywhere near that 25 pick, that first round selection. That would be surprising to me, because again, we have a Romo Dunze, we then have a
Luther,
you know what I'm saying? We got Darth Burden, and I'm not fussed about a wide receiver. I think they should get a wide receiver potentially in this draft if they can, but in the first, that would be a bit surprising to me.
So what I think they're looking for in any one thing, now that DJ is gone, they don't have that guy that they can shift into the backfield and do things like that. I know we don't like it very much, but you know what it does?
Darth Burden, baby.
You know what it does, kids and trips? To understand it from an offensive standpoint, you're just trying to get the defense off balance. You're just trying to get the defense off balance, even if it doesn't mean nothing. That run necessarily means nothing, but now I want you to pay attention to this. From a schematic standpoint, you're talking about, you're looking at your whole play calling sheet and you're looking at the sequence of the game and how it's going. Now I want to use my receiver to threaten you here. I want to threaten this over there. That's how it plays into an offensive genius mindset. You want to use every player that you can to be a live threat to do almost anything. And that's the way Ben Johnson designs his offense. You gotta look at every piece that's not an offensive guard or a center. Even the tackles can be live. They have to go and declare themselves. But that's what you want. You want to use every little bit of an edge that you can get to keeping defense off balance, because defenses can be very restrictive, and that's what defenses are supposed to be. They're supposed to hold you down.
Yeah. I personally, I think that's what you're describing equals Darth Burden. I think that's who he's going to be. I think he's your DJ. Hey DJ, that's my thoughts.
Hey, I'm worried about him. I'm worried about him. I don't think he's as tough as DJ.
I don't know
I don't
about
think anybody's as tough as DJ.
Yeah, I was just gonna say I don't know about that.
Think he's physically tough as DJ. You ain't gonna be able to do the same shit you did with DJ with him.
You might be right. He may get injured in that process, but I do think he has the skill set for you to line him up in the backfield and be a little bit dangerous there, outside, inside. I think he can do all of that. I think the league messed up when they let him fall to the Chicago Bears. Next, you have your 50-50 guy in Rome, and you have a bit of a wild card in Jade Walker that I think we're all really excited about.
Number 9. He changed his number, kids.
Oh, did he really? Okay.
I'm telling you right now, Jade Walker is in for some competition. We're going to get another receiver.
I would not be surprised in that respect, but at the same time, I really liked what he put on the field last year. So we'll see. We'll see what whether that wide receiver is Omar Cooper Jr. remains to be seen. I don't mind this film, and I can understand why you kind of did the DJ comp. It's a valid comp. very similar. Not like take the top off speed, but right place, right. Oh, he's fast, but he's not like I wouldn't call him like a
Let me
burner.
just say when you're Jerry Rice wasn't necessarily fast, but
No,
when you're a good, really good route runner, like his slant post, like that's one of the routes that I noticed that he runs that he's gonna completely more times than not is almost like with a 95% effective rate. A slant post. When you think what a slant post is, or a slant fly, a guy that runs on a slant and then digs it right on up the field. Like if you in a one-on-one concept, and if you looking at the tape that Omar Cooper puts out there, and you're the quarterback for the Chicago Bears, and you loving that, you're like, oh shit, I'm gonna call that. I need that in the repertoire. Get that in the playbook. When we got a hot route call and there's a one-on-one and we need to make a play, I need that play out there. He's like 95% effective with this route. He's gonna leave any cornerback that he's dealing with. He runs that route exceptionally. Yeah. And so it doesn't, when you're a good route runner, really good route runner, speed doesn't necessarily, it's not the
be all end all.
Yeah. No, and you're nailing it here, because that's what you see on the film. Like when he runs that specific route, his hips are super oily, and he kind of, I don't know how to explain it, but he kind of swivels to the inside to throw the cornerback off, and then he'll swivel to the inside again, and then he'll break. And after two of those little hip swivels, the cornerback's like, all right, so he's gonna break this way, and he's ready for a break that way, and he's gone breaking in the opposite direction. And I saw a bunch of that, that specific route. I like it. Again, I think Omar Cooper's a really cool selection. I'm just not sure if the Bears will do that that high in the draft.
This guy's he's going to be a guy.
Yes, sir. Guaranteed. Wherever he winds up.
Yep. All right, man. That's it for the breakdowns tonight. Let me pull this down. We got to have a deeper conversation, a conversation that is actually more important than the Chicago Bears in this world. Hold on a second. I got to move shit out of my girlfriend's way. She just blew up the scene.
Hey.
She over there. She hear you. She's smiling.
I know she is.
Hey, man, we got more important shit to talk about than even the Chicago Bears with our fanatic ass. Things in the world is getting different, and we've been trying to keep up with the changes, and we got some updates for you all, some things to pay attention to because we've reached this point, and you need to pay attention. I'm glad you mentioned Costco, Kez, because got a little bit of a Costco update for you. But let's get it started. Now, there's a lot here, and kids, if you want to read it, because it's one of the information I gathered up is people reporting stuff out of Costco, and people that do this on a hardcore basis. Man, they really dig in deep, and I'm only showing you these things because the previous conversations that we've had is about what you can do and have a game plan. So if you got to go out there and execute a game plan, that's what I think is shopping is right now. Game plan it out. The days of going out week to week and getting your groceries for the week, that's over. So you got to start thinking about this in a little bit bigger sense. And so, kids, if you feel like reading this, man, we'll break it down after you get done.
Sure, got you. So, latest warning signs: bulk shopping outlets, Costco, as a for instance. Number one, gas is capped at $100. Number two, credit card limited purchases. Number three, dry yeast 5 per member. Number 4, almond flour, 1 per member. Number 5, acetaminophen, good old Advil, 1 per member. Number 6, wild tuna, 1 case per member. Number 7, mac and cheese, 10 per member. Number 8, soy milk, 2 per member. Number 9, Band-Aids, limited product. Number 10, pure Irish butter, 3 per member. Number 11, various Advil products, limited. Number 12, nature-made vitamins, limited.
Let me. The acetaminophen is more of a Tylenol product.
Is it Tylenol acetaminophen?
It's more of a Tylenol product.
Yeah, Advil is ibuprofen.
Ibuprofen. You're right. Fair enough.
So, anything in particular you want to say? Go ahead, kids. I interrupted just for that part.
No. Go ahead.
All I wanted to do is point out some things. When you start to see these things at bulk shopping places, there's really never any limitations to what you can buy, what you can't buy. The bulk shopping place is there for you to buy as much as you want. If you want to hoard a whole bunch of this or a whole bunch of that, that's what that place is there for. There are people like me that shop like that. I'd rather shop in bulk. I've always done that because I've always looked at life in a way that I don't want to have to go shopping every week, every 2 weeks. I'm like, particularly, I never go to the store other than once a month because I think in advance anyway. And so these are the warning signs that things are getting different. We got a follow-up, image to show you reasons why. But when you got gas capped at $100,
man, that ain't even a fill-up.
What do y'all think about it? I just want to, anywhere y'all want to go.
I mean, look at just the price of a gallon of gas, kids. Here domestically, it's any place from, $4 to $8. Depending on the state you're in. Literally, the state, not the, not the mental condition, but the physical Illinois or California or New York kind of shit. But if you are, quarter tank, and you want to get a fill up, that's more than $100. So you're not even getting a fill up if they have to put in these controls. But I kind of respect that the fact that they are, because some assholes will go in and buy up everything. And now, yes, the point of the store is to sell the merch and to move the product, and that would move the product. But now you're going to have more drama than necessary. Because, you get one asshole with a cart, full of all the yeast in the store or whatever the product. And now you got the people outside. It's like, hey, how you going to buy up all of the shit? You know what I mean? Let us all get a little fair taste. And Costco's kind of been a corporation that's been anti-corporation, if you will, and not all about profits. And about some kind of sense of fairness to their customers. So being that they're kind of rationing, if you will, what you can purchase, kind of just makes it more fair for everybody, reduces a lot of the drama, and they're still making their money.
It's the thing is, Trips is so goddamn all right. It's hard to follow that, but I should follow that. Because you got people in the world that really see these stores and how much they can purchase in there as like I guess a status symbol. Like I just went and spent $6,000 in Costco. Did I need to go spend $5,000 or $6,000 in Costco? No, but I can do that every week. I can just go in there and buy whatever I want to, and that's kind of a thing. I learned that being a Costco member. You know what I mean? They don't need the shit, but because they have the means to do it. And that gets to the next part about the credit card limited purchases. For those a-holes that Trips are talking about, you now have to limit what you can go and buy. Now you can't go in there with your black card and say, I got this much on my credit balance. I can do as much as I want. No, you can't, you son of a B. Other people need shit too. So he just led 1 into 2. You that's the way you got to look at this world. You got a bunch of empty people, empty vessels out here that think how much money they have in their bank account is, that makes who they are. And that's gonna really upset a whole lot of people in a Costco or a Sam's Club or any other bulk item shopping outlet. They're gonna be some pissed off badgers up in there.
Yeah, gluttonous so and so.
But as you enter those stores, there are gonna be some assholes up in there, and it's gonna really prick them like a balloon full of air. They're gonna be going off in there.
The entitlement, and then a lot of it, comes down to fear, and it's just how they're expressing that fear. Because they're being irrational by going and buying up all the damn almond flour. And it's like, but things gonna happen, and I'm gonna run out of almond flour, and I can't have that. And it's like, calm your ass down. You know what I mean? Go sit down and relax. But everything on this list, other than like the soy milk and the Irish butter, you should already have, some kind of a stash in your go bags. The medications in case you get cut and stuff. You got to, bacteria, temperatures, all that. The tuna, very small, very portable, but full of, the proteins that can get you going. You can eat it, raw, basically. And the mac and cheese might be a little iffy in case it's instant stuff, but, it's mac and cheese. But, you need your Band-Aids, you need your Advils, you need your vitamins. And I tell you this, I take my vitamin D12, and it tastes like Flintstone vitamins, kids. Like the grape in particular. Because as a shorty, when he had the Flintstones and the varieties, and every night before bed he had to take one. It's like candy, and it's like the sweet tarts and the powdery, and it tastes just like that. It reminds me of my childhood, even though I'm taking it because I'm on the opposite end of the childhood. But you got to have all that stuff in your go bag, and that means you got to have it in your house, and that means you got to have it. So you got to have it. Other people got to have it too. Don't be a hoarder, or don't be so selfish. Or as what Lord Crimson called them, he called them Phoebes, because fuck everyone but you. Because I don't care about you or my neighbors, or anybody else. I'm gonna get all of the pure Irish butter and take that shit home.
I literally know what it looks. I mean, it's like you don't go to a Costco on a Saturday afternoon. Don't.
No, Lord.
Just don't.
This is good advice.
That's like going to the grocery store on the 1st of the month.
Dog, that is like such a front.
I do it. It's funny. I do it almost every Saturday, man.
Well, that is the best sample day, though.
Oh, if you're trying to if you're trying to eat, you hungry?
Well, we're talking about Costco in particular. Fuck yeah.
All you got to do is kind of pull out look at it from about 60 feet, and you realize that's the whole game for them. To attract you there, to spend all your money for a bunch of shit you don't need. You know what I mean? And it's
Costco is all necessary stuff, though, isn't it?
All the snooty MFers that you don't like about the world gonna show up there on that Saturday.
Well, that's Whole Foods.
Yeah, but that's a whole other conversation. But we're talking about Costco. We're talking about signs and why we have this conversation about this stuff weekly is because now you're starting to see exactly what we've been talking about. And that is when you start to see the people that do this for, this is their only gratification is being able to go in Costco and spend what they want to spend, take little Johnny and Susie with them and sit up there and buy every goddamn thing they want and go out there and get in a fight in the parking lot drunk as shit. Mm-hmm. They just horrible people, man. Most of them. Horrible. And when they start experiencing this, you're going to start to see some reaction, bro. But I highlighted Costco because there's some particular items in here, like the mac and cheese. Like, come on, man. What young family doesn't feed all their kids mac and cheese and damn chicken nuggets every goddamn day?
Yeah, 10 that's kind of light right there.
Yeah, 10 boxes. Oh, wait a minute. I need like 100 of those.
100 boxes of mac and cheese.
Well,
Literally.
But 10 ain't enough.
You think these folks know how to cook? They ain't cooking shit.
Well, that's a whole other story.
Well, but should a gallon of soy milk and you get 2 of those, but only 10 mac and cheeses? How much soy milk is a motherfucker drinking?
That soy milk don't come in a gallon either.
Yeah, this is a little wild to me. Same token, people out there work hard for the money, man. They want to go out there and buy whatever fuck they want. I can't.
People want to showcase. People want to put on that air of I've got it and we've got it, and I'm showing you when I go in Costco. That's ridiculous. If anybody that's living like that, you live in such a veneer of a real life. I can't even tell you how messed up it is. It's just really ridiculous, man. Save your goddamn money.
Well, first of all, if you going in there doing that shit with credit cards, you thinking the funk
worse.
as it is.
That's even worse. If you in there with credit cards, you just driving up. Oh man, you an idiot.
You digging the hole deeper all the way around you.
You not even that's really stupid. Holy crap.
But
I don't know if it's that stupid. I'm just gonna say that the credit card purchases, especially at the Costco, like the Costco credit card itself is one of the best credit cards you can have because of the cashback rewards that they give you. At least that's the case here in Canada. Ours is very there's a lot of rewards you can get. So it's actually in your favor to use the credit card, take the cash back, and then pay off the credit card.
Hey, kids.
Yeah.
In Canada, you all got credit scores and all that shit then too?
Yeah, I'm black.
Oh, okay. So yours is bad. We know.
You know what I'm saying. All right.
It's not stereotypical, you watermelon lover.
Oh, it is. It definitely is. That's a factual statement.
All right. So I just wondered about credit stuff, but like you need your Band-Aids and it's somewhat limited. It's like Lord Crimson saying, no, man, I think you massively underestimate stupid people's disassociation with money.
No, I don't.
Well, what that boy say stupid is, as stupid does. And, it could be people with credit cards and money, but that don't make them not stupid.
It's just too many people that really don't have the means, but like to put on the veneer of we have the means. You show up on Costco knowing that you really don't have the means, and this is hurting me more, but this is what we do, and this is how we maintain our status for our community, whatever.
Keeping up with the Joneses.
Yeah, that's
keeping up with the Joneses.
I ain't never seen something so dumb in my life. And those are plastic people more times than not.
Very usually that stuff ends up going to waste.
Yep.
Well, in North America, right? That's just how people are, and unfortunately, those people are exactly the people I walk right past. I don't care. I could give a rat's ass what my neighbors think about me, and I don't. Not for a minute do I really think about my neighbors either. So there's that. I'm gonna go to the store, get what I need, and I don't necessarily when I go to Costco. I don't really buy large scale bulk items. I try to keep things real simple, and I'll go back the next week if I have to, because what I've found as just having a young family and now a grown family, I go to Costco and I wind up basically buying.
That's the thing now with the situation going on in the world. If you just look at this list and say, all right, I got to stock up on some shit because the store might not have it ever, or, next week or not be open next week, that might put you in the mind. I was like, oh shit. If this is my last opportunity to buy this stuff for who knows how long, is there anything on this list that you would be willing to max out your credit card for?
I know some people
just gas, right? And if they're capping me at $100, that's some bullshit. I'll buy some wild tuna, maybe. And I guess Advil. I don't know I'm not familiar with pure Irish butter. What the hell is that?
It's butter, but it's the way they make it.
Okay, I've never had it.
It's purely Irish.
It's a brand. It's a brand at Costco.
It's a brand. Okay. All right. That makes sense because it's probably cheap. So the butter we get at our Costco here in Canada is super. It's not. It's like it's real cheap, almost like 50% off what you'd find at any other grocery store. So
because there's no like real cream in it or some shit.
I don't know. I don't know what the hell they're doing to it, but it's. I'll eat that. It's dirty cheap, man. And that's one of the reasons I do go to Costco is to get butter because it's cheap. Butter. But I get butter there. I get maybe some meat sometimes. I try to stay away from the produce there because bulk produce just goes bad. You know what I mean? Like there's certain things I kind of dodge at the Costco, but anyways.
So I know you fuck with those rotisserie chickens though.
Yeah, they're dirty cheap, man. Yeah, man. You get a real good deal on that rotisserie. You know what else I mess with? Costco chicken wings too, man. I mess with them.
A couple things that should be paid close attention to, not only the acetaminophen and the Advil products, the Band-Aids. Pay close attention. Circle that. Matter of fact, go back and when the show is over, if you didn't write some of this stuff down, maybe it's a good idea to go back and look at this again and write the stuff down because pay close attention to it. And in the next, graphic that I'm going to put up, you'll kind of see where we're going with that. And we'll put that up right now.
Yeah, because remember you're talking about the gauze and the steri pads. But now this next slide, latest warning signs, significant shipping delays, rising energy costs, threatening shortages, and price hikes. Key items will include cooking oils, seafood, fertilizer, dependent produce. Fertilizer dependent produce, plastic packaged goods, and water treatment chemicals. Man, your color options on these reading shits is atrocious.
I had to jam some shit up, man. I'm sorry about that. But the plastic packaged goods fits into that Band-Aid category. You know why? There's a certain amount of oil that has to create that Band-Aid.
I virtually never use Band-Aids, so I'm super good there.
Products and products.
No, you're not good, man. This is talking about for later on down the line, whether you need it now or need to stash them for later.
Right, because what he's saying is that the some of the source materials needed to make Band-Aids aren't going to be available. So whatever Band-Aids are gone, ain't no more Band-Aids coming in because they can't make them because they can't get the oil or the materials because of all of these reasons. So there won't be any more Band-Aids to get.
Damn.
Because they can't make them.
Maybe I'll have to get some Band-Aids.
So
that's kind of the point of these scenarios is just imagine all the people, but just imagine the store isn't going to open, or if the store opens, ain't shit on the shelves, and the thing that you need you can't get anymore, and it's not on back order. It's not ever coming in again because the shit that they needed to make it ain't available, so they can't make it. It's not that it's stuck, it's not produced, so you have to improvise if you don't stock up now. Seafood, a lot of people ain't messing with seafood now because of the carcinogens and the oils or whatever, and it doesn't keep if it's not refrigerated, so that's kind of iffy unless it's like canned like tuna or everyone's favorite sardines kind of stuff. But cooking oils, those are hard to keep because of the flimsiness of the container they're in. And if you get olive oil, that has to be in glass, which is also has its own transportation difficulties if you got to be mobile with it. But now your fertilizer, we were talking earlier about how Nomad was looking into, expanding his garden into an actual, greenhouse type thing. Well, what does that take? Fertilizer, unless you come up with some natural things. This is planting season here in the U.S., springtime coming up. And when you put the crops down, what do you need? You need fertilizer, to feed it. And if you don't have the fertilizer, now you can't feed the crops don't grow. Guess what? You don't have a harvest. And what do you need to harvest for? To make food. So, the long-term effects of the short-term inconveniences are being slept on because, being a first world country or countries, kind of joined at the hip. We aren't used to not having. We're used to abundance. We're used to having options. Guess what? That store closed. That store is out of inventory. Well, I'll go to that store over there or order that shit online. If we get to that point where those opportunities aren't there for us, a lot of us are so pussified that we won't know how to react and respond and or survive.
Another thing to be pointed out too, Trips, good points. Really good points. Another thing to be pointed out too, with as far as the fertilizer goes, there's a large amount of good produce, certain kinds of produce that comes out of certain parts. Let's just say this country, and I would include parts of the world as well. That the soil is a little bit less productive than other parts of the world, like where we live at, where me and Triple R live at. Extremely productive soil. It's almost like you can think about throwing some seeds out there and you're going to get flowers and plants. That's just how rich the soil is here. But in other parts of, let's say, United States, to start with, are less fertile. In other parts of the world, a little bit more sandy, a little bit more arid, and different things that, soil needs a certain nutrients in different parts of the world to really produce on a high level like they always do. And fertilizer helps those people in those parts of the world. And without that, less dependent, and it's going to alter the supply chains. And so what's available we see now may not be available tomorrow.
Well, I could, speaking of oils, cooking oils, right now, I had an older relative or extended family or extended extended family non-relative, let me rephrase, that shared with me the taste of pure Palestinian olive oil, grown from, made from naturally grown olives and produced all over there. That stuff will never be had again because that area has been genocided. You know what I mean? So that thing that a generation grew up on eating because it came from that part of the world and only had that flavor, that part of the world can provide, that soil, that amount of sunlight, the nutrients, whatever they put, because of conditions in the world and bombs, that product won't be produced anymore, won't be grown anymore because it's rubble where the vineyards used to be. So another product that will not be produced ever again. Now that's just those brands are from that area, but don't take for granted things just because you've been used to them. We got to appreciate shit more as a people, stop being so goddamn wasteful, and look out more for each other. Now in this doomsday scenario, it's gonna, like, I know Nomad is very glass half full and it's like it's gonna be a community, but when it comes down for self, how prepared are you?
Also, let me point out another thing. If you like things like dates, figs, and things like that, heavily produced in that part of the world. Heavily.
Right. You know what I mean? Lebanon, all through there. Gone. For what?
Kids, you thinking about something over there?
No.
Get involved, man. Get involved.
I'm thinking about how much I hate figs and dates. I'm not a fan, but I don't know where to inject myself on this one because, man, there's a lot of craziness going on in the world.
Think about it in a personal way and in a communal way as well.
Personal, I can live without cooking oils to a certain extent. I can't live without seafood. I kind of need it. Fertilizer is of the utmost importance, and I'm kind of surprised, except for again, oil is going to affect potash, etc. Like I can see how this is a problem. That's a problem.
Do you know what kind of fish that come out of the that part of the world that's really, really popular?
I don't actually.
Tahini.
Okay. All right.
Very popular in, I'll just say, Italian dishes.
I can probably live without that, to be frank, if that's truly the seafood that we're talking about. If we're talking about specific seafood from that region, I'll eat trout, salmon, tuna. As long as I can get access to some level of seafood, I'm a happy guy.
A lot of mercury.
Think about how wide the conversation goes with plastic packaged goods.
Everything's packaged in plastic.
Right.
There's that, right? Like I don't know. That's a huge one.
Now you got shit getting shipped that doesn't have that layer on it for protection that makes you feel good when you go and open it up, and you feeling like you got a safe product because you got that plastic veneer over it.
Well, they're still going to have to maintain some level of, some level of quality assurance there with respect to food. You can't if we're talking about fish, like you can't even really ship fish without providing some level of vacuum sealed container or plastic wrap, right? You just can't even. It's pointless. It'll go bad in no time, and right. I don't know, but they'll have to figure their shit out, man. If they want to be at war, you know what I mean? Figure your shit out.
My suggestion for anybody, like the cooking oils, would be something that I think everybody can relate to in a real way. This is my suggestion to you. If or when that situation becomes apparent that you need to do something about it, my suggestion is when you rendering down anything that has a fat content to it, save that fat content. You can reuse that fat to cook something else, and it ain't gonna hurt you.
Yeah. I would heavily suggest you find yourself an air fryer and try to wean yourself off of using cooking oils as best as you can. I don't tend to use any at all.
What you gonna do with that when you ain't got no goddamn electricity, man?
Well, that's a much bigger situation across the board.
Well, that's what this whole
you got no electricity, you probably not eating no fish.
I'm probably not using cooking oils at all. Like, what am I doing with cooking oils, really? If I got no electricity, I'm knocking off a spot where I can get a generator. That's what I'm doing.
Well, interesting you mentioned that.
Okay.
Jennifer Jenny.
We need to bring that back up. Hold on. Damn, where are we at? Hold on, y'all.
Jennifer Jenny.
Again, I think this is and before this gets out of hand in price, and it's probably starting to tick towards that category, you should start thinking about a solar powered generator with the solar panel. Should start thinking about
it. Ain't much good without the panel.
Yeah, I mean,
it ain't no good without the panel.
You can. It's good without the panel, but you're gonna have to find somebody else with a goddamn panel.
Well, you ain't charging it without the panel. Put it that way.
Start. This is the time to start itemizing and again shopping with a plan, not just shopping because I feel like shopping or I need something for this week. Shopping with a motivational plan. Think about this before the prices skyrocket and you can't really afford it.
And this is something that, theoretically, hopefully you would never have to use, but it's a solar powered generator. And this version here is approximately $500. So that's $500. You hope you never have to use. You leave it, it's gonna, the panels fold down and it all is stored away in the back of a closet someplace. You bring it out once a year, you turn it on, you make sure it's charged up and working, you put it away again. But if the lights go out, and you want to fry up something in that air fryer of yours, You can plug it into this bitch, and it'll work for you. And you don't have to worry about oil or gas or kerosene or any other kind of fuel, because as long as you get some kind of sunshine, depending on the emergency, cloud cover or what, that could be a thing. But as long as you got some sunshine, you got enough power to, get by, and charge up what you need to charge up. And then you pull this thing out the closet, and it's like, man, this is the best $500 I ever spent.
Man, if you can find a battery for that too, some sort of a rechargeable battery bank where you can just load that thing up.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Set it up, store some of that energy for a rainy day when shit hits the fan. You're doing yourself a very, very good thing. You know?
Well, it's not. Well, if you can, with inverters, you can daisy chain, batteries, but you're gonna need space for that. Because so you're gonna need like a closet, that has enough, room to put that stuff in, and then you can charge up your solar power generator, transfer that to the batteries and just keep doing that until the batteries are full. Keep topping them off, and then so you will have that stored power, someplace in your abode if you have that kind of space and those resources. But a solar power generator is kind of an investment like, a fire extinguisher, that you give somebody as a gift for Christmas. And it's like, fire extinguisher? Hell, you give me this bullshit for? Yeah, whatever. And they put it under their sink or someplace, and then they have a fire and they use it. And it's like, man, that's the best gift anybody ever gave me. I hope you never have to use it, but if it do, it might save your punk ass life.
All right,
Andy.
I'll tell you what, man. I did have a couple more things to talk about here, but for the sake of time, we're gonna cover a lot more of this stuff and make sure everybody gets to where they need to get to. As far as preparation, man, one thing I don't want us to be is somebody that helps produce panic. What we're trying to do is help you get prepared, not panic and go do irrational stuff.
Mm-hmm.
The idea here is to start thinking about it and start drafting a plan. Whether you're doing it mentally or you're doing it, putting it on paper and deciding, I'm gonna do this week, I'm gonna do this next week. When I get some extra money here, I'm gonna go do it there. The idea is to get it on your mind so that as things start to develop, you start to see opportunities, because you like what we have coming. I think it's a lot of people talking about this. Is when I say energy crisis, I'm talking about in the middle of the summer, you might not be able to run your central air or your air conditioner, whatever you got going on, for only so many hours of the day. If you can run it that day, you know what I mean? You might get a set day of the week or 2 or 3 that you can run your central air, because we have to save energy. That is the direction we're headed. I don't know if y'all understand what I mean when I say that, because you can't imagine it.
Yeah. Oh, I can. Some like it hot. I'm one of
them. All right. What is that? Arnold Palmer?
Close. Arnold Palmer's the golfer. It's Robert Palmer. Close.
Oh, right. Yeah, Arnold Palmer's the one with the big schlong. It was Robert Palmer.
Whoa,
right.
I have no idea about his schlong.
All right, let's keep going. But
the thing is, you get this thing with the generator, and if things are going the way Nomad is saying, yes, it'll probably be easier to survive, when it's 80 degrees and you're trying to sleep at night versus, being 10 below and you got no heat. So you got to plan for all seasons.
So that's where I am as the Canadian contingent on the show. I can't take the cold anymore, but fine. Like if it's hot, I'm okay with it. You know what I mean? And what's crazy is, like I've told you guys before, it goes from 40 plus to 40 below. I will 40 plus without complaining for a second. Oh, it's hot. That's it. You know what I mean? I'll live with it. No AC, nothing. The rest of the folks in here will be going mad without AC. I'm good. I'm fine with it, man. But
all right, we gotta generate an entire. Just because we got Scrolls in here, but because we have him here, we do have to finish this conversation that we were about to have last week, but we just ran out of time. We got to do it this week because we love our supporters, man, and that's going to require me to do this thing right here. Hold on a second. Have any of you two guys ever heard of the Phoenix Lights incident?
Nope.
No, never heard of it.
Nothing.
No.
So probably around March 13th, 1997. This is probably the biggest UFO incident ever in the history of this stuff. And we're talking about a lot of UFO incidents, a lot of stories about a lot of stuff, but this is probably the biggest of them all, the most talked about, the most recorded for sure, because this happened in the middle of Phoenix, Arizona, downtown Phoenix. It was a mile-wide object that appeared above the city of Phoenix with lights and everything, just sat there. Just sat there. This object, whatever it was, and we can talk about whether we think it's US made or our technology. We can get that conversation at some point, but this actually happened, and there's literally tons and tons of video out there on this. And so, I just wanted to start the conversation off with that. This ain't nothing I got to sit there and hold y'all about. I'm just going to do this, man. I'm going to get this off the screen. Matter of fact, I'm going to share my screen because I got to piss real bad. Real bad. Give me a second.
Wait, you're going to share your screen? Wait, what are we watching?
Hopefully not Arnold Palmer.
Hold on. Bro. I'll be right back, bro.
I'm making his own lemonade iced tea mixture.
Damn. Anyways, I will leave that alone. I'll let that one hang. You know what I mean? But
he'll leave that man. Let him hang with his own putter.
You like that? There you go.
Hang low.
Oh snap! So big UFO in Phoenix. Who knew? I mean, 1997 isn't that long ago.
That was recent. Well, not recent.
It's kind of recent, though. I mean, you know, cell phones were around. People could take pictures and have conversations about this. Man, it's a different world with the cell phone. Just saying. You can actually get viable evidence that people could talk about.
Yeah, I mean, it was less than 30 years ago, so.
Yeah.
There shouldn't be any grainy video. It's like, what are we watching?
Oh, it'll be shit video in 97 still, but whatever. It's better than no video at all or no pictures at all.
Well, they had color. I mean, they didn't have HD, or 4K, but you can still be able to see some shit.
Something.
I apologize for that, y'all. I really had to go. I've been holding that for too long.
You gotta go.
I really had to, bro.
But if you sleeping and you dream about going, don't go.
Uh-oh.
Hold on, let me find the video right quick. Hold on. I think we passed.
Also, sound advice. I
so apologize for that. Damn, what happened to my video? This ain't it.
You got the conspiracy theory algorithm going on?
Nah, I got y'all. I'm just trying to figure out. Hold on, man. All right, here. I think this is it.
Like, why does stuff like this always happen in like deserty USA? Just gotta put
the aliens they like a dry heat.
If there's Arizona?
Yeah, there's no humidity over there.
Yeah, I'm just saying it's like deserty.
Wait a minute.
It's either that or go to Iowa and make crop circles.
Something happened to my feed. Something happened to my feed, y'all.
I guess it's just because there's not enough people out there in Iowa to really see what the hell's going on. It's just like Jeff and his cows. You know what I mean? Like he might have a cell phone, but like he's sleeping. He's not staring at the sky.
And coming out in the back 40 done been violated.
Let me take this down. I'll find it. Hold on, y'all.
Okay.
I'm gonna get it.
The back 40 is like, there's some shit going on out there, y'all.
Oh.
Let me take that down. Hold on. Let me find this thing again. I don't know what the hell.
What do the aliens want with our nuclear weapons, Scrolls?
Don't they got their own?
You would think if they're aliens, they would have something better.
Right. Or it's like, that's like a human looking inside of ant colony and talking about what they got in there I want.
You know what I mean? Like, I bet they got crazy guns in that ant colony. You know what I mean? Like,
right.
let's mess with that.
Let's break in there and get those.
I don't get it. I would think that they would have, if they're technologically sound enough to travel through space and potentially time. Because,
the zapper rays, you zap, you glow and you burn.
They just evaporate your ass.
There it is.
Hit you with something real good, but I don't know. I don't think. I'm just saying, if aliens exist in any capacity, I don't think we have any sort of shot against that level. You know what I'm saying? That level of technology.
Hey, kids, what are you talking about? We just sent 4 people around the moon and back, you son of a bitch. What do you mean, aliens? We have no shot against aliens. Can aliens go around the moon and make it back? I don't think so.
Well, I don't think we can either. So
just did USA. And it was a Canadian on that capsule too.
So yeah. This way we could also share it on our news channels, and it's a thing.
Yeah. See, around the moon and back.
Yeah.
Black holes like next month.
Oh,
you know what? I don't think the universe.
Go.
You know what? The universe don't want me to show this shit.
Okay. Universe don't like Phoenix.
Universe don't like me showing it.
Or the lights.
All right.
This is a good. This is the actual 1997 video from somebody looking out their window with whatever recorder they had, but it's
got to be on YouTube or something.
Oh, I'm telling you, they are bullshitting me right now.
Okay.
I'm trying to find it. Let me see. Let me put in another way of wording it. I'm getting played right here.
Excuse me. What you're saying there makes a bit more sense, and again, that also sort of spins to my little line of understanding.
You want me to? I'm sorry, kids, but like I just Googled, Phoenix Lights 1997, and like 3 videos popped up. 1 minute and 24 seconds, 1 2 minutes 34 seconds, another one 40 seconds.
I bet you it ain't what I got.
Okay.
Right now,
you ain't got nothing.
I was just gonna say you ain't got shit right now, but we'll let you keep.
I mean, but there's a plethora of Phoenix.
It's got to be the right thing that doesn't have music in it, all that kind of shit.
Oh, yeah, you got to pre-watch all that. Unless you know what it is and narrate and just mute it all.
I was just gonna say you can just mute.
Well, but then, we won't know what the hell's happening unless we just see the lights.
Well, he will have to narrate.
Well, he ain't seen the video. He don't know.
Oh, good point. That is fair. Yeah, Scrolls. I don't think aliens exist. I think there's probably dimensional demons, dimensional entities, if you will. That being the case, sure, they could travel through space and time through a portal and wind up kicking it right here, live and direct in Antarctica. Build up their own little.
I think I found it, y'all.
Okay.
All right. Hold on. Let me pull it up.
They can come back to this time period, pick up some stuff they ain't got in the future, and take it back with them.
Well, maybe they don't. Maybe they just stayed here, and they have their own little spot going on in underneath the sea, under the sea, or. All
right, man. Tighten your ass up now. Hold on.
Oh, sorry. Okay.
All right. Well, all right. I see some lights. Lights.
Hold on, bro. How do I open the screen up?
That little arrow right below that where the cursor is. Right where it says DT.
What?
Up a little bit. Right where it says DT. Yeah, there you go.
All right. Can somebody put it in full screen?
I got you.
Give me a second.
And then mute it if you need it.
All right, you tell me what it is.
The music.
There's some lights. See the lights.
Oh, what do we got? Hey, Sue.
Was that thing all the way
Take a
to the
look
left
at
on
it.
the lights too?
Hold on. Just let it play out.
Oh my God.
It's only a couple minutes.
I hit pay dirt. Finally. Submitted for your approval. What have we got here? This is South Mountain. That's the city in front of us. Those lights have appeared.
Well, that is a totally different configuration than we've ever seen before.
Yep.
Different configuration. What does that mean?
I'm sitting over here saying to myself, I got the camera. Oh, now that one went out to the
That one went off
to the left,
to the east.
to the east.
My brother to the east.
The time is about 10 o'clock, Sue.
Yes.
10 o'clock, March 13th, Thursday night.
Yeah.
Isn't that weird? Look at that. And they all went on in a sequence, too. Now, the thing that puzzles me is they can't be ordinary streetlights. They're going off now, right?
Yeah.
One drop.
Went off.
The thing that's amazing is that it must be so bright that they would carry, because we're looking at about 25 miles away. The middle one now.
There one. Oh,
Two,
another one.
There's another one.
Nope,
last
there
one.
was one.
We have the last one left. Still burning.
And usually we've seen them over.
It's gone.
Oh, they're gone.
Now, let me get back in the studio and get this off the screen. I'll tell you why this is a little different, man. Not only did that thing appear in Phoenix, Arizona, middle of the night, just lit up, making no noise whatsoever, just came hovering over the city. Now, there's people out there with that videoed this and swear that they could see a shape, and they describe a boomerang shape consistently. This thing not only appeared in Phoenix, Arizona, it flew from Nevada, it went to Phoenix, and I don't remember exactly what sequence it went in, but it flew somewhere else, went down to Mexico, and then ended up, I think, off the radar. We imagine it just went back up to Nevada, that direction, but it went 300 miles of note, making zero noise. And people consistently, whether they were in Mexico, whether they were in Nevada or the other place that I can't remember right now, all described the same thing. The exact same thing. Now, I know y'all want to debunk this and say, hey, you know what, this could be some United States technology. It could be. But it's none of anybody's knowledge that can make no propulsion noise.
Well, did we see it move?
It came and it hovered. This is when people started recording it. It's not like everybody expected it to come.
Well, I think he kind of did, because the way he was talking, he's been recording there before, because he said this is the best one I've gotten so far.
That's because
he called the whole ball and chain over to be like, check it out, honey, I'm not crazy, right? And she was like, okay, I see you. And then we saw the lights, and it was just kind of like light on, light off. And it was like, what is it? We don't know. And it was like, okay, there's some lights. I give him that. It's lights over Phoenix.
And they apparently were people that did this, and they were prepared. They obviously had something set up and had been seeing stuff previously.
Yeah.
It's a lot of activity out west, man. And for whatever reason that is, I think it has a lot to do with all the bases and stuff that's going on in Nevada. And for the people that would like to debunk that, I think that's a good, valid argument. A lot of the people that say the re-engineering of maybe alien technology could be happening there in Nevada, and Phoenix is a likely place that some of this shit might show up at out west. That's the way. I mean, that's the logical excuse I can give this.
Yeah, I can't give logical excuses. I don't fucking know. I saw some lights. They kind of faded in or faded on and then went off. And it was like, hey, is that one way over there? And it was. And it was like it didn't move, it didn't do anything. Nobody was on the ground shooting at them. I don't know.
It's not the. Go ahead, kids.
I don't know, man. I don't. You know me, man. I don't necessarily like what we're looking at there is super vague. It's just some lights in the sky. I've seen stuff like this in my own lifetime. It's crazy to like for me to be the skeptical one and say that I've actually seen stuff like this. But it was very easily debunked in real time. It took me 24 hours to have it debunked, and that was about it. But so for me, I was out on my porch with two friends of mine. We are smashed. Imagine that. And we look up over the horizon, and there is just a bunch of lights in the sky. And they hung there and stood there, and they were there until they disappeared, very similar to what we're looking at. Turns out they were Chinese sky lanterns. I don't know if you guys are familiar.
Yeah, I love those things.
Yeah, they're super cool. You fly them up into the sky, they turn into lights until they burn out, and eventually oxygen. When the oxygen is thin in the sky, they dissipate. And
yeah, but they don't stand still in formation.
They can. Depends on when you've launched them, and depends on how fast they're going, and especially if you're looking from a distance, you're not really going to notice them rising, and they're going to stop rising once they reach that thinner part of the atmosphere until the fire burns out. So it could easily be something in this vein,
similar.
You know what I mean?
That's easily explainable.
But wouldn't they have to rise to see it instead? Because like these kind of faded on when they were up there. It wasn't like they saw them going up.
But this is what I'm saying. Like they could have been up. They could have rose up before the guy got his camera, and then what's going on over there? And now he's seen them sort of.
Well, that's easily explainable if it only happened for 5 minutes only in the city of Phoenix. This thing was seen in multiple places.
Yeah, went down
for a long time.
Maybe it was Chinese New Year.
So you can't just brush
March.
off.
What was the date?
Okay, this is just somebody pulling some. This is 1997.
No, Chinese New Year. What the date of Chinese New Year? 97.
I'm not sure, but I'm just saying if it was, maybe this is something that they were lighting up in multiple cities, and you would have the same effect in multiple cities.
No, I think it's anytime this many people see something, and in multiple places, there was definitely something going on. What that something that was going on was, it's up for debate, and it's still up for debate. It's people it's a world out there that believes this is a reverse engineered United States technology that they were just floating out there to see how people will react to it. That's the baseline reaction to it. But then there's other people that think otherwise because of not having the propulsion, showing up in so many different places so fast, all that kind of stuff. It's relevant. It's not the biggest UFO story in the world for nothing. And when you have that many people see this thing, it's not like a one-off where you only had a few handful of yahoos that sees this shit. A lot of people seen it and recorded it.
Chinese New Year was February 7th in 1997.
Okay.
Just putting it out there, take it for what it's worth. We're not here to convince nobody one way or the other.
I'm just saying that that's one way to debunk it. Another one, and this probably makes a bit more sense as well. Stuff like that could just be drones, right? If we're not able to see the propulsion, they could have been 6 separate drones with a large light attached to them, testing that technology out in 97 before they eventually wind up releasing it to the rest of us in the world.
So there's another conversation that we're going to have later on about some of what you're kind of inferring right now. But that's a whole conversation for another day. We're going to leave that alone. I just want to put it out there.
Sure.
And let people react to it, how they're going to react to it. It's the biggest one that we've ever had that It's only that big because it was seen in so many different places and so many people recorded it. It's just all over the place, man. And so put that out there. We got one more thing to talk about. And first we got to do this. It's funny that this is what we got to talk about, but here we go. I know y'all seen this movie.
Yeah, it's all right.
Yeah, it was cool.
Okay. That's all you got?
Yeah, kind of.
I mean, it's Big Willie style, Gene Hackman legend, rest in peace. Your typical dark side of the government, risk or corporations risking exposure. The old grizzly guy who's seen it all, been there, done that. Is the
There were a lot of movies of this ilk at that time.
right? Yeah, I mean it's just kind of a cookie cutter kind of a thing.
Yeah, almost. It's a good again.
What is this, mid-90s?
I would like late 90s. Because this was
no, this is probably closer to so
well, hold on before you go there, kids. I think this happened somewhere around the time where there was an act signed where it gave the government unlimited ability to surveil Americans.
Okay, so
Patriot Act or some shit like that. I don't know what it was, but
1998.
This is 98.
And so the Patriot Act was signed after 9/11.
Yep.
So
interesting 2001.
Coincidence that this movie was made so close to that actually happening.
When did he make Independence Day? I guess that's 97.
You just said it, 97, 98. Somebody just said 98.
No, he said 98 for this movie. Right?
I don't know.
98 for Enemy of the State.
Yeah.
Okay, so the Patriot Act. So this movie was all about, let me break it down. This movie was all about government surveillance of pretty much anybody that they wanted to. They picked
electronically.
Go ahead, Trip. You go ahead. You can give some.
Oh yeah, all right. Well, it's the electronic surveillance state. It was a program they tapped into every electronic device, every cell phone, every camera, and they could monitor and track. And the Gene Hackman character was, one of the guys, back in the day working for the CIA that was, part of implementing all this stuff. So he lives in basically a big ass factory, but it's shielded like with aluminum foil or whatever, so the drones and the shit can't see in there. And so he hooks up with the Will Smith character who runs, or a former classmate runs into him, who's been investigating this whole thing and drops some evidence off with him, and then ends up unalived right there in the street in front of him. And so now Will is the unwitting hero. And so drama ensues. And then there's the levity with the character of Gene Hackman and Will Smith and their relationship and their chemistry. And it's like, oh, that's adorable. Oh, there's some action. Oh, the evil government. Oh, is he gonna win? Is he gonna get his sexy ass wife back because she's so fine? Oh Lord. But yeah, it was entertaining. There's action. There's the the government side of it. There's the tech side of it. There's the sexiness with the wife in that movie.
Who's the wife?
There's a lot of stuff going on.
Who was the wife?
Jay Fox, or wasn't it? No, it wasn't Vivica J, was it?
No, what was it? I'm tripping. Go ahead. I'll get back to you.
Okay.
Was it Nia Long?
No.
Did he do a movie with Nia Long? I know he tried to date her. She was definitely on Prince, on Fresh Prince.
He was fine as hell, boy. But that's
I don't
what
think
is
he
that
did
girl's name? I'm tripping. Regina King.
Regina King.
You're right. Okay. Let me add a little bit more color to it and give reference to the time that it was made and what I was just talking about when the timing is everything in what we're talking about here for me. is they made this thing in 98. It was released in 98. So they're thinking about it for several years before that. 98, the movie comes out and it's talking about this surveillance state that, people can just electronically track anybody they want to, any way they want to, and ain't shit nobody can do about it. And this dude is running for his life throughout most of this movie, and Gene Hackman has all the information that Will Smith doesn't know. And so he's dependent on Gene Hackman to help him, like, hey man, what the hell's going on with me? Why is this happening to me? And Gene Hackman is just like, dog, there's shit going on that's beyond your comprehension right now. And I'm telling you right now, this is what you're gonna have to do. Kind of thing that was going on in this movie. And his family had been infiltrated, his home had been infiltrated with cameras and all this different kind of stuff. This is stuff that, like, if I'd have seen this when it came out, like, dog, I'd be nervous as F. And then a few years later, this stuff happens in 9/11, and it's actually signed into law. And so part of the stuff that I always concern myself with is the timing of when certain movies come out that have certain information in it. I always thought of it as this is a particular kind of movie that I think of it this way. It's a precursor to what's about to happen. You might it'll be a bunch of people that'll be like, all right, man, you're carrying it a little too far. That's just how I think of it. And I think this is definitely one of those movies, because you know what? The same people that probably made this movie probably pushed the legislation for it to happen.
That, and it also is an illustration of, the government aspect of it. It's not that the quote unquote entire government was behind the surveillance state or, these issues. It was a high ranking person within the government utilizing the governmental resources. So it was a government, but it wasn't. But either way, it was, your David versus Goliath, except in this case, the Goliath had black helicopters at night. But part of the realism that it showed intra government wide use of resources and personnel was that they didn't know it was real. They fell back on, oh, we're just training for something. What are you training for? That's not the point. But the point is, we were ordered by the government to do some shit, but we weren't in on the shit, even though we was doing shit. We was just ordered to. But that opens to the case to, since there have been governments, people have been saying, well, the government is against this, or doing conspiracies with that, or doing surveillance states this way. And it's like, yeah, but no. And so part of the government, yeah, but the entire government, no. So this is just a further illustration of that, because the government, the people that were doing all this stuff, were still trying to cover their tracks because they were doing illegal shit still. But to Nomad's point, the things that were illegal back then, surveillance statewide, are just kind of written into the law, now surveillance statewide. And everybody that has a cell phone or a smart TV or any kind of, those devices, there's a reason that when we have a conversation privately, the next time we see ads, it's about shit that we've been talking about, because all of this stuff is already in place to some form or fashion, but it's becoming more of a 1984 loudspeaker situation, day by day.
Well, what they did is they privatized it, right? Yeah. So the big tech giants, as opposed to the government, or quasi opposed, or so those guys are where the actual surveillance is taking place. And what makes matters worse is, as consumers, we've bought into this. We've bought in to be spied on. We buy the cell phones, we buy the internet access, we buy the smart TVs, we put them in our house. We quite literally pay for that privatization and pay for that surveillance that they're trying to display in this film. And you're probably right, no, man. I mean, this movie was just it was a little bit before the Patriot Act, a little bit before 9/11. And you do see this in Hollywood quite a bit, which is just them sort of pushing the envelope and testing the waters with respect to what can we get away with down the road. I will have to say they've probably perfected it 50 times better than what was shown in this film. Because again, it's not necessarily like at this time there was something called net neutrality that that everybody was sort of looking at. And what net neutrality really was that the government can't spy on you. You can't use the internet to spy on you. There was a fair amount of incidents where government officials would go to Verizon, AT&T, Rogers in Canada and be like, yo, we need this guy's full-on cell phone records to really figure out what he's up to. Can you here's a subpoena, here's a warrant, give us the cell phone records. And at the time with net neutrality in place, the carriers were able to say, like, no, we have an agreement with our customer. We're not going to give you his information. That's his private information. A couple of years later, they do away with net neutrality, and now it's a situation where they, you hear this all the time. You watch any level of police show, and they're going to go out there and pull that information right off the cell phone towers, triangulate, know where he is, and dig up into his text messages and get all that information and use that in a court of law. Different world we're living in today. All of those things sort of came in and around and out of that Patriot Act. And then, as stated, they then pushed a lot of the surveillance case scenario out to the tech companies. And this is why some theorists out there say that, the Metas of the world, the Elon Musks of the world, the Amazons of the world were guys who simply just found a way to gain access to DARPA technology, right? Like the DARPA created the internet. That's where it came from. DARPA is it's a governmental program. Really, the internet was initially used for communications between government agencies. It's really what it was about. Once you kind of figure out how to utilize it and then expand it and do different things within that system, you can control it. But if you don't want to look like you're controlling it, you give it away to other people to make billions of dollars and blame them for the modicum of control that's being exacted.
Can I say this to you, man?
You say all kinds of things.
I'm gonna go down a rabbit hole and simplify it even more. And I'm gonna tell you this. It's one thing to know how a government can work, whether it be in the United States, whether it be in Canada or the Netherlands or any other place in the world. Government structures are set to function this way or that way, right? There's one thing to know that. There's another thing to know who are at the levers of those governments. And they can be just nameplates on an office door, just figureheads. And there's another layer to know who has a hand up the back of those individual people. This movie particularly kind of set in motion my mind state of figuring out other things and learning how, why certain things are the way they are, why Hollywood can be used as a pacifier or a conditioning tool. And this movie to me was a conditioning tool. Hollywood used it that way because there are certain people of a certain ilk who run Hollywood. And I'm not saying that everybody in Hollywood are bad people. I'm telling you the decision makers that, make these massively produced, big funded movies are absolutely corrupt and evil. Most of them, majority of them. I think there's always a mixture of some good and evil in any construct, any of it. But the real heavy-handed big hitters are really, really evil. And they know what they plan on doing. This movie was a precursor to what an event that needed to take place here in the United States, the big difference maker. An event needed to take place here in order to enact this certain conditioning to a movie called The Enemy of the State. Cause, reaction, cause, effect. That's where we're going. And so there's people that are not necessarily localized here in the United States, maybe probably partial American citizens. A lot of them live in Israel. How about that? That are running all that money and are running legislation here. And they can have the hand up the back of people in Hollywood and produce a movie like this a few years before they actually pull that shit off. Use this movie as a conditioning tool and get laws enacted because of an event and put this into reality. That's how you got to do this, man. You can't, ain't no more damn putting on boxing gloves no more. Take them motherfuckers off. Hit them right in the mouth. That's where that's what's really happening here. Even in 1997, they had a plan. Evil ain't sleeping. It never will. Neither should you. Now, I'm not saying don't get no rest. I'm just talking about be relentless in your effort to expose what the truth really is. And the truth is condensed in a whole lot of money amongst a few people. Truth be told.
Yeah. Fair enough. That's Enemy of the State, huh?
All right. One last thing before we get out of here. And we just because somebody brought it up, and we can be brief with this if y'all want to, but we talked about music, and I myself personally, and I think the best producer that, in my opinion, that people regard as the best to ever live, people regard him as that, called this the best record ever made. This is What's Going On by Marvin Gaye. Just because somebody mentioned to us that we should throw the music into this. And, I have my sonic reaction to it, but I'm going to leave this for y'all, man. And I do think that this is, if not the best, it's one of all time because of when he made it. This was produced, somewhere around that reaction to the Vietnam War era, and that was past the Vietnam War era. And this when drugs were really, really hitting United States communities, and we're still feeling the ramifications of it right now. And Marvin was speaking to how everything was changing. He was speaking to that directly. He was just like, hey, man, what's going on? Mercy, mercy me. Things ain't what they used to be. All you have to do is listen to the lyrics and the sonic tone of what he was talking about. That's why people say this is the best record ever produced, or at least one of them. The drug epidemic that was placed in the communities, it didn't just happen out of thin air. People didn't go outside one day and damn drugs was growing out of the ground. That shit was placed in our communities. And to this day, our communities haven't recovered. And so when people start talking about their lives right now and what's wrong, you better trace it back to what Marvin was talking about. When he was realizing, where's all these drugs coming from? Why is everybody getting high? Why is all these weapons turning up everywhere? That's what Marvin was speaking to. What do y'all think about this record?
Well, let me start, kids, because I want to give the track list.
Okay.
All right, you got What's Going On. What's kind of along the lines of Imagine, but a state of the world. What the fuck is going on? What's happening, brother? My brother, what's going on? Flying high in the friendly sky. Save the children. We must save the children. God is love. Mercy, mercy me. Right on. Holy, holy. Inner city blues. Make me wanna holler. God is love. Sad tomorrows. and I say the track list to give a sense of what he was talking about, because the titles kind of broke down what the songs were about. He was about community, whether it be black or American or human. He was about, upliftment of his people and poor people and those downtrodden. He was against, the war or conflict, actually, of Vietnam at the time and the things related to that. So he was a singer who had community at heart, and preaching, or not preaching, but singing about the love of possibility in the world. And it's a shame what happened to him, but during that era, fight the power, the afros, and the when community was kind of a community still, he was the voice of that. And I grew up listening to the songs, and they had lyrics, verses where he would sing stuff that had actual meaning, and you would listen to it and go, okay, yeah, I hear you. And then the music, get you going, you get your vibe on. And they were smoking the reefers back then and chilling, so it was a whole thing.
Got any
Great.
thoughts?
Yeah, yeah. As a timepiece, this album is a great album. I've listened to this album on a couple of occasions. Definitely as a child. For me, as a child, listening to certain music, I was more somebody who would sort of lean towards whose musical style did I like the most, and then sort of resonate with them for reasons, for my own personal reasons, right? As a kid, what I'm saying is I didn't particularly like Marvin Gaye or his music. Some of his songs were all right for me, but as an adult, later on, listening to this album in retrospect is a much more powerful album. In about 1997, I believe. No, yeah, 97, 98. I spent the year. I kind of dedicated the year to go back and start to listen to all of the those folks who died at 23 years old, those martyred singers, right? And Marvin is one of them. He was probably older than 23, but in any event, he was one of those guys that I decided to spend a little bit of extra time with. In doing so, I got new appreciation for this album. I really like it. Again, he's as a timepiece, he's really speaking to what was going on, like, quote unquote, during that specific time in America. And it kind of bleeds out of his music. The other piece that bleeds out of his music in a major way is his connection to the church. If I'm correct, his father was a pastor. I believe his father was a pastor, and that's part of the whole situation that led to his unfortunate early demise. But some of those tracks are very specific to his belief in God in some capacity. So it's a pretty cool album. Again, a little bit different in my opinion than some of the other stuff that I like. During that time, my favorite singer was Al Green, and you couldn't get me off of listening to more and more and more Al Green. But
also heavily connected to the church.
Very much so. His father was also a pastor. That being said, that was sort of my go-to singer of note at the time. But I do have to say that Al Green wasn't necessarily talking about the time. He wasn't necessarily connected, like, from an album perspective. This album very specifically is talking about the war, the community, how it's affected how the war has affected the community, how drugs has affected the community. So again, appreciate this album. It's a super solid product, especially as a one-off album. And it's really unfortunate we didn't get the opportunity to get more music from Marvin Gaye.
I'm going to say this, and I appreciate both of y'all's thoughts on this. I'm going to take it somewhere else, man, because how I've analyzed this record in a way, because I produce music, and not to make me any different than either one of y'all. It's just the way my ears hear things, and the way I guess the way my mind works. I saw it in a way that, and I've looked at interviews, people talking about Marvin and what was going on with him. He was definitely dealing with some substance issues at the time. He dealt with that to the end of his life. And not that that has anything to do with what I'm about to say, but just to put that out there. He was a very thoughtful man and talented too, man. I didn't find out until 2-3 weeks ago that he was one of the main drummers on a lot of the Motown hits. I didn't know. I knew he can play the keys, but I didn't know he was a drummer as well. So he was like I guess you can call him kind of a music savant. If you can do both of those things, two different things, two different instruments, man, it takes a certain amount of understanding to do either one of those things. And that's that. He was at a time when he was having a break from Motown. And so Motown birthed Marvin Gaye. Motown birthed a lot of guys during that time, and ladies. And he didn't like the direction that Motown was going as far as he was as a product, Marvin Gaye. They wanted him to do a lot more of the Motown sounding records. And he's just like, no, man, that ain't where I'm at. I'm thinking about something else. And Barry Gordy was trying to convince him, hey, Marvin, man, ain't nobody trying to hear nothing about all that old, that old war stuff and how you feel about that and all this personal stuff. We want you to do Motown has a lane, and we get paid off of Motown sound. Keep doing that, speak to that. And he was just like, man, get on with that. I'm finna do my thing. So he set up a studio. He bought a studio right across the street, literally, from Motown Records, where they producing all their records, and he did his record. He did it partially there. He did it, and he went to other parts of the world. I think he spent a lot of time in Europe and did a lot of stuff over there too. But some of his, some of the production and some of the people he got involved in his record, it was kind of here, it was kind of there. He moved around and got inspiration from a lot of different places. And what came of that record, it wasn't just, how, he was connected to the church and anything like that. And I think he was making a break from that connection that he had with the church and his father. And he had lived that life his entire existence. And he wanted to do something that wasn't necessarily that. I think him and his father had a tumultuous relationship at best. And it ended up in his death. But he was getting away from that. And he wanted to get more and more open in the music that he was making. Like, Got to Give It Up. That record right there was probably the biggest break from what his father known him to be and what he was raised to be. It was all about partying, having a good time. And that's just like, hold on, Marvin, you weren't raised like that. So that was like the biggest FU to his dad, that record right there, but probably one of the best records he ever produced. And so I'll say all that to say this. Why I think this is one of the more important records, if not one of the best records that ever was made, is because the timing, of course, and I'm relating it to an era that really changed Black society, and that was the drug era, man. The era, the war on drugs, kind of started post the what's going on era. Marvin was seeing it happening in the communities and seeing the change in the people, their behavior, their actions. It was really starting to mess up things, and he was concerned. So when I hear that this record, whenever I hear it, I listen to it sonically and I listen to it lyrically. And he's just reporting as a reporter of what he's seeing in the streets. Things are changing and it's not good. That's what that record said to me.
Yeah. Yeah, it says a lot, and it was musically a slapper, not only a thinker. But I remember the scuttlebutt at the time, being a person of a certain age, kids. Mentioned aforementioned PJ old, but it was not only the drugs and his partying, but it was because of rumors that he was partaking in activities of his last name that his daddy really had a problem with.
Yep.
We ain't got to do all that, but that's just personal life. I don't know what was going on there, but either way it goes,
Pun intended.
I do think of this record as one of the more profound albums I've ever heard. I'm talking about compilations of music. It's only really like 9 or 10, 11 tracks, somewhere up in there, but so powerful. And such a break from the Motown sound. And it was all him. And that was the goal. It was to make this me and separate me from what what people are used to doing. And it was a big gamble. It's a huge gamble when everybody associates you and what you sound like and how you present to the Motown sound. You're gonna have to do a complete break from that and put this album out. And this album could have went north or it could have went totally south. But people felt Marvin in a deep ass way. And to this day, you turn on this record right now and you're gonna be like, okay, I need to start changing how I'm thinking about this life that I'm living. To this day, it does that for me. And so
you could put on this record today and be like, did he make this last month?
Yeah. I mean, that's what music is for a lot of people. It should be, especially a record like this, when you're in a state that, okay, I got chaos going on, I got confusion, whatever you got going on, and I need to get a little bit more grounded. Sonically, this music will get you, will level you. If you got any kind of connection to any frequency that's good, this will ground you for sure. It's medicine, man.
Yeah. Lyrics, good music is timely. As kids knows, we fight inflation, yet the president's still on vacation. Back then and still now, what's going on.
I think Mercy Mercy Me is a little bit more powerful.
Mercy Mercy Me.
Good, solid track. I like them both.
Oh, what
they go hand in hand, right? They go hand in hand.
They do. They really.
And he was a crooner. He could sing, carry a tune, had nice music behind him, and you could understand him. You could hear he enunciated every syllable, and it was delivered in a way that allowed you the time to actually kind of reflect on what the hell he was saying. Because it wasn't rushed, it wasn't that deep. He was very surface on what he was talking about. So you didn't have to put much thought into it. It was pretty much, what's going on? Oh, mercy me.
You know what, Trip? Being somebody who composes music, it's like when you hear him having the feeling the freedom to do things in a way that, like, something that really sticks out in this record is his ability to use the bongos or the skins or the percussions, as some would call them.
Are you sure that was him? He did the drums on something?
I'm pretty sure there's multiple people helping him do this. He could play them. I'm talking about the skins, the percussion. I'm talking about the skins, the bongos.
Like the accents that he used them as.
He used them as leads.
Well, that was too.
That's like at the time, that's like unheard of.
Musical.
unheard of. Like nobody was doing that shit.
That shit was hot though.
And you know what I mean? So you talking about a boom, boom, cap, a boom, 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 cap, that kind of sound, and then building the track and the song all together off of it. You talking about unique in its own time. You know, Marvin was like that. I'm just saying he was just like that.
Well, then also you listen to that example of the the little kick drum sound, and you think about his musical background. He and how he composed a song. Did he come with the lyrics, and then write the music? And then if he wrote the music, how did he write the music? Did you start with the drums and the percussion, and get that little, because he didn't have a lot of big band sound or a lot of instrumentals. He had very low key music, that did its thing, and it laid the background to his vocals and to his message. So he didn't have any, it was like, oh, this big ass solo or anything like that musically, but it was very instrumental in his sound.
So I think a good explanation for that is you don't want anything to really overpower the emotions you're trying to get across here.
Right. That's the star of the album right there.
Mm-hmm. You don't want anything just because you want this big sound and production, just so you say that you had all these people playing these instruments and doing all this and that. You want the production to sound like I want to highlight me and what I'm trying to talk about here, what I'm trying to convey. And his emotions definitely come through this MF. Woo! And it's so powerful to me, man. I can go on all night with that. Any last thoughts about this powerful ass record for me? Any last thoughts about it?
Man, it just seems as though, Marvin Gaye, Kurt Cobain, Jimi Hendrix, Janis Joplin, the list goes on. But like a lot of the artists who had messages, Prince, who had talent, musical savants, if you will, or that, their messages, their contributions to the music world, to the world in general, they're just gone too soon. And it's like, man, but all these, non-contributors are still on tour.
Mm-hmm.
It's just not fucking fair.
Hey, I've always understood this. I ain't gonna say always, but more and more recently in my life, that it's all in divine order. And so maybe his purpose into the world was to be injected to put these products out there so that people. Yeah, I mean, it's probably one of the more outside of the Keys in the Song of Life with Stevie Wonder, probably the most emotional record I ever heard that evokes emotion from me.
It makes me want to holler.
The way
that's the ultimate quotable, but nobody knows where it came from.
Makes me want to holler. The way they do my life. This ain't living. This ain't living. Powerful stuff, man.
God, now I got to put this on when I go boo boo.
Hey, man, let's go and get up out of here and get some.
Because I got to go boo boo.
Okay.
I got some crazy shit going on in my man cave right now, but
hey.
That's for a whole other conversation, man. Let's give some final thoughts before we get out of here, man. This was a really good show. I appreciate y'all, and I'm sorry about the Phoenix Lights thing. I had to go to the bathroom. I was holding it too long.
That's why I got to go boo boo.
See,
you ate a whole pizza, man. Anybody, we know what that's all about.
Well, first of all, I didn't eat the whole goddamn pizza. Thank you very much.
Well, go ahead, kid.
No, there's still pizza in there. But as we wrap up, first of all, a rest in peace. A peaceful journey to former Bears coach Dave McGinnis. He passed away. So on with that. Big up to everybody for tuning in, whatever channel you may be on, as there are 3 concurrently streaming platforms going on: Nomad Network, Kids a Canuck, and Sports Chicago Style, RRSCS. Make sure you are subscribed to all 3. Thanks for hanging out with us as we get into the various topics on that Wednesday night. Some extra sauce, and we're what, a week and a few wake ups away from the actual draft. So make sure you are planning on being with us, and maybe you will see me eat a whole pizza. I don't know, but it's going to be a draft weekend. There's going to be live calls and reactions, and there will be live munchies going on as well because it's an all day, all weekend event. So make sure you are ready to be here with us and get those noties on. Big up Benji, Red Baron, Prince, Crimson, everybody that was in the chat. Kamish came through. AC was there. And, not to step on the kids' toes because that's his thing. But, big up to everybody and big up to Nomad and kids as well for partaking and opening their brains and their hearts and sharing with all of us and being, vulnerable out there, even though kids knows damn well he's eating cat food before. Don't let nobody even tell you different.
Wow. Put them pinkies up, man. Shout out to all y'all in the chat, man. Thanks for kicking it with us on a Wednesday, man. Doing the whole extra sauce thing as we do.
Meow.
Wow. We got to touch on all kinds of different things. We got to talk about Jose and solar power generators and some drink and some food and watermelon and like I say, who knows what the heck we're gonna get into on a weekly basis. But we're definitely gonna get into some Chicago Bears, which we did as well. Took a look at some decent prospects, which I wouldn't be so mad about if they found their way onto this team. So well scouted, Nomad. We had some good looks, and we'll get right deep into that in about a week's time. I believe we're 9 days away. So come kick it with us when the draft is on. We'll be doing it live and direct right here on Kansas Canuck, right there at Sports Chicago Style, and right there at the Nomad Network. Happy to have you guys, and before that happens, we'll see you on Sunday.
Hey, man, again, appreciate everybody for being here. Appreciate these two fellas, man. It was a good conversation. I do enjoy the way the conversation, where the conversation went. It wasn't for everybody, even these two guys, it wasn't all that good, but they good. It was good to see you tonight, man. And I just want to go to the prepping part of it, man. Let's go there first. Make sure you guys go back and watch what we were talking about there and take note. If you have to pause that thing and write down what was said there or what you saw on the graphic, it's worth doing that, man. And I'm not trying to, again, we're not trying to give anybody any panic. We're just trying to give you information. I got that straight from the horse's mouth. Everything that you saw on the screen. Write that stuff down and start making a plan of action and start executing it, putting some stuff away and preparing for something. Even if you think it's not going to happen, it's good to at least have a plan B. If you think things going to stay normal, okay. But I'm one of those people, and I don't think so. I think things are going to be different for a long time, if not forever. But that's just my thoughts about it. I appreciate you guys' feedback throughout the whole show. My particular favorite part of the show was definitely the music. And the music has been great coming out of the Nomad camp, man. And I just want to say that. And again, man, great record, Marvin Gaye. Are you talking about one of the best of all time, man? That's a record that can keep you grounded in spiritual reality in this world, man. So if you're ever having a problem, if you're ever having some unease in your life, man, you need something to get you back where you need to be. If you just got with a version of it that just had the music, that music is so beautiful, man. It is so beautiful. Just get that, man. But again, bless all here, and I just want to leave you guys with these famous words: love, peace, and hair grease, y'all.